Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, the stirring tales of the men and women who have pushed the frontier of North America ever westward. In the 17th century, France gave to America many great men. Soldiers, statesmen, missionaries, above all the rest, stands the immortal figure of Sieur Robert, Chevalier de la Salle. This gentle-born Frenchman's great ambition, his zest for explorations, his harshness and quick temper in the face of calamity, often got him into predicaments with his associates, his creditors, and the French authorities, both in Paris and in Canada. Hard-pressed financially, La Salle meets with his former sponsors. The time is early summer of 1681.
Here's 20 minutes late.
I promised my wife I'd be home for dinner tonight.
So, La Salle, you're here at last.
About time, too.
Your pardon, monsieur, for my tardiness. I was detained.
What is it this time? Gold again?
Yes, monsieur, gold. Much gold to finance a grand expedition.
He wants still more gold. Not only for his next expedition, but to pay off his creditors for his last adventuring.
You state the case perfectly, monsieur.
La Salle, you won't get a thin louis from me.
Nor me.
Monsieur, I implore you. It is for the glory of France.
That's what you told us when we financed your silly voyage down the Ohio River to find China.
Listen, you were insane then. You're still insane.
China and the Americas. Everyone knows where China lies.
Very well. Where lies China?
China? Well, China is somewhere south and west.
See, monsieur, there's your answer.
What answer?
The answer to all my adventurings in strange places, financed by your gold. When none seem to know where any country lies, I take it upon myself to find it.
And what do you bring back to us? Nothing.
Monsieur, every hand in the French provinces of Canada is arrayed against me. Every hand, but that belonging to one great noble.
And pray tell us, who is this great noble whose hand is still extended to you in friendship?
The governor of His Majesty's provinces in Canada, Count de Frontenac.
To Frontenac, the friend of Joliet, Marquette, and all the others of that deathless band of explorers and trailblazers, went La Salle. Friendless, penniless, hopeless.
Pierre.
Yes, Excellency?
Must I ask you again for that letter from the king forbidding new land discoveries?
I have it here, Excellency.
Thank you. I will undoubtedly need it when La Salle arrives.
Monsieur Robert, Chevalier de la Salle.
I bid you welcome, La Salle. Be seated. Thank you. Oh, monsieur, you appear to have lost your last friend. Oh, Jacques, bring brandy.
Yes, Excellency.
I have lost all my friends but one. And who, La Salle, may I ask, is the lone survivor of your regiment of friends and supporters?
You, Excellency.
A great honor.
Excellency, I stand on the threshold of the greatest adventure of my career. Yet I'm a bankrupt.
Gold again, eh?
Gold, yes. But not so much gold as recognition. With your official approval of my new expedition, I can get gold, plenty of gold.
Here, a letter.
Yes, Excellency.
I have here a letter from the king. I'll read you a portion of it. Let's see. Oh, yes, here. With regard to new discoveries, you will not address yourself to them excepting in great necessity.
Stupid fool.
Make no mistake. Our king is not stupid. A bit short-sighted, perhaps. At the moment, Louis XIV is engrossed with other affairs.
Women, I'll wager.
As one man to another, LaSalle, what new adventure is luring you into the wilderness?
Gold or no gold, friends or no friends, supporters or no supporters. I intend to sail the entire length of the great water. And at its mouth, where it tumbles into the mighty gulf, I will plant the golden lilies of France, and should the need arise, defend them with my life.
Driven ever onward by that mysterious force which thrusts all great men toward unknown frontiers, LaSalle, at the end of August in the year 1681, had raised the funds for provisions and equipment, as well as men-at-arms, geographers, boatmen, hunters, guides, and Indian servants to share his great adventure. Among the Frenchmen were Chevalier Henri de Tonty, an old and trusted companion of previous expeditions, Father Zenobi, a missionary to look after the spiritual life of LaSalle's band, and Dautre, son of the Attorney General of Quebec. Suffering intensely from cold, hunger, and privation, LaSalle's party arrived at the mouth of the Illinois February 6, 1682. Detained by more ice in the Mississippi, LaSalle remained on its snow-covered banks until February 14th, when, the river partially cleared of ice, he resumed his journey southward to the Gulf. On March 1st, with the wind howling a gale around his shelters on the shore, LaSalle hears some distressing news.
Monsieur LaSalle! Monsieur LaSalle!
Who asks for LaSalle? What is it you desire?
Where are you? It is I, Father Zenobi. The snowflakes blind me.
Here, in the willows.
Thank heavens I found you.
Ah, Father Zenobi. You're spent, Father. What's wrong?
Prudhomme, the hunter. He is missing. Since yesterday.
Do not alarm yourself. Prudhomme will turn up.
I fear he's been taken by the savages.
What makes you think that?
My son, we are being watched. I feel it.
That's strange, Father. I have the same feeling.
Well, then you must protect those under your benevolences, my son.
As usual, you're right, Father Zenobi. I must take measures.
What measures?
I'll start to build a fort at once.
A makeshift fort of logs was hastily thrown together, and LaSalle's brave band herded inside its rough walls. One of the searching parties found Prudhomme, who had gone after wild turkeys to make broth for a sick Indian child and had lost his way in the blinding snowstorm. Leaving the warmth and security of the fort, which he named Prudhomme in honor of the hunter, LaSalle continued his voyage down the open channel of the Mississippi. On March 13th, after sailing 133 miles, LaSalle's fears of a possible attack by Indians were justified.
Monsieur LaSalle, rouse yourself.
What is it, Dautre?
Regular demands.
These savages, sir, on the right bank. Hearken to their war drums.
Huh? Well, certainly. I see fires, too. Detonte!
Go behind you.
Come closer. Savages on the right bank.
Sir, I hear the fires also.
Give the signal to beat all the canoes on the left bank. We must prepare for an attack.
Aye, monsieur. To the left bank, all canoes. Keep circling around. To the left bank.
In less than an hour, the explorers had constructed another small log fort in which the entire party huddled, while LaSalle and de Tonty watched a canoe carrying 3 Indians approaching from the opposite side of the river.
How soon do you judge the canoe will reach us?
In a few moments.
And secure my calumet, pipe of peace. I will offer it to the chief. If he smokes, all goes well.
I have your calumet here in my belt.
And give it to me.
We reached the canoe. Chief disembarking. 2 paddlers remain with the vessel.
Are you composed, de Tonty? Savages are greatly impressed by a serene countenance.
My features are composed, but I fear they are frozen not from fear, but from cold.
Chief approaches. Let us extend our right hands palm outward.
Who is the white chief of the many canoes from the north?
Your fearless eyes rest upon him, O Red Chief.
Your features tell me not. You bring peace or war?
I bring peace. Will you smoke the calumet with me?
I will smoke.
Quick, Detente, the flints before he changes his mind. You first, my friend.
Now you, my friend, friend of red man.
May the flame of friendship between the white man and the red man never be dimmed.
LaSalle remained with the Indians 3 days, replenishing his provisions from those of the Redskins. Native village after village was passed on the southward journey. On April 6th, the Mississippi divided into 3 branches. LaSalle took the right branch, sending Detente on the middle and Dautre on the left. 6 miles further south, the water was salt. LaSalle had conquered again. He had found the mouth of the Big Water. On April 9th, 1682.
The King's banner, Detente?
Here it is, Robert. Who speaks of banners?
I, LaSalle, your commander.
But first, the cross of God. The banner, yes, but first the cross.
I plant the cross. The banner can wait.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, bless this land. Make it fruitful. Strengthen those great hosts who will follow us, and let peace reign here until the day of your divine and righteous judgment. Amen.
Amen. And now, Detente, the banner of the golden lilies.
Here.
Dautre, you wield the mallet.
Yes, Sir Robert.
In the name of His Majesty, I hereby take possession of this mighty river, all the streams which flow into it, and all the territory through which these streams flow, for our great kingdom across the seas, France. And in honor of our great Lord and mighty sovereign, King Louis XIV, I christen this land Louisiana.
It was by this historic act of LaSalle, this intrepid son of France, that his mother country held her rights to her vast New World province. And it is by this act that the United States of America today not only holds the great state of Louisiana, but all territory north of the Texas line and west of the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. Thus, westward the course of empire takes its way, guided by the staunch spirits of frontier fighters.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, inspiring dramatic incidents in the lives of the trailblazers of the far west. 1803. Seated in his study, President Thomas Jefferson is talking to his personal secretary.
Captain Lewis, your attention, please.
Yes, Mr. President.
Captain, I'm a plain man, plain spoken.
Yes, Mr. President.
You've been my confidential secretary now for, let me see, 2 years.
Yes, sir. 2 years, lacking a few months.
Captain, have you ever speculated why I chose an Army officer to be my secretary?
Many times, Mr. President. Well, sir, you're going to relieve me? Send me back to the troops?
No, I'm not returning you to your regiment. Captain Lewis, you've no business in the Army.
No business in the Army? Oh, you don't think I lack courage, sir?
Of course not. Your record in the whiskey insurrection is ample proof of your courage.
Well, then, Mr. Jefferson, just what do you infer?
Captain Lewis, as third President of the United States of America, I contemplate sending an expedition to explore the great Northwest Territory beyond the Rocky Mountains. You, Captain Meriwether Lewis, and another Army officer will lead that expedition.
Well, I'm honored, sir, and thank you for your confidence. And who, may I ask, is to be my colleague in this undertaking?
A man like yourself, a soldier, intelligent and courageous. A man who will sacrifice his life, if need be, to make this project a success. Captain William Clark.
Winter 1803. At the head of 26 men, 14 of them volunteer soldiers, the others Kentucky boys, Lewis and Clark were snowed in at the mouth of the Missouri River, near what is now the city of St. Louis, until the spring thaws finally released them and they traveled on. Ever westward toward the setting sun toiled the Lewis and Clark cavalcade, fighting hostile Indians, exploring the hidden tributaries of the great Missouri River, blazing new trails through the dense but magnificent wilderness, charting paths never before trod by white men. The winter of 1804 saw Lewis and Clark among more friendly redskins in what is now southeastern Montana. One day, while the explorers were making a survey with their simple yet effective instruments...
Hey, look. Look, Clark. In the valley there.
2 men. They're both white, too. And an Indian girl. By Cornwall, one of the men is beating the girl.
Well, we can't allow that.
You're right, Lewis. Come on.
Ain't that about enough, LeBlanc? She's about dead already.
I got to whale the daylight out of an Indian door to make him behave.
Stop. She's your wife now, not your slave girl any longer. You're married proper.
That gives me more rights to whale her, and I'm taking them.
Quit, I tell you. I'll face you one myself.
Oh, you will you? Who'll help you?
Well, I will. You raise that whip again, and I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
And who might you be?
I'm Captain Lewis. This is Captain Clark.
How? My name's George Drouyer. We was on our way to pay you a visit.
Our expedition don't welcome white men who beat women, not even Indian women.
Who's this man and this Indian girl?
He's Pierre LeBlanc. The girl's his squaw.
Oui. And we're married proper.
What's your business? Traders, trappers, or guides?
Neither. We're interpreters. What Injun we two men don't know, my squaw does.
Does she understand English?
Some. Go ahead. Palaver with her.
What's your name, girl?
Sacagawea.
Who are your people?
The snakes.
What does Sacagawea mean among your people?
Bird woman.
I see. How did you come to marry this LeBlanc?
Hold your tongue. I'll answer that.
Yeah, we're listening.
I won her in a game with the chief of the Minotrees. She was a prisoner of war.
Is that true, Sacagawea?
Yes. Other woman and we were captives. My man gambled 14 horses for me. He won.
You're lower than a skunk, LeBlanc. Throwing dice for a woman.
We white men out here live according to Indian custom. I want both women fair and square. I married this one. She can guide, too.
And so you two men want jobs as interpreters. Huh?
Yes, sir, we do.
Well, you're hired at army pay. And listen, LeBlanc.
Oui, sir, Captain, sir.
If we ever catch you beating your squaw again, you'll wish you had lost your 14 horses instead of winning this poor, abused girl. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Come on, you two, to the headquarters tent. The Indian girl, too. We start west at once.
Grateful to Lewis and Clark for delivering her from the white man's lashings, Sacagawea many times saved the expedition from total annihilation, as one day, while on the plains...
Hey, Clark, look, there's buffalo on that rise.
I see him. They look ugly, too.
Yeah, they're milling, waiting for that big bull leader to make up his mind.
He's decided. There they go. There must be 10,000 animals in that herd.
Yeah. Hey, the leader's seen us. He's swerving them. Great Cornwall, they're heading straight this way.
What do we do?
Look, Clark. Sacagawea coming out of that gulch. You see over there to my right?
Is that gal insane? She was safe there in that gulch.
She's running straight for the middle of the herd.
And waving a blanket.
Yeah, it's an old Indian trick. She intends to part the herd in the middle.
Oh, she'll never do it. There's too many. Lewis, we're all goners.
Hey, Clark, they're almost on her. They'll trample her down. Hey, wait a minute. She's flicking that big bull across the snow. Why, he stopped. And she hits him again. The herd's parting, Clark. It's parting.
Down, everybody, down. Pray they'll pass us by.
Hey, Clark, you all right?
Sure. But my eyes are full of dirt.
Yeah. Well, the herd parted in the middle, just as Sacagawea intended it should, and passed on either side of us.
But where's Sacagawea?
The girl's safe. She's still standing there where she hit that bull leader in the snout. Hey, look, Clark. She's waving her blanket at us. Look, man.
I see her now. By Cornwall, Lewis, she's laughing at us. She's laughing at us.
Through unexplored forests, across forbidding mountains toiled the brave expedition, pushing the boundaries of the United States across the Rockies, adding to the nation's domain broad plains, fertile valleys, and snow-covered peaks, a dominion vast enough, rich enough to satisfy the ambition of kings. All through the long journey westward, with countless obstacles blocking the blood-stained, sweat-soaked path of the explorers, Sacagawea was constantly at the side of Lewis and Clark. The end of the month of June, 1805, found the party at the foot of the Great Falls of the Missouri, and, while making their tedious and harrowing portage around the Great Falls, Lewis and Clark and their intrepid companions celebrated the first 4th of July ever to be held in Montana. Above Great Falls, they discovered that the Missouri River broke into 3 forks, which they named the Jefferson, the Madison, and the Gallatin. While traversing this country, they were deluged by numerous thunderstorms.
Clark, this ain't a rain, it's a cloudburst.
Better get out of this riverbed. This stream will be a torrent before long.
Here it comes. Where's Sacagawea?
Up ahead, where you always find it.
You take them into that rise over there. and I'll go after Sacagawea.
All right. To the right. All men in passage.
Sacagawea! Sacagawea! Where are you?
Here, Master Lewis, in this tree.
Hang on for your life. I'm coming. Sacagawea! Thank heavens I found you.
What shall I do, Master Lewis?
Hang on to my shoulders. Your arms tight around my neck. When I let go of this limb, I'll let the current take us downstream. And trust in God. Here we go. Hold on, Sacagawea. We'll make it. Don't kick the water so hard. Keep your feet together. That's fine. I can still see that still water ahead there. We'll make for that.
Sacagawea, obey.
Here we are. Safe and sound. Quiet now. Till I take hold of these branches to help us up out of the stream. There you are. Now I can rest a bit on the sand. Well, great Cornwall, but that water was wet.
Their buckskin garments hanging in tatters from their gaunt shoulders, their faces deeply seamed from hunger and exposure, their bare feet torn and bleeding, their flesh seared by Indian arrows, the explorers finally reached the Columbia River.
What's the date, Lewis?
It's November 15th. It's 1805.
Just around that bend in this river, Lewis. What do you see?
I can't see anything, but I hear plenty. Listen.
The sea, Lewis. The sea.
That's sweet music, Clark. The roar of those breakers.
I prefer the view. Blue water. Wide water. Salt water. Without limit. Mighty sea of the setting sun. The Pacific Ocean.
And thus did victory crown the Lewis and Clark expedition. An epic struggle against almost overwhelming odds. A journey that gave America riches beyond human comprehension. Those pioneers of yesterday who followed that brave little band of trailblazers and their descendants of today owe a great and lasting debt of gratitude to Sacagawea, the simple Indian girl, who dedicated 2 years of her life to the service of her white brothers and sisters. And thus did the frontier fighters of yesteryear battle danger, the elements of nature, and discouragement to push the American boundary ever westward.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, inspiring chapters of heroism and valor in the winning of the American West. When America concluded the Louisiana Purchase, no one knew precisely where the dividing line ran between the newly acquired territory and the Spanish provinces. So, to avoid a possible boundary dispute, Lieutenant Zebulon Montgomery Pike, ambitious, patriotic, courageous, was ordered into the Southwest to secure definite information. Pike's command was insignificant. It consisted of but 20 men, 2 lieutenants, a civilian surgeon, Dr. Johnson, a sergeant, and 16 privates. Pike left St. Louis on July 15th, 1806. Late that fall, near Red Cloud in Webster County, Nebraska.
Sergeant.
Here, sir.
Notice anything peculiar about this trail?
Yes, sir. Been cavalry on this road. Foot soldiers, too. Recent.
Military, eh?
Yes, sir. Spanish. Here's a piece of leather one of the men found 2 miles back.
Give it to me.
Here, sir.
Sergeant, how many would you judge are in the party?
About 100 horse and 400 foot.
Dr. Johnson.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There are Spanish troops in this vicinity. 500.
What do you propose to do?
Engage them, of course. Drive them out.
The 21 Americans against 500 invaders?
This is your first assignment to an American Army detachment. You have much to learn, Doctor. Much to learn. Forward! Whoa!
But Pike did not meet the invaders. Instead, on August 12th...
You there! Under that war bonnet! What tribe is this?
We are Pawnees.
Who is chief of this village?
Me, Thunderbird.
Those strange banners of red and gold. Whence come they?
Presents from Spanish chief of South.
Thunderbird, this land is now governed by the great white chief of the East.
I have so heard.
He is my chief. I obey him. You, in turn, obey me. If I allow you to keep the red and gold gift banners, will you plant my chief's banner of red, white, and blue among them?
Yes.
Sergeant, the detachment flag.
Here it is, sir.
Accept this banner, Thunderbird, and mark well that you plant it higher than the banners of red and gold. And keep it there.
Weary, ragged, starving, low in spirits but high in resolve, Pike's detachment is camped on the south bank of the Arkansas River, near what is now Pueblo, Colorado.
Look, Dr. Johnson, in the sky to my right.
You mean that small blue cloud?
That's no cloud, Doctor. From my chart, I find that's an undiscovered mountain peak, and I propose to climb to its top.
With the skins of wild animals laced to their bleeding feet and their regimentals in rags, Pike and his officers begin their perilous climb toward the summit of the peak, more than 14,000 feet above sea level.
This is madness, Pike. Why waste your strength? You'll need it later.
You doctors. Why must soldiers always be pestered by medical men?
You'll find out when we reach the top of this peak, if we ever reach the top.
We'll reach it. Never fear.
Pike never reached the top of the peak, which was later to be named in his honor. After crawling up the sheer walls but a few miles, Pike, suffering intensely from privation, hunger, and exposure to the elements, was on the verge of complete collapse. On Dr. Johnson's strict orders, Pike returned to camp. Winter. Bitter Rocky Mountain winter. Without shelter, in deep snow, without food. January 19th. The expedition had not tasted food for 4 terrible days.
How are the men, Doctor?
Well, 4 will die in a few hours, Lieutenant, unless they have nourishment.
Doctor, I'm going hunting for buffalo.
There's no buffalo in these mountains.
Place your ears to the ground like I'm doing.
You're right, Lieutenant. There they come, over that ridge.
Your rifle, Sergeant.
Here, Lieutenant.
Every man lie low. I'll pick off as many as I can as they pass by. 1, 2, 3. Enough meat for a few days at least. Let's go, Sergeant, for some buffalo steaks and some warm skins to keep those men from freezing to death.
Leaving behind those of his soldiers too exhausted to travel, Pike, with Dr. Johnson, 1 lieutenant, and 9 enlisted men, broke out of the mountains. After incredible hardships and suffering almost beyond human endurance, Pike's slender command arrived at the Rio Grande, at its junction with the Conejo. In a little fort, Pike, an invader himself now in a foreign land, summons Dr. Johnson.
You sent for me, Lieutenant Pike?
I have a little commercial matter which I want to have you adjust. In Santa Fe.
But, sir, I'm a doctor, not a bill collector.
Dr. Johnson, you're going to Santa Fe to straighten up this money matter. You're also going to collect information for the Army.
Shall I keep notes?
Naturally, but guard them well. We're going to have action down this way soon. And then the Army is going to need all the information it can lay its hands on.
February 26, 1807. Pike's detachment of 9 ragged privates stands at attention at the entrance to Pike's tiny fort as the Spaniards ride up to a halt.
Present! Halt! Welcome to the United States, sir. You and your gallant dragoon.
How droll. The United States, indeed.
But you are in the United States. That's the Red River, and the Red River is in American territory.
Senor, that is not the Red River, but the Rio Grande. And I, Don Bartolomeo Fernandez, place you and your little scarecrow army under military arrest.
Arrest?
Yes, your sword, sir.
This is an outrage. But I'm outnumbered 50-1. So here's my sword. Don't cut yourself with it. I shaved myself with it this morning.
Pike and his scarecrows were marched to Santa Fe, where the commander was at once taken before Governor Allencaster, who invited the invading American officer to dinner.
And how do you like our Spanish food, Senor Pike?
Fine, Your Excellency. A trifle hot, perhaps, but filling, especially these beans.
Yes. Senor Pike, your armed invasion is a serious offense against Spain. A grave offense.
What do you propose to do with me? Feed me? And then hang me?
What a queer sense of humor you Americanos have. Certainly not.
Splendid. I prefer shooting. More military.
I am neither going to hang you nor shoot you. Tomorrow I am sending you and your men to Chihuahua, where General Salcedo will dispose of your case. Yes. General will certainly dispose of your case.
Still guarded by Don Fernandez and his dragoons, Pike and his men were marched into the valley of the Rio Grande. The Americans were treated with every courtesy, but Pike's scarecrows were not in a receptive mood. Every mile, it seemed, brought them nearer their doom. It is siesta time near Aprisco.
Nice country, Lieutenant.
But how can one enjoy it going to one's own funeral?
There'll be no funerals, Lieutenant.
And what do you mean?
If they intended to shoot us, Santa Fe had plenty of walls to stand us against.
But this long march to Chihuahua...
Lieutenant, this maneuver has a deep political significance. Eventually, we'll all be released. So keep your eyes and ears open. And remember everything you see and hear. I anticipated everything that has occurred so far.
Then you purposely allowed yourself to be captured?
Of course. To get some first-hand knowledge of the people, their aims, and anything else of value. In the event of a war between our country and theirs.
Don Fernandez was relieved by Don Pasunda Melgares, the same officer who penetrated Nebraska and presented the Pawnees with the red and gold banners of Spain. Melgares' hospitality exceeded that of Fernandez. The prisoners were suspicious of the display, all but Pike. He foresaw his destiny. A few weeks later in Chihuahua, headquarters of General Salcedo.
The prisoner Pike, Excellency.
Escort him in.
This way, prisoner.
General Salcedo, I stand to your command.
Well spoken, Senor Lieutenant. Pray be seated.
Thank you, Excellency.
How do you like our jail, Senor Pike?
As jails go, not bad.
You may erase it from your memory.
Our execution, then, will take place at once?
Execution? Absurd. I'm sending you and your men home tomorrow.
Then why march us way down here to Chihuahua, entertain us like kings on the way, then march us back?
Orderly.
Si, Excellency.
Outside. Close the door. Senor Pike, as one soldier to another,
Have I your word?
You have my word, Excellency.
Senor Pike, Mexico is preparing to throw off the yoke of Spanish tyranny. We count on our northern New World brothers to help us with troops and brave officers like yourself.
Your compliments honor me, Your Excellency.
So, when we invite your country's participation in our war of liberation from Spain, I trust you will remember and repeat to your superiors that we are a civilized people and not savages as our detractors have painted us. Am I understood?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you will cooperate when the hour strikes?
Your Excellency, I am an American officer, a soldier. When the time comes that my nation shall join hands with yours in the conflict that you so eloquently predict, I will obey my president's orders and none other.
Again well spoken, Senor Pike. Now a toast. To the Presidente of the United States.
To the King of Spain.
To be sure, to the King of Spain.
And to the President of the United States.
The commercial, political, and military information Lieutenant Pike brought back to the United States was of immense value. And to this gallant and fearless officer's reports can be traced directly the beginning of the Santa Fe trade, which proved so rich for early Western American enterprise. The ashes of their campfires have long since grown cold. Time has obliterated their trails, but the great deeds of the frontier fighters will never fade from the glorious pages of American history. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, following the immortal trailblazers into the wilderness of early Western America. Among these pathfinders, none has a more secure place in history than John Charles Fremont, scientist, soldier, and explorer. In 1841, Fremont, then a junior lieutenant in the Army, married Jessie Benton, a senator's daughter.
Isn't it glorious?
What's glorious? The weather, the spring flowers, or you, my love?
Neither, you silly goose. I mean, I'm being married, of course.
Darling, I have something to tell you.
Not distressing, I hope, John, dear.
It depends on how you look at it. You're a soldier's bride, remember, so keep that pretty chin up.
I'll be brave. Tell me.
The Secretary of War has issued orders that I'm to explore the western country between the Missouri River and the Rocky Mountains.
But you've only just returned from one expedition. I'll speak to Father. He's a senator, you know.
It'll do you no good. The purpose of this expedition is more than exploration. It has an international aspect.
International?
Yes. I'm to aid the emigrant movement to Oregon, and in so doing, circumvent probable British control of that territory.
When Fremont returned to Washington from his first Western exploration, he was immediately ordered to return to the Rockies to make a more thorough and a more scientific survey of the interior wilderness and to coordinate his maps with those of the Pacific slope. May 29th, 1843. Some of Fremont's company of adventurers are examining a squat brass cylinder in one of the mule carts in the little town of Kansas on the Missouri frontier.
Fitzpatrick, you're a mountain man who's seen everything, but did you ever see the like of this?
Well, I'll swan, Talbot. What is it?
I ain't got no idea.
I never saw anything like it before.
Here comes Maxwell. Let's see if he knows what it is. Maxwell, what do you see in this cart here?
The loaders must have made a mistake. That don't belong to us. Give me a hand, boys, and we'll heave it out.
Yeah.
All together now, boys. 1, 2.
Hey, what you boys doing?
Oh, this brass thing, Bruce, don't belong to us. We're heaving it out.
Leave it in the cart. That's a cannon, a 12-pounder.
Oh.
Herr Freeman is taking it along to use against the red savages if they molest us.
Look, men. Under the sacks. Powder.
Well.
And shot. Enough to start a war.
Well, then let's fire a parting salute to the Missouri settlements and a successful journey westward under a gallant soldier, a great engineer, and a gentleman born.
A few months later, at a small Mexican settlement on the Arkansas River.
When we get to St. Vrain, Fitzpatrick, the party will divide. You'll go direct to Fort Hall while I'll take the longer route to Green River.
Yes, sir.
Look, Captain, coming up the hill.
I've been watching him. Probably a curious Mexican.
Oh, that's no Mexican. That's our new guide into the Rockies. Gentlemen, a cannon salute to the greatest frontiersman of us all, Kit Carson.
With the famous Kit Carson as his personal guide, Fremont and his men plodded 300 miles through a region never before trod by white feet. Salt Lake was Fremont's immediate objective, which he was the first to explore. One day in a collapsible boat.
Talbot, are not these waters sublime after being so long shut in by those mountain walls?
Yes, sir. But I'd rather be exploring the shores with Kit Carson instead of riding around on this wobbly craft.
Bruce, what do you think of all this blue liquid beauty?
I see no beauty, only black storm clouds and sure disaster, unless we get ashore quick.
That's the scientist in you, Bruce. No poetry, no soul, only cold logic.
There's no poetry in a heavy storm, Herr Freeman, in the middle of this inland sea in a leaky boat.
I don't like those clouds either, Commander, and we're several miles from shore. Whoop.
Here's the storm. Quick, Herr Freeman. Back to land.
Easy now. No panic. Every man take an oar.
Yes, sir.
Bruce, you bail.
Yes, sir.
I'll set the stroke. Ready? 1, 2.
Yeah.
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Don't upset the craft, Bruce. Sail. Sail.
He comes in faster than I can bear.
Getting darker, too, every minute.
You help Bruce, Talbot.
Yes, sir.
Now, faster now with a stroke. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1.
We'll never make it, Herr Freeman. The water's over my ankles already.
Nonsense, Bruce. We'll be very close to shore now.
You better. I smell land.
Land, yes. And here we are.
Still feels poetic, Herr Freeman?
Yes, Bruce.
Bless your logical German heart. Just listen to the heavenly poetry in that thunder and those falling raindrops.
When the expedition reached the Columbia River, Fremont left his men, half-starved, to personally request supplies from the Hudson Bay Company's trading post at Fort Vancouver. In Dr. John McLaughlin, the factor, Fremont meets a kindred spirit.
Welcome to Fort Vancouver, Fremont.
I'm delighted to see you again, Doctor. But it's good to get out of the wilderness, even for a few days.
I agree with you. Can I be of any help?
I need supplies, food, for 3 months.
And you shall have them. Never in the honorable history of the Hudson Bay Company has it refused food or shelter to any man.
Shortly after midnight, November 25th, 1843, Sierra Nevada. The stars are brilliant and the weather bitterly cold.
Men, we have 2 objectives. A mysterious Mary's Lake and an unknown stream called the Buenaventura River, which is supposed to flow from Salt Lake to San Francisco Bay. To discover these places will be a difficult task and may cost us our lives. Anyone wish to remain here until spring?
No.
Very well. It's almost 1 o'clock, so forward.
Get together now.
December 16th, after a difficult and heartbreaking passage over the mountains, Fremont stood on top of the sheer eastern wall of the Sierra Nevadas, looking out over the vast floor of the Great Basin, many 100 feet below.
Kit Carson, did you ever see anything more beautiful?
Captain Fremont, Bruce was right.
Right? What do you mean, Kit?
Captain, you may be a soldier by profession, an engineer by training, and an explorer by order of the Secretary of War. But Captain Fremont, you're a poet at heart.
Nonsense.
And then who could see anything pretty in that sandy, wind-blown devil's dance hall down there below with a poet like yourself?
Frostbitten, their eyeballs seared by the snow-reflected rays of the brilliant cold winter sun, the Fremont party labored mightily, facing death at every turn as it made its slow descent to the level of the basin. Christmas Day, 1843.
I'm all tuckered out, Captain.
Then get into one of the carts, Talbot.
Oh, no. Mules have got all they can do now.
Bruce. Bruce.
Yes, Herr.
We'll make a halt soon.
Yes, mein Herr. To celebrate Christmas, yes. And to sing songs.
Yeah, you can sing if you're strong enough. But when we stop, we'll throw out that cannon so Talbot can ride.
No, Captain Fremont. I'm all right now. Just a blister in my foot. We'll sing a bit, but let's keep the cannon. Let's keep the cannon.
New Year's Day was even more gloomy than Christmas. All hope of discovering Mary's Lake and the Buenaventura River gone, Fremont's only course was to continue down the east side of the Sierra Nevadas, keeping close to the base of the mountains. Half-starved, nearly naked, footsore and weary, but unshaken in its faith in its great leader, the party reached an Indian village at Pyramid Lake, where the men dropped in their tracks, exhausted.
Look, Herr Fremont! A savage comes!
I see him, Bruce. Help me to my feet, Fitzpatrick. It's a chief, and redskin chiefs require a dignified reception.
Welcome, oh my white brother.
Thank you, red dweller along the water.
My white brother look weak. They need food.
Yes, oh red chief. Our fare has been meager. The trail has been long and wearisome.
My braves are in their canoe on the lake. Soon they bring fish. Fish? I could eat a trout raw. Head, tails, fin, and skin.
Our great white father's blessing on you, my red brother, and on your braves who bring us sorely needed food.
To save the expedition from total annihilation, Fremont determined to recross the mountains and to explore California, which many said should now be taken from Mexico. Up Up into the pathless, limitless mountains climbed the heroic party. The nights were too cold for sleep. In places, the snow was 20 feet deep. On February 13th, 1844, Fremont's pet dog was killed for food. On February 21st, the company reached the summit of the Sierra to look down on a scene of exquisite natural beauty. In the distance shimmered San Francisco Bay.
There, Captain Fremont, is Mexico.
Mexico? Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. Upper California was a Mexican province.
What do you mean, Captain? Was a Mexican province?
I have a premonition, Fitzpatrick.
That poet again. Every time he sees a fine view, our gallant leader becomes a poet.
Gentlemen, I have a feeling that the United States of America will soon welcome into the folds of the Stars and Stripes our new territory, California.
Because John Charles Fremont brought boundless enthusiasm, patriotism, vivid imagination, scientific skill, and valor to his task as explorer, his place in American history is permanent and secure. Thus closes another inspiring chapter in the lives of those frontier fighters who, with their brains, their brawn, and ofttimes their very blood, thrust America's boundaries ever westward toward the setting sun. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatically treading the wilderness paths of that deathless band of inspired pioneers who gave America an empire. One of the most noted of all frontiersmen was Christopher Carson, Kit Carson, wise of counsel, strong of arm, brave of heart, and gentle of nature. September 1826, Franklin, Missouri, on the western frontier. Beyond it lay the great plains of the savage redskin and the shaggy buffalo, a mysterious and uninhabited wilderness of prairie, desert, and forest, into which brave men journeyed in search of adventure and fortune.
Kit Carson, you dreamy scamp. Now you quit watching them wagon trains and get to work.
Yes, sir, but Mr. Workman, I wasn't meant to be a harness maker.
You're only 16 years old, Kit, and you're my apprentice. Now you'll either stop dreaming about Santa Fe and be a harness maker, or I'll take this strap and larrup you good.
You don't have to do that, Mr. Workman. I'll work hard today, because those wagon trains out there badly need what we're making. But someday, I'll join one of those caravans and go to Santa Fe, too.
Just before dawn one autumn morning, Kit steals out of the little town of Franklin to the open prairie, where a caravan of covered wagons is waiting for the sunrise.
Here, lad, what are you up to?
I'm looking for the wagon master, sir.
Well, that's me. What do you want?
I want to go to Santa Fe.
Santa Fe. Why, lad, the Indians will eat you alive. Boots, pants, and buckskin shirt.
I can ride, sir, and shoot, too. And I'm not afraid of Indians, either.
Well, I could use a hand to keep the extra stock from straying. You know, horses, mules, and oxen. You think you could do it?
Shucks, sir, that'll be easy. And, sir, there'll be a bit of money for me when we get to Santa Fe.
Why, sure, lad. But you pay for every critter you lose. Now, there's the sun, and here's the horse you'll ride. Head westward. Catch up! Catch up! Forward! Ho!
Kit's long journey to Santa Fe was full of excitement. Marauding Indians and great herds of buffalo crossed the caravan's path daily. At night, wolves, desperately hungry, circled the wagons.
Oh, those wolves drive a tired man crazy. Broadus. Broadus.
Yes, sir.
Broadus, take your rifle and kill a couple of those varmints. They'll give the rest of them something to eat.
Sure. Got my rifle right here, under my blanket.
What's happened, Broadus?
Oh, the danged rifle exploded. I think my arm's cracked a bit.
Bill, here, let me see it. Oh, cracked a bit, eh? Broadus, you'll have to cut off that arm.
No, you won't. You ain't no doctor.
But it'll be weeks before we get to Santa Fe. Poison will set in for tomorrow.
You ain't going to take off my arm. Not you.
Well, I got an idea. You know Kit Carson, that riding fool lad that's taking care of the extra stock?
Sure. Nice boy. Smart, too. Oh!
Well, this Kit Carson used to be a harness maker's apprentice. He's right handy with a sharp knife and a needle. Now, what say we ask him to amputate that busted arm?
Kit Carson? Sure. He's strong, but he's gentle-like. He can cut off my busted arm if he's willing, but not you.
Rude as it was, Kit Carson's operation was a complete success, and the boy became the hero of the covered wagons. Eventually, the caravan reached Santa Fe, where Carson joined mountaineer Kincaid and proceeded with him to Taos. From Taos, Kit roamed all over the West, trapping, hunting, blazing new wilderness trails. Kit was never quarrelsome. He never hunted trouble. But he met trouble bravely when it came. 1835. A trapper's rendezvous near Bonneville Fort in Green Valley.
Where's that Arapaho gal?
Right behind you, Bully Shumar, waiting for you to propose marriage to her.
Hiding away from Bully, eh? Here, take a drink of this liquor.
Singing grass does not like white man's fire water.
Been listening to Kit Carson again, eh? He don't like fire water either.
The brave paleface of whom you speak is good man. You are bad.
I see. In love with him, I suppose.
I will be his squaw, if you speak.
When I get through with him, he'll be so full of holes he won't be able to speak. Get my horse, Pedro, and my rifle.
Use your horse, Willie. I'll use your gun.
Now then. Come on, any one of you. Frenchman, Spaniard, Dutchman, or American. I can lick any man who'll fight me.
Throw down that rifle, Bully, and get off that horse. You're drunk.
Let him stay on his horse. Bully, you mean me. I'm the worst American in this camp. If I hear any more of that talk, I'll rip you apart.
Go to it, Kit. Go to it. So you'll fight, eh, Kit Carson? For the pretty Indian gal, maybe. Singing grass. That won't do you no good. She's mine.
Somebody hold my horse while I load my pistol.
All right, Kit.
So, now, Bully, I'll fight you on your own terms. On horseback. Your rifle against my pistol. Start praying, Bully, for here I come.
Oh, my arm. It's broken. Keep away from me, Kit Carson. Keep away. You can have the Indian gal, Kit, but keep away from me, you hear? No, my arm.
Pull him off from that horse when you made it fix up that arm. He'll bleed to death.
Take the gun. Easy now. Oh, this arm.
You more. You're a bully no longer. Just a bragging fool who don't know a better man when he sees one.
You will speak now to Singing Grass, Master Carson.
My heart's already spoken to you, Singing Grass. We marry tonight in the lodge of the Arapaho medicine man in yonder valley. Come.
Singing Grass became Kit Carson's loyal companion and willing helper. During Kit's long and arduous wanderings, Singing Grass was always at her husband's side, devoted and unselfish. But Singing Grass passed away, leaving a pretty baby daughter, Adeline, for Kit Carson to raise. With an escort of rollicking, laughing mountain men, Kit started a long journey to Missouri to place his child in a white woman's home. One night, he and his cavalcade were ambushed by a band of hostile Blackfeet. After 2 hours of desperate fighting,
What happened, Kit? What happened to them Indians?
I think we licked them. See, they're riding off of that hill yonder.
Maybe it's some sort of a trick.
I don't think so. They'd disappear altogether if it was a trick. Hold your fire, man. Now, let's see my baby. Yeah, sure you liked it. You were born in the West, little lady. Shooting's in your blood. I can't take no more risks like this. And you're going back to Missouri and be raised up like civilized folks.
Hey, Kit.
Huh?
Look, there's one of them Indians riding towards us.
Don't shoot at that rider. Let's see what he's going to do.
White man chief.
I am.
Oh, you Kit Carson.
That's right.
My name Thunder Horse. Many of my braves gone to happy hunting grounds. Oh, white braves are scouts. You brave man, we leave you now.
You raise your right hand in peace, Thunder Horse?
Always this happen. When Kit Carson leads his braves, pale-faced warriors always win. Now, we go north.
Well, there's another one under our belts. Well, let's get a riding. We got a long ways to go before we reach Missouri.
When Kit returned to the white man's country, he was amazed to discover that during his 16 years' absence, the frontier had been pushed westward many miles. Adeline, his daughter, was placed in a private St. Louis home. A few days in the sprawling Mississippi River metropolis, and Kit grew restless. His heart lay back in the snow-covered western mountains, where rested the remains of Singing Grass. It is May. On a small river steamboat en route back to Santa Fe, Kit Carson meets the brave man and gallant soldier who was destined to chart the course of Kit's entire future life.
You Mr. Christopher Carson, sir?
That's me, soldier boy. Kit Carson.
Lieutenant John Charles Fremont's compliments, sir. The lieutenant requests some conversation with you.
Send him over. I'm always glad to talk to a gallant officer like Fremont.
Very good, sir.
Kit Carson?
That's me. You're Fremont. Heard about you in St. Louis. Shake.
Mr. Carson, your fame as an explorer and trailblazer reached my ears while I was at the source of this very river.
Fame? It sounds like it's got something to do with harnesses. Fremont, I hate harnesses.
Kit, The Secretary of War has ordered me to make a map of the western country and to advise the government how to aid and protect the immigrants going to Oregon. I want you to go with me.
What can I do? I'm only a mountain man. Plain trapper. Beavers, mostly.
You know this country, Carson, this western country. Now, this is my first command. I need a man like you. Brave, resourceful, reliable. Give the matter some thought now before you say no.
I don't need to give the matter any thought. I'll go with you. But on one condition only.
What's the condition?
That you don't write a book about me. Seems like I can't ride a trail without somebody with learning wants to write something about me.
Well, Kit, I won't promise not to write that book, but I will promise to send one to your little girl.
Well, all right, then. Go ahead and write it. I don't know who in blazes will ever read it.
Fremont did write a book, a vigorous, truthful chronicle of Kit Carson's courageous but cautious pursuit of the ever-widening American frontier. A book which told the world of Christopher Carson's understanding of the deep mysteries of the mountains he so loved. Those mountains which, to the everlasting glory of the nation they both served, they conquered together. So we bid farewell to another of the great frontier fighters, Kit Carson, whose name will forever echo down the eternal corridors of time. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, epic narratives of those fearless wanderers and adventurers who first broke the trails of the Old West. Among these heroic explorers and pathfinders, the great figure of Jedediah Strong Smith is one of the most prominent of the frontier giants in their conquest of the Western America wilderness. With his rifle in one hand and his precious Bible in the other, Jedediah Smith brought youth, courage, and faith into the mighty struggle for an empire. May 20th, 1823, St. Louis, Missouri.
Listen to this advertisement in the Missouri Republican, Fitzpatrick. You too, Sublette.
I'm all ears, Smith.
Wait till I take this cotton out of my ears. I've got the misery in my head. Now, go ahead.
The subscriber wishes to engage 50 young men of intelligence and courage to follow the Missouri River to its source, there to be employed for 1, 2, or 3 years. Signed, William Henry Ashley.
I saw the same writing last year.
Hey, I wonder what this Ashley wants done on the upper Missouri.
Fur trapping, I reckon beaver, for dude's hat.
I vote, boys, we call on Mr. Ashley in a body. Anyone know where he lives?
I do, Smith, in a big mansion. I answered his last year's writing, but I got there too late.
I've an idea you'll have better luck this time. You lead, Fitzpatrick, to the Ashley Mansion and then the upper Missouri.
Thomas Fitzpatrick, William L. Sublette, James Kleiman, and Jedediah Strong Smith joined Ashley's fur traders. On June 2nd, 1823, near the present boundary between North and South Dakota.
What tribe are we fighting, Fitzpatrick?
A Rickery's, Captain Ashley.
Smith! Oh, Smith!
Yes, here I am, sir. I was attending the wounded.
Are there many wounded? Killed?
Our losses are very heavy.
Retreat, men, in good order. Towards that embankment. You're safe here in this depression. Sublette, how are we fixed for grub?
Enough for 60 days on half ration, if the Indians don't attack again.
I don't think they'll attack. Not right now, anyway. Meantime, I want a volunteer.
Volunteer? What for?
Andrew Henry, one of my last year's expeditions up on the Yellowstone. I want a volunteer to bring him and his mountain men here to help pull us out of this fix.
Let me go, sir.
Oh, but Smith, you're one of my youngest men. You lack experience. You lack seasoning.
Well, I may lack experience in seasoning, but I never saw the Injun yet I couldn't outwit, outfight, and outrun, too.
You'll go to Fort Atkinson, too, for troops. Double mission. Double hazards.
And I'll go alone, with my rifle and my Bible. I could even go without my rifle. But my Bible, it goes where I go.
Suffering from hardships and privations, Smith got through to Fort Atkinson, thence to Andrew Henry's log fort on the Yellowstone, and became famous among frontiersmen as the man who carried the word to Henry. In 1826, Smith, with 15 men, plunged into the then unknown wilderness west and south of Great Salt Lake. Eventually, the party reached the Colorado River, which Smith attempted to cross on a raft.
Look, Captain Smith, along the shore. Indians.
Yes, I see them. Must be a couple of hundred.
They look peaceful enough. No weapons, no bows and arrows.
Don't let that fool you. When Indians look peaceful, be on your guard. Every man quiet and load his rifle. Now, men, at the first sign of danger, fire.
They've hit Thomas Virgin, Captain. There's an arrow between his shoulders.
Now give them all you got, boys. All you've got!
10 of Smith's band of 15 were killed, and all of the party's horses stolen. Smith walked the long road to Monterey to beg assistance for his wounded men. At the San Jose, California mission, Smith was seized by the military and thrown into a guardhouse cell. He was without food for 3 days. Then...
The Honorable High Military Court of His Excellency, the Governor of California, Jose Maria de Chandia, is open. Jedediah Strong Smith, Americano, to the bar of Mexico's Sublime Justice. Prisoner, you are charged with invading the California province with an armed party, contrary to Mexican laws. How do you plead?
I refuse to plead. I deny the jurisdiction of this court. I want to see the governor himself.
A pretty circumstance. An Americano violates Mexican laws and pleads lack of jurisdiction.
I am far from home, senor. But let me warn you. If any harm befalls me or any of my men, you personally will answer not only to the American government, but to God, our guide and protector.
Smith was not convicted, but still clutching his Bible, he was marched to Monterey and again thrust into prison. Exhausted from lack of food, Smith was taken before the governor.
In your case, Americano Smith, I have only 2 alternatives.
Only 2? I'd say only 1. Set me free.
I said 2. I can send you to Mexico City on horseback for trial, or put you aboard the next ship to leave Monterey. I think I will...
Just a minute, Your Excellency.
Ah, Capitan Cooper. I was just about to order the prisoner Smith aboard your vessel for transport to Mexico.
Now, look here, Your Excellency. Will you take my bond for Smith's banishment from Mexico and set him free?
I might. For, let us say, $30,000 in gold.
And here's 2 gold pieces, Smith, for a bath, a new outfit, and the best meal in all Monterey.
Tragedy after tragedy struck Smith's party as it journeyed toward the distant north. In the Oregon country, where the Hudson Bay Company was supreme, the Indians became more and more hostile. July 14th, 1828, 10 days from the nearest white settlement on the Willamette, Smith's group was attacked by a large band of fighting Indians. Only 3 men, one of them Smith, survived the battle. A week later at Fort Vancouver, headquarters of Dr. John McLaughlin, chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company.
Jedediah Strong Smith, I've been expecting you. Sit you down, man. You look like a ghost.
Dr. McLaughlin, I'm sure you're a kindly, God-fearing man.
Well, thank you, Smith, but come, what's on your mind?
These Indians who've murdered all but 2 of my brave Americans, I believe were, shall I say, inspired by your employers?
Losh, man, you're daft.
Then why, the minute we set foot in the Oregon country, must we fight, day after day for our lives?
In your last skirmish, what besides your men did you lose?
Horses, mules, and furs, valued at $3,200. Here's the inventory.
Well, and here's gold to that amount as a token of Hudson Bay's integrity. Now, will you come to Kirk with me? Today is the Sabbath, and I never miss Kirk on the Sabbath.
And neither do I, except when I'm in the wilderness, fighting your Indians.
Well, you can believe it or no, Smith. So long as my name's John McLaughlin, and so long as I'm stationed here as chief factor of the Hudson Bay Company, you nor your men will e'er be molested again.
Because of Dr. McLaughlin's kindness, Smith resolved never again to trap in territory claimed by the Hudson Bay Company. Leaving the upper Missouri, Smith, accompanied by Thomas Fitzpatrick, attempted the journey to Santa Fe. Then, on a branch of the Cimarron...
Captain Smith, I can climb mountains, trap beaver, fight Indians, but I'll be danged if I can go long without water.
I never knew this country to be so dry.
Look, even the sand lizards got their mouths open. And when a lizard pants like a dog, it's dry.
Make camp here, Fitzpatrick, and rest.
What are you going to do?
I'll ride up this dry riverbed a ways. There's water further on, I'm sure.
Well, best look out for the Indians. They say the Arapahoes are out for some new scalps to decorate their lodge poles.
There ain't an Injun worth the name in 50 miles. But if I meet any, I'll bring back their scalps to make you a wig for your old age.
Swift Eagle, the pale faces have driven off our meat. Yes, Red Fox, the Arapahoes starve, while the pale faces slaughter our buffalo and grow fat on the land they have stolen from us. One path we must follow, though our race becomes extinct. There are many paths, O Red Fox, but which? The war path, until the land runs red with the blood of the pale faces. Look, below, a pale face, alone. His pony drinks of our water, defiling it. Assemble your warriors. No need. They too have seen the pale face and are ready. Attack then, and scatter the pale face to the four sacred winds of the Arapahoes. Go.
Slain by the Arapahoes, Jedediah Strong Smith's body was never found, nor a single page of his tattered Bible. Thus, one of the West's greatest heroes perished, without even a small stone to mark his last resting place. Another glorious chapter in the splendid journeys of the frontier fighters, who outwitted, outfought, and sometimes outran the many enemies who tried to block their paths to that beckoning goal of burnished splendor, the Western sun. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, monumental incidents in the adventurous journeys westward of the American pathfinders and pioneers, who led a life of almost continual hardship and peril in their quest for excitement and fortune. In recounting the enterprise and valor of those who explored and helped build the Far West, we must not overlook the heroic roles that the missionaries played in this epic drama of wilderness conquest. One of the first and most noted of Northwest missionaries was Dr. Marcus Whitman, the Yankee physician and missionary who sacrificed his life to bring the Christian religion to the painted red savage of the western mountains and plains and to save the Pacific Northwest to America. 1834, Boston, Massachusetts. The Foreign Mission Board of the Presbyterian Church is publicly examining young men for service in the Northwest.
And now that we've approved the application of Reverend Samuel Parker for missionary service in the Oregon country, we will discuss yours, Dr. Whitman. What are your special qualifications?
Well, sir, I'm a graduate doctor of the Berkshire Medical College of Pittsfield, Massachusetts. I am an elder in the communion of our faith, the Presbyterian Church.
And what other qualifications have you, Dr. Whitman?
For several years, I've been preparing myself for missionary service by performing practical tasks in many lines. Hard labor, most of it.
Your sponsors in Rushville, New York, your home, speak highly of you, Dr. Whitman.
For which I am grateful and humble.
Spoken as befits a doctor of medicine and probably a missionary to the red savages of the Northwest.
Then you will approve my application?
Yes, I'm sure I will. I shall recommend that you become the companion of Reverend Parker to investigate religious conditions in the Oregon country. May God's blessing follow you.
Dr. Whitman and Reverend Parker found the far Northwest so promising a field for their labors that Dr. Whitman returned to Boston for permission to establish a permanent church in the wilderness. This was granted by the Presbyterians, and Dr. Whitman, now married to Narcissa Prentice of Plattsburgh, New York, began the long and arduous journey back into the Northwest. They were accompanied by the Reverend and Mrs. H. Spaulding, also newly married. Having left his convoy, Dr. Whitman, with one light wagon, determined to be the first to cross the Rocky Mountains on wheels. July 18th, 1835, the junction of Smith's Fork and the Bear River on the present Idaho-Wyoming boundary.
Marcus, listen to me. You're laboring too hard. Why not leave the wagon here and carry our few belongings the rest of the way?
No, Narcissa. With divine guidance and help, this wagon must be the first to reach the Oregon country.
Dr. Whitman, with all due respect to your skill as a surgeon and your zeal as a missionary, you're a fool, sir.
Fool or no fool, Reverend Spaulding, and with all due respect to your holy orders, this party is going to enter Oregon not afoot, but on 4 solid American-made wheels.
Oh, look, Marcus. Toward that clearing in the pines yonder, on that mountain slope, straight ahead.
White men, Dr. Whitman, beaver trappers, to judge by their leather costumes.
Then let's hurry. Here, give me a lift, Spaulding, with this off-wheel. It's lodged between these 2 rocks. That's fine. Well, I'd never have accomplished it alone.
Hi, strangers. How are you? Welcome to the Rocky Mountains, sisters.
Thank you, gentlemen. But why the jollification? Are women unusual in this neighborhood?
Madam, you and the other lady are the first white women to ever cross the Rocky Mountains.
Yes, and you're something the Honorable Hudson's Bay Company cannot get rid of.
They may succeed in driving us out of this country, but they'll never get rid of you.
Yes, sir. Old Mose is right. You 2 ladies have led the way into this mountain wilderness beyond which lies peace and plenitude, happiness, contentment, and prosperity.
Dr. Whitman and his bride established themselves at Walla Walla, in what is now the state of Washington. Reverend Spaulding erected a mission on the Clearwater River in what was later to become Idaho. As the Oregon country was claimed both by the United States and England, it was only natural that the Hudson's Bay Company, a British concern, would discourage in every way the emigration of Americans. In 1842, Dr. Whitman was informed that the mission authorities had decided to suspend all activities in the Northwest.
Narcissa.
Yes, Marcus?
Narcissa, I must go to Boston.
In the wintertime? Oh, Marcus, I'm sure God will be willing to wait until spring.
No, I must go now. This mission cannot be suspended, and Oregon must be saved for the Union. I must see President Tyler to give him and his cabinet first-hand information of the great potential wealth of this country.
What about the company?
I will also tell them of the continual pressure brought against us by the Hudson's Bay Company, working for people who have no interest in America other than its exploitation for profit.
On the following day began one of the greatest rides in history. In the dead of winter, ostensibly to save a small Christian outpost, but in reality to save the Oregon country for the American people. Warned at Fort Hall that the Pawnees and the Sioux were on the warpath, Dr. Whitman and his companion Amos Lovejoy abandoned the northern trails and took a southerly course, with a guide over the Spanish Trail, causing them an additional 1,000 miles of horseback travel. Winter now set in earnest. After incredible hardships, fighting the elements and savages, Whitman and Lovejoy finally reached the Rio Grande. January 13, 1843. Whitman, Lovejoy, and their guide are lost in a bleak canyon in the New Mexico mountains.
Dr. Whitman! Dr. Whitman! Miguel, the guide. I can't get him to his feet.
Frostbitten, probably. Here, let me help you.
Oh, let me sleep. Let me sleep. I want to slumber on the white carpet.
No, you can't sleep, Miguel. You can't sleep. We've got to travel. That's the only way we'll ever reach our destination.
Miguel, he don't want to travel. He just want to sleep. Sleep. Oh, no, Doctor, you hurt. Please.
Hurt you? I'll take off all your clothes and throw you down that cliff unless you wake up and move.
Oh, no, I'm wide awake now, but my face where you slapped me, it tingled, please.
That means the frost is leaving your flesh. Now march.
Dr. Whitman finally reached Boston, where, after considerable dissent, the Foreign Mission Board reversed its decision. The Whitman mission was saved. Dr. Whitman also interviewed President Tyler and his cabinet, giving the federal authorities valuable information, which later helped to determine America's policy in dealing with England over the so-called Oregon question. Back at his mission again, and his persecutors unable to shake his determination to win and hold the Oregon country for the United States, Dr. Whitman's career reached an atrocious climax. November 29, 1847.
My people die, O medicine man, and you do nothing.
I am powerless, O chief. The pale-faced medicine man's magic is greater than mine. He is the servant not of the Great Spirit, but of the Evil One.
Who told you this?
A half-blood, a trapper of the Hudson's Bay traders.
But the pale-face has given my people corn, saved them from starvation. He has healed them of their pain and extracted the arrows of their enemies.
Only to secure their confidence, to prepare the good soil for the rotten seed.
If your medicine cannot overcome this plague which has fallen on my people, what can I do?
Make war.
Make war against whom?
Against the pale-faced doctor and his squaw who cast the spell of the spotted death over the red people of your glorious tribe.
Show me proof of the white man's perfidy, and I will punish him.
You demand proof. Look, your son, Gray Eagle, approaches. His head is deeply bowed in shame.
My son, why do you avoid my eyes?
My sister, Red Fawn, your daughter. Oh, Father.
Spotted Death?
Yes, my father.
Gray Eagle, my son, take 4 braves of your clan to exact the blood vengeance from the pale-face invaders as prescribed in the death ritual of my people. Go.
You look extra tired tonight, Martha. I'll make you some tea.
Yes, no, sis, I'm very weary. Not with work, but with worry.
Oh, I declare. If the Hudson's Bay Company don't leave us be, I'll give them a piece of my mind if I have to go all the way to England to do it.
Wouldn't do you any good, my dear. Only make matters worse.
Very well, Marcus. I'll hold my tongue. Anyway, until they start persecuting us again.
All too soon, I fear.
What do you mean, Marcus?
Tonight, an Indian, one of our converts, brought me distressing news.
Couldn't be worse than we've been hearing for months.
But it is far worse. An epidemic of measles has attacked the Indians, and we mission people are held responsible.
But you've worked yourself to skin and bones treating the Indians.
Yes, I did my best. But who are we to question the will of God?
Oh, Marcus! The window! Indians!
I see them. Pray, my darling wife. Pray that God's will be done.
Our Father who art in heaven. Oh, no! No, he's your friend! God's servant in this wilderness! Oh, no!
Forgive them, Father.
No!
For they know not what they do. Forgive them. Oh.
Thus ended the earthly careers of Dr. Marcus Whitman and Narcissa, his devoted wife. Theirs was a glorious martyrdom, but nonetheless an unnecessary, shameful, revolting martyrdom. Human sacrifices on the blood-stained altar of greed and political expediency. United by the common bond of their great love for each other, their patriotism, and their abiding faith in the Creator they both served so faithfully, they departed this life together with benedictions for their savage executioners on their trembling lips. And so we bring to a close another splendid chapter in the lives of those gallant frontier fighters who, despite natural obstacles and man's lust for power, won and welded the great Western Empire to the United States of America. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatic chapters in the heroic lives of the buckskin trailblazers who won the American West. One of these was Dr. John McLaughlin, the warm-hearted and courageous chief factor or governor of the Hudson's Bay Company, who, though a Canadian employed by a British trading company operating on British-controlled territory, did more to encourage the American emigration movement into the Oregon country than any other single individual. 1840, Fort Vancouver, capital of the Pacific Northwest, on the Columbia River, north of the mouth of the Willamette.
John, dear, for a penny-pinching Scotsman, you're a poor man.
Well, I cannot be poor, darling, on my salary of $12,000 a year.
But you are. John, I've just finished your private accounts, and you've only $200 to your name.
Well, this month will soon be over, and I'll then be worth $1,200.
If you keep on giving those Yankee immigrants credit on money, real money, you and I'll die in the Montreal poorhouse.
Oh, dear. You ken I'm a doctor.
Aye, John. I ken, too, you're a businessman, an employee of Hudson's Bay. It doesn't mind if you treat sick Americans, but it do mind if you sell them forbidden goods, on credit, too.
My dear, as chief factor of Hudson's Bay, I'm practically absolute ruler of 443,000 square miles of territory. You mind?
I didn't see the connection.
But I do. If you didn't put away that ledger, I'll invoke the power of my official capacity and punish you.
Punish me? How?
By giving that $200 to the first American who comes through yon door.
Oh, John, you would not.
Oh, wouldn't I? Come in.
Oh, why, Reverend Jason Lee, good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. McLaughlin. Good evening, Doctor.
And what can we do for you, Reverend?
Oh, Doctor, you must do something for Daniel, my brother.
There is not much I can do, except I recommend a warmer climate to heal those weak lungs of his.
But I haven't any money. My Indian mission has taken all that I brought with me from the United States.
How much will it take?
Well, I can buy him a passage on a schooner bound for the Sandwich Islands for exactly...
$200.
Yes, $200. But how did you know?
Don't mind my wife, Reverend Lee. Every so often she gets inspired about money. Darling.
Yes, dear?
Please give the Reverend Lee that $200 you were speaking to me about the new, with God's blessing.
Unflinchingly loyal to the Hudson's Bay Company's interests, and more than generous and helpful to the American fur trappers, missionaries, and emigrants, fighting tooth and nail for a foothold in the Northwest, Dr. McLaughlin's tact and diplomacy was put to its severest test whenever the Indians went on one of their period rampages.
Look, Eagle Wing, pale-face wigwam on the river bank.
Built, I see a thunderbird. It is big and built of the trees which belong to us.
And it is filled with skins of animals which are ours, who have always held this land.
When do we attack?
At dawn, when pale faces sleep. I have spoken. Eagle Wing, sun rises.
It is the signal.
Yes. Attack and take no prisoners.
Look, Thunderbird, a white squaw.
I see her. She makes music with hollow reeds. What new medicine is this?
Look, Chief, she comes nearer. A warrior squaw walking to her death.
How low the pale face has fallen to send a squaw a sacrifice.
Look, Thunderbird, your braves. They have laid down their arms. The magic reeds have enchanted them.
She has bewitched them. You, Eagle Wing, will make the sacrifice. Kill her.
I cannot, Thunderbird. She is a squaw.
When red blood turns to white water, even a great chief is without power. I will speak to her. Aye? Speak, white devil squaw.
I'm nae a squaw. I'm a Scot of the clan MacGregor.
A pale-faced warrior? But your dress, it is a white squaw's.
'Tis nae a squaw's, but the kilts born in Tam O'Shanter of the Highlands of bonny Scotland.
Why do you confuse my braves with your devil music?
The white doctor is ready for the council.
The council?
Aye, the council. He's a canny one, our good doctor. He thought you'd forget the council, so he sent me to remind you. Come, and pipe your doon to Fort Vancouver.
For many hours, the Indians were held spellbound by the Scotch bagpipe music, completely forgetting they had come for white scalps. When the exhausted piper was carried from the council chamber, the chiefs, hypnotized by the wild music of the fighting Highland clans, signed the treaty with Dr. McLaughlin never again to make war on Fort Vancouver. One evening, as Dr. McLaughlin entertained some of his friends in his cabin.
This is indeed a droll situation. I, Jacques Bienville, a Frenchman. For my hero, the Wellington Duke, while the good doctor, an Englishman, chooses Napoleon.
Well, if Dr. McLaughlin takes a Napoleon, so will I. But not Napoleon Bonaparte.
Well, then Napoleon who?
Dr. McLaughlin, I choose the greatest Napoleon of them all, Napoleon Brand.
Come in.
Where's Dr. McLaughlin?
Oh, here near the fire. Well, why, Sir John, welcome under Fort Vancouver. Sit you down and here's a spot of brandy.
Not now, Doctor. Later, perhaps.
Well, what's troubling your mind, Sir John?
Doctor, I have a letter with me authorizing me to...
I can. Authorizing you to give me a good talking to. Admonish me to stop feeding the starving Americans. Cease giving them seed and farm implements.
No, Doctor. It's more serious than that. Dr. McLaughlin, you've been dismissed from Hudson's Bay.
Dismissed? Well, that's impossible, man. Hudson's Bay wouldn't... Why, they couldn't dismiss me.
Here's the letter. I'll read it to you.
No. I'll take your word for it. But, man, it is a blow. A terrible blow.
Bidding farewell to Fort Vancouver, the log castle from which he ruled so benevolently the company's great private empire, Dr. McLaughlin journeyed to Oregon to begin life anew. Here he built a saw and grist mill. But there were some Americans south of the Columbia River who did not prove as hospitable as the good doctor anticipated.
Oh, look, John, coming up the hill. A mob of men.
Oh, lost dear, it is no mob. Probably a delegation to implore my help in some great project.
Oh, it is a mob, John. An angry mob. Listen. Oh, shut yourself in your mill, John. That mob's coming for you.
Oh, but why for me? I ain't harmed anyone.
Because you're Hudson's Bay's former chief factor and a hated man. This is the United States, John, not Canada.
Oh, hush now, here they are. That big fella in the beaver hat is their spokesman. Hark well to what he says. Quiet! Gentlemen, your numbers overwhelm me, and your enthusiasm leaves me speechless.
Never mind the sword pudding, ye Hudson's Bay Company swine.
But men, I'm no longer in the employ of Hudson's Bay. I've left Canada for good. I'm going to become a citizen of the United States.
You may have filed your intentions of becoming an American citizen. You may lead our 4th of July parades. And you may bribe our territorial lawmakers with high hats and fancy pipes. But, McLaughlin, you'll never become a citizen of our union. We'll see to it that you'll never own a single square foot of American land.
Listen to me, you Yankee ingrate.
Hush, darling, hush.
John, I'm going to have my say if they kill me. American. Before you stands one of North America's greatest men. His only mistake was that he loved and served humanity to such an extent that today Dr. John McLaughlin is a man without a country. Canada ignores him. The English despise him, and you Americans hate him. Why? I'll tell you why. For the great and lasting good he has done your countrymen in making safe the very ground on which you stand.
More truth pudding. Nice hog fat to serve American patriots like us. But talking won't do you a bit of good. We're here to teach you British you can't run Oregon.
What are you going to do?
Do? Why, McLaughlin, you renegade. You turncoat. You psalm-singing hypocrite. We're going to burn down your mill. Get going,
Is he bad hurt, Doctor?
Not in a strictly physical sense, Mrs. McLaughlin. But John's heart is broken. We Americans have sacrificed a saint.
Wife, where are you?
Here I am, John, dear, beside your bed.
Tell them, those Americans, that John McLaughlin forgives them.
Hush, John. Rest now, so you'll be strong tomorrow.
There'll be no tomorrow for me. But there'll be a tomorrow for the Pacific Northwest. Many grand tomorrows I see vast farms with fruit trees in full bloom. Big cities with tall white buildings. Laughing, happy children attending fine schools.
Oh, John, dear.
You cannot stop progress. It is God's will. And the Americans yet unborn, who will settle on this land, will be the most progressive people on our Heavenly Father's green earth.
His pride crushed, even denied the right to own a single acre of American land, to become a citizen of the country he had grown to love. Dr. John McLaughlin, the man whom history has glorified as the father of Oregon, crossed the last frontier to great and everlasting immortality. Another glorious human document of the pioneers who penetrated the American wilderness and made it safe for those who sought the gold of peace and security in the land of the setting sun.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Heroic stories of those splendid wayfarers who trod the endless westward paths to everlasting fame and eternal glory. Pathetic, grim, tragic is the history of the ill-fated Donner Party. Nearly 100 pioneer men, women, and little children, martyrs to the Pacific colonization boom, which, in the Middle West, assumed gigantic proportions. It is spring, 1846, in Sangamon County, Illinois.
Attention. I want your attention. Now give me your attention, everybody, please. As I read the names from my muster roll, I want the head of every family to answer.
Ready, George.
All right. George Donner, his wife and 5 children.
That's us, George.
Jacob Donner, my elder brother, his wife and 7 children.
Here, George.
James Reed, his wife and 4 children.
Here, Donner.
Mrs. Sarah Keyes, mother of Mrs. James Reed.
Here, and don't you forget that I'm 90 years old.
Graves family.
Here.
The Breen family.
Here.
The Murphys.
Sure, we're here.
The Pikes.
Here.
32 Teamsters and camp assistants.
Ready to go.
Emigrant wagons, yeah. Extra yokes of oxen, cows for milk, young beef cattle, saddle horses, and a dog.
I've got the dog, Daddy.
Implements for the new farms, school supplies for the children, trade goods for the Indians, and $10,000.
$10,000. Who's got it?
I've got the money, George. I stitched it between the covers of our quilt this afternoon.
You'll sleep well tonight, George, under $10,000.
I won't sleep a wink, folks.
with the responsibility of all that money.
On July 25th, at Fort Bridger, Wyoming, the Donner Party received a letter from Lansford W. Hastings, an organizer of emigrant trains, advising its captain to take the shorter route west, known as the Cutoff, which led from Salt Lake to the Humboldt River.
Jim Reed, you've known me for a long time now, haven't you?
15 years, Climbing, man and boy in Illinois.
Then insist that your party take the regular wagon road.
Why?
Well, I took the cutoff once, to my sorrow. It runs through the most desolate region in the whole world. It's sure death for a big party like this.
But the new road is 300 miles near our destination.
The cutoff, Reed, crosses a great desert and traverses the worst part of the mountains. Short roads ain't always practical roads.
Talk to George Donner. He's captain, not me.
I have, but George is set on taking the cutoff. I'd like to lay my hands on Hastings, that crazy adventurer.
You're too late, Climbing. Hastings is already on the way to the coast. He left word the cutoff is perfectly safe and not difficult to travel over.
Blocked by blind canyons, dense forests, mountain pockets, the Donner Party finally reached Salt Lake. It had spent a month covering a distance which should have taken but 8 days. Food was running low. To escape starvation in the wilderness, the party pressed forward. Faster, faster, faster. Fearful desolation. Alkali and sand as far as the eye could see. Water casks were empty. The piercing rays of a pitiless sun beat down on human and beast alike. Then the Donner Party struck the emigrant trail along the dry bed of the Humboldt.
Jim Reed, you found water yesterday. It's in your powder horn.
You're a liar, Snyder.
I'll fight you, Reed, for just a drop of that water.
We'll fight tomorrow, Snyder, not now.
We'll fight now. Take that, you water thief.
Don't, Snyder. Don't. My husband's your best friend.
He's a water thief. As for you interfering wench.
Oh.
John Snyder, you'll never strike another woman.
No.
Not in this life.
No, Jim. Jim, I didn't mean it. See? Not with that knife. Look, I'm sorry, Jim. Not with that knife.
Oh, Jim Reed, you've stabbed me to death. You've stabbed me to death.
Reed was voted out of the Donner Party, and his wife and family placed in charge of another group. Reed, vanished, set out at once to secure aid for the party from the mountain settlements. One night, to add to the party's wretchedness...
George, wake up. Indians.
What? Indians? Why, they're among the cattle. It's a stampede. Where's my gun?
Here. Oh, look out, George. Don't get scared.
You and the children stay under cover.
Sure they're gone, Captain George, and so's most of our beef cattle.
Where's Jacob, my brother?
Here, George. But this looks like the end.
Oh, buck up, Jacob. Anyone hurt?
No, thank God. But those red devils got away with 20 head of cattle. All we had. George, we can't hold out much longer. Not much longer.
Tragedy struck again. Again. One man died of exhaustion. Murders by hunger-mad men occurred with increasing frequency. Accidental killings were numerous. Little children fell by the trail. From the base of the mountains, the party literally crawled up the steep, pathless slopes to the Truckee River, which the party crossed and recrossed 51 times in 80 miles. Sudden mountain storms shook the party into panic-stricken, desperate pandemonium.
I can't go on. My dear, brave husband.
Then we'll stay here and wait out the storm.
Oh, what, in this snow? No, we can't wait. I'll stay.
I'm in charge of this party now. We'll go on to the crest.
No, we won't. We'll stay here.
Where's George Donner? Sure, he's our rightful captain. We'll do as he says.
He's still at Process Creek, broken axle.
Oh, don't stand there talking. My children are freezing to death.
I'll take charge from now on. We'll put up a tent under those pine trees and crawl in. We'll keep warm that way. Everybody start digging a hole.
Cold October blended into a colder November. December snarled and bit like a mad white dog. The snow was 10 feet deep. Starvation and death stalked through the camp. Jacob Donner and his 3 sons died. The long storm over, the party resumed its march. On January 6, 1847...
Mr. Eddie, are you strong enough to sight your gun?
Oh, sure, Mary. Just show me the animal.
Oh, but your hand shakes so.
Oh, shucks. That's just buck fever. I had it before.
Look, Mr. Eddie, about 90 yards to your left.
Oh, I see it. A deer. There's a broadside, too.
Oh, careful, Mr. Eddie. Now. Oh, try again. Be careful.
Once more.
Oh, you missed him. You missed him.
No, Mary, look. Look, he's wounded. He's staggering. He's falling. He's down. Quick, Mary. Hurry, Mary. He may get away. He may get away.
Rescue parties came and went, leaving brave men of their own groups to die with the split-up Donner Party. Draft animals gone, the starving victims ate their moccasins, harness leather, the strings from their snowshoes, the boots in which they stood. On February 27th, the starving survivors of 2 parties met in Bear Valley, brought together by Jim Reed, who had been banished for killing Snyder.
I'm Jim Reed. Where's my wife and my 4 children? Here's bread. Only a mouthful for each. Divide fairly now. A small morsel apiece.
Oh, Jim.
My darling.
Oh, you're here at last. Oh, Jim, we're so hungry. Bread, Jim, bread. Not for me, but for our children.
We started with 4 children. I see only 2. Where's the other 2? Don't tell me they're dead.
No, Jim, not yet. They're back in the mountains with some men.
Oh, we'll get 'em out, my darling. But it'll take time. It'll take time.
In the huts at Prosser Creek, only 9 persons remained alive. Among them were George Donner, dying from starvation, and his wife, Tamsen Donner.
Come, Mrs. Donner. There's nothing more you can do.
You want me to leave George, my husband?
Yes. George is dying, Mrs. Donner. So please come with us, with your 3 remaining children.
No. Take the children. They're young. They'll recover. But I beg of you, let me stay here with George.
But you can't last here. The children will need you later.
When I married my George, I swore to God only death would part us. But death won't part us. Death will only bring us together again in another world where there's no hunger and no thirst. A place of brave men and loyal women. A heavenly refuge for exhausted bodies and tortured souls.
Of the 81 persons in the Donner Party, when it left Illinois, only 45 survived. Epic heroes all. Brave men, loyal women, and laughing little children. They mocked the desert and thrust the mountains aside. Courageous, patient, hopeful. They were Western America, triumphant, victorious, even over death. And so we lay a wreath on the unknown tombs of those frontier fighters who struggled ever westward to the eternal glory of their country. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, gallant chronicles of the immortal battalions who carved civilization out of the western wilderness. The Southwest chapters of American history hold no more heroic incident than the valor, patriotism, and martyrdom of the 183 Texans who were massacred in the Alamo of San Antonio by 8,000 Mexican soldiers under General Antonio Lopez de Santa Anna, President-Dictator of Mexico. December 1833.
Enter.
General Santa Anna, Your Excellency.
Dispense with the formalities. What it is you want?
The Americano from Texas, Stephen Austin.
I thought my Congress had sent him home, broken in purse and spirit.
He was indeed discouraged, Excellency. But before he left Mexico City, he addressed this letter to the officials in San Antonio, which have been referred back to Your Excellency. It contains treasonable utterances.
Treason, eh?
Si.
Order his arrest, then, and immediate transport back here. I will show this gringo how Mexico deals with treachery. Especially Americano treachery.
Austin's incarceration in the Mexican dungeon was a direct challenge to the Texans. But as any militant action would surely result in Austin's death, there was no popular outburst. Then, October 5th, 1834...
The council to decide certain matters relating to our Texas province is open. Bring in the prisoner, Stephen F. Austin.
Si, Excellency.
Be seated, my good Senor Austin.
If this is a trial, I want a lawyer.
No, my dear Senor, he's not a trial. Rather, he's a council to decide the political position of Texas.
Texas will be satisfied with nothing less than full statehood.
Calmness, Senor. Calmness, I beg of you.
How can I keep calm with Texas suffering under your despotic misrule?
Senor de Zavala, what do you think we should do with the Texas?
Your Excellency, I am in favor of his division from Coahuila.
And you, Senor Fernandez?
I concur with the Zavala. Texas should be a separate state in the Mexican Federation.
General. Even your closest advisors see the justice of our demands.
Silencio, prisoner. I, General Santa Anna, have decided. You, Austin, will go back to your dungeon to rot. Texas will remain attached to Coahuila. And my war office will dispatch 4,000 troops to Texas to protect the gringos there from the Indians. 4,000 picked soldiers to save an insurgent mob of land thieves from the bloodthirsty red savages.
1835. Political conditions in the state of Coahuila had become so chaotic that Santa Anna, on the pretext of a land theft scandal in which certain Americans were alleged to be involved, sent General Manuel Perfecto Cos and an army to dissolve that state's civil government. Then, early in 1836, a truce was declared in the bitter factional strife, and for the fourth time in the history of Texas, a convention is in session at Washington on the Brazos River.
Gentlemen, a little more order, please.
Mr. Chairman! Mr. Chairman!
The chair recognizes Mr. George C. Childress, the delegate from Red River.
You have all read Texas' Declaration of Independence. I move it be adopted.
Quiet!
Mr. Chairman! Mr. Chairman!
Mr. George W. Hockley has the floor.
Does the delegate from Red River know that Texas has no government, no army, and no foreign credit? And does the delegate from Red River know that if we adopt his proclamation, all of us here assembled, and our families too, will face personal disaster?
Mr. Chairman!
The chair recognizes General Sam Houston.
Gentlemen of the Fourth Texas Convention, may put a blanket on your enthusiasm and dry up the fountains of your patriotic wisdom, but my Secret Service has just informed me that General Santa Anna himself is moving on San Antonio at the head of over 8,000 Mexican soldiers.
We've had armies in Texas before, General Houston. Is there any special significance that Santa Anna is personally in command of this one?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Childress. The dictator is determined to crush Texas, and if his march is not delayed in San Antonio, every American north of the Rio Grande will be put to the sword.
General Castellon.
Aquí, General Santa Anna.
All the troops, General. We rest. General Alamonte.
Here, Excellency.
How far off is San Antonio?
3 hours march, Excellency.
Your spies. What do they report?
There are less than 200 men barricaded in the Devil Arrow mission, the Alamo, Excellency. They are disorganized, short of ammunition, and without supplies.
But their spirit, General Alamonte, their confidence, their valor and discipline, those are factors a good general does not ignore, even though the odds are greatly in his favor.
General Santa Anna, though the Americanos in the Alamo stand on the threshold of death, they sing, Excellency. They will never be taken alive.
Bueno, he's fine. The subjugation of the Alamo will go down in history as a glorious feat of Mexican arms and a personal victory for me, Santa Anna.
What day is this, Jim Boy?
February 12th, Colonel Travers.
Any news about the relief I asked for?
None of the couriers have returned, Colonel.
I guess the convention's too busy debating abstract subjects to consider us in the Alamo. Boy, Texas needs fighting men, not orators.
Did I hear you say fighting men, Colonel Travers?
Davy Crockett, welcome to the Alamo.
I see you got old Betsy with you, Davy.
Who are you?
It's kind of dark in here. Oh, hello, Jim Boy. What you doing in bed? Got a bad leg, Davy. How come you down in this country? Well, they didn't want me in Congress any longer, so I told my Tennessee constituents to go to a warmer climate. And I hit the trail for Texas.
I'm afraid you're going to be in for a warm time yourself, Davy.
Warm or cold, Colonel Travers, here I am. And don't forget, I still believe in the old saying.
Yeah? What's that, Davy?
Be sure you're right, then go ahead.
February 23rd, 1836. The siege of the Alamo begins. The mission fortress is entirely surrounded. Saturday night, March 4th.
Dios, what a filthy chamber, Alamonte.
It is the only one in San Antonio which commands the view of our objective, General Santa Anna.
Tell me, how long will our artillery ammunition hold out?
Not long after dawn tomorrow, Excellency. 21 pieces devour many cannonballs.
I shall attack at dawn, then, with rifles and cold steel. You, General Castrillon.
Si, Excellency.
You will make the infantry assault. And remember, not a gringo leaves the senor.
Si, Excellency.
After this, Mexico never will again suffer any foreigners, whatever their origin may be, to pollute her holy, consecrated soil.
It's getting on to daylight. Travis, you better get some sleep.
I'm not tired, baby. How's Jim Bowie?
Bowie's still in bed, but cheerful. Says he'll last as long as the Alamo.
Crockett, look out that window. Tell me what you see.
They've started several bonfires.
Anything else?
No. Oh, yes, Colonel. I see something that wasn't there last night. It looks like a dirty bed sheet.
The black flag. Santa Anna's signal of death. Well, the final assault's only a few minutes off.
Colonel Travis, how many men are out there, do you reckon?
Around 8,000, Davy.
Ooh, against 183 Americans.
Yeah. Santa Anna's taken no chances.
Well, what puzzles me, Colonel, is why you and your men didn't retreat to Gonzales with Sam Houston.
We had no other course, Davy. For nearly 2 weeks, we delayed Santa Anna's advance just long enough, I hope, to allow the American settlers between the Guadalupe and the Brazos to escape those butcher boys out there.
Good military tactics, Colonel. But will it be worth the price?
Davy Crockett, you're a Tennessee man, and a brave one. But even you don't know the spirit, the soul of Texas. This time tomorrow, Davy, we'll probably all be dead. Those fires out there are for our bodies. But, Davy, we'll die on the threshold of Texas liberty. And the price we'll pay will be cheap. Dirt cheap.
Here they come, Colonel. This may be my old Betsy Gunn's last song, but she's going to sing it cuddled against as fine a growth of Tennessee whiskers as ever sprouted in the whole of Texas.
And a spirit, Davy. When Tennessee fights on the side of Texas, the greater the odds, the greater the victory.
The siege in the fall of the Alamo was one of the cruelest and most ferocious in the history of the world. 183 patriots exterminated to the last man. Yet, their sacrifice accomplished its glorious purpose, Texas liberty, and eventually triumphant American statehood. Another splendid page torn from the blood-soaked journal of frontier fighters, immortal documents of valor and savage courage against appalling odds. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatically retracing the steps of the heroes who fought and conquered the West. Among the several of the famous soldiers whose destiny it was to plant the stars and stripes in this new far western territory was General Stephen Watts Kearny. On May 23, 1846, the Mexican government formally declared war against the United States. June 1846, Fort Leavenworth on the banks of the Missouri River.
General Kearny's compliments, Lieutenant Emery. He requests your attendance in his office next door.
Very well, orderly. You sent for me, sir?
Yes. Sit down, Mr. Emery.
Thank you, General Kearny.
Mr. Emery, as the new commander of the Army of the West, I leave in a few hours to engage the enemy in New Mexico and California, and to once and for all establish the stars and stripes in those territories.
I know, sir. I was just coming in to extend my congratulations.
Thank you. Emery, how would you like to come along as my topographical officer to draw the maps of the entire campaign?
I'm a soldier, sir, and I go where I'm ordered.
Yes. Now, Emery, our first objective is Santa Fe, New Mexico. That means 900 miles of hard riding, with the prospect of considerable resistance by the Santa Fe troops at the end of our journey. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Good. Orderly?
Yes, sir.
See that Lieutenant Emery's field equipment is packed at once.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Emery, here's what I want in the map line. We must trace a clear trail across the mountains.
August 18th, 1846.
What is it you want, Capitan Gomez? Can't even a governor have a siesta in peace?
Your Excellency, the Americanos, they come.
You told me that yesterday. This afternoon, Santa Fe is still free of gringo soldiers.
But, Excellency, an army, a great army, is only a few hours away.
Huh? How many, Capitan?
A great many. They have cannons, too, of brass.
Who told you all this?
My brother, he saw this gringo army. He rode all night to warn us.
Your brother is a remarkable fellow. My compliments, Capitan Gomez, to the general commanding. The Santa Fe garrison will go at once for tactical maneuvers. You understand? Field exercises and sham battles.
Yes, Excellency.
And Gomez.
Yes, Excellency.
I'll go along to inspire our brave soldiers as they study the doctrines and tactics of war.
Welcome to Santa Fe, General Kearny. I'm Charles Bing.
Why, of course. I didn't recognize you under that big hat. Now, where's the enemy? Expected to fight.
The governor's giving the local garrison some lessons in tactics. Must be 50 miles away by now.
Discretion is the better part of valor, huh?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ben, I'm pushing farther west soon to California. What is it, Lieutenant Emery?
A joint message has just arrived, sir, from Commodore Stockton and Lieutenant Colonel Fremont.
What's it say?
The message says, sir, that the Californians are becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Both Commodore Stockton and Colonel Fremont request that you make all possible haste to California, sir.
Well, then, we'll start as soon as our equipment can be repaired. Prepare that order, Mr. Emery, immediately.
Yes, sir.
It's on to California.
General Kearny, accompanied by about 300 dragoons or mounted infantry and a few brass field guns drawn by mules, began the westward journey on September 25th, 1846. On October 30th, Kearny's little army was encamped at the north end of the Black Mountains, covered with dust and grime, hungry and suffering severely from thirst.
The Apaches are here, General Kearny, to trade and to swear allegiance to the United States.
Good work, Lieutenant Emery. Who's the chief?
Red Sleeve. A fighting man if ever I saw one.
Beckon him over.
Yes, sir.
My Apache heart sings for joy, General.
I, too, rejoice, Red Sleeve. You're prepared, then, to swear allegiance to the United States? To renounce Mexico's rule over your people forever?
We Apaches have looked forward to this day for 300 years. We have taken New Mexico and will soon take California. We will help you fight for land. We care nothing for land. We fight for the laws of Montezuma and for food.
November 1st found Kearney in what was later to become southeastern Arizona. Over the Kit Carson Trail stumbled and toiled the suffering dragoons, a 60-mile ride on short rations and without water. November 6th, the cavalcade camped along the San Pedro River, 500 miles from the nearest white settlement. November 23rd, Lieutenant Emery and a soldier climbed a small butte overlooking a stream.
Look, Lieutenant Emery, a river.
The general was right. That's the Colorado River. Hand me my sketch map and pencil.
Here they are, sir.
We'll take our first sight from that saddleback hill over there. Say, soldier, isn't that a Mexican coming our way?
It sure is, sir. He's well mounted and wears fancy clothes, too.
Keep down and we'll surprise him. He may give us some valuable information.
I'm down, sir.
Caramba! Who are you? Never mind who we are. Get down off that horse.
Si, senor.
What have you there in those saddlebags?
Letters from California for high Mexican officials.
Give them to me.
I protest, this is irregular.
Nothing is irregular in war. Hand over those letters or I'll take you before General Kearney.
General Kearney? He has penetrated this far?
You bet he has, senor. And the general likes to read letters, especially letters from California.
Está bueno. Here are the letters.
They look interesting. I'll just open this one. Addressed to General Jose Castro at Alta. Listen to this, soldier. The Mexicans in Southern California have engineered counter-revolutions and have expelled Americans from Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, and other towns. The letter says the Mexican tricolor again floats over these cities. But it won't for long, soldier. It won't for long.
Reaching the old California mission of Santa Isabela, a route to San Diego on December 4th, Kearney's forces received word that a party of Californians was encamped some 9 miles distant in the valley of the San Pascual. The next day, the two hostile parties came within sight of each other.
Captain Johnson?
Yes, sir?
Look, those beggars are mounted as though they were expecting us.
Why, they must have seen Lieutenant Hammond and his scouting party last night, sir.
Well, we have no time to lose. Take your men and charge.
Yes, sir.
Californians have drawn out. Captain Gillespie?
Yes, sir.
We'll follow. Looks like a hand-to-hand fight.
Yes, sir.
They've disappeared over the hills, General Kearney.
Yes, I know, Doctor.
Why, sir? You're wounded.
Never mind me. First go and dress the wounds of the soldiers who need more attention than I do. When you've done, then come to me.
But, sir...
That's an order.
Yes, sir.
And if we...
Oh, quick! Orderly! Brandy!
His wounds dressed, the 20 dead and 15 wounded gathered and cared for, Kearney moved on toward his goal. But it was not to be a peaceful journey, far from it. At San Gabriel and later at the Pueblo de Los Angeles, the American soldiers met and conquered the insurgents. Leaving Lieutenant Colonel John Charles Fremont in command, he proceeded to Monterey, where on the first day of March 1847, he met Commodore Shubrick, Commandant of the Naval Forces in Monterey Harbor.
Commodore Shubrick, sir, my compliments to you.
Thank you, sir. And my congratulations to you upon a noble piece of strategic tactics at Angles.
Well, at least we're here.
And now that you are General Kearney, what do you intend to do?
I intend first to take command of the civil government.
Good. You have my heartiest cooperation.
Thank you. I'll probably need it.
Have you, I mean to say, have you prepared any sort of proclamation?
I have. I'd like to have you hear parts of it.
Gladly, sir.
Well, it begins, the President of the United States, having devolved on the undersigned the civil government of California, He enters upon the discharge of his duties with an ardent desire to promote as far as possible the interests of the country and well-being of its inhabitants.
Good, splendid.
Then, further along, I say, it is the desire and intention of the United States to procure for California, as speedily as possible, a free government like that of their own territories. And they will very soon invite the citizens to exercise the rights of free citizens in the choice of their own representatives.
Excellent.
And I've ended the proclamation, Americans and Californians, from henceforth one people. Let us then indulge one desire, one hope. Let that be for the peace and tranquility of our country. Let us unite like brothers and mutually strive for the improvement and advancement of this, our beautiful country, which within a short period cannot fail to be not only beautiful, but also prosperous and happy. Given at Monterey, capital of California, this first day of March in the year of our Lord, 1847, and of the independence of the United States, the 71st. S.W. Kearny, Brigadier General, USA, and Governor of California.
Another dramatic story of patriotism and courage and sacrifice of these intrepid men who held that duty, and duty alone, was paramount when American soldiers and trailblazers marched into the benevolent rays of the setting sun. Another chronicle in the stirring annals of frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatic recitals of the early pioneers who explored and settled the far west. One of the most noted, one of the most courageous of these was Brigham Young, successor to Joseph Smith, founder and president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or Mormons. In the jail at Carthage, Illinois, June 27, 1844, Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram have voluntarily surrendered to the authorities and await trial for charges arising from the teachings of their church.
I fear, Hiram, that this is the end.
Joseph, my brother, what crime did we or our followers commit that the Gentiles persecute us this way?
My vision and the revelation, Hiram, of the Book of Mormon, equal in our faith with the Bible.
Yet that mob outside has decreed our death. Joseph, who will be our people's temporal and spiritual leader after you're gone?
God will guide our people in their choice, but my successor will be a strong man and a devout man, a man of great enterprise who will be humble before God.
Look, Joseph. Look, that mob of men. They're coming close to the jail. Their faces are blackened.
Yes, Hiram, I see. Our time draws near. Remember Paul's message to the Ephesians, Hiram. Having made known unto us the mystery of his will according to his good pleasure, which he has purposed in himself, and in the dispensation of the fullness of time, the blasphemer of God.
The news of the double murder of Joseph and Hiram Smith reached Brigham Young while he was in England doing missionary work. But upon hearing of Joseph Smith's death, he returned to Nauvoo, Illinois, and was elected to succeed Joseph Smith. Persecution of the Mormons continued with unabated fury. Then, early in 1846, it was decided that the entire community would migrate to the far west. But first, a party of trailblazers must prepare the way. The start was made in April. There were 143 persons in the advance party, including 3 women and 2 children. Brigham Young himself was captain. June 1846, along the Missouri River on the nation's frontier.
Glory to God, Brigham. I feel like a new man.
So do I, Orson Pratt. But the hardest part of our journey is still ahead of us. Our destination lies in a valley where all will be peaceful and quiet. A valley of hope, our promised land.
Across the great plains and deserts plunged the brave group, the vanguard of an exodus which became one of the greatest events in history. Not even the rugged and forbidding Rocky Mountains could bar the way of these stalwarts, to whom suffering was something to be borne with inspiring fortitude. Then, July 21st, 1847...
How much farther must we journey, Brigham, before we reach the promised land?
We are spent. We hunger and thirst.
Courage, men, courage. God has sustained us thus far. He will not forsake us now. Remember the words of our scripture from the Book of Mormon. There are many kingdoms, for there is no space where there is no kingdom. Remember those precious words, my brothers, for their application is to the temporal life as well as to the spiritual.
He's right. Our leader is right. Let's go on to the promised land.
How far have we traveled? About 1,500 miles. But I feel that we are very close to our destination.
Where are Orson Pratt and Erastus Snow? I haven't seen them for several days.
High in those mountains over yonder. I sent them there to make a survey.
Careful, Snow. One false step and you'll find yourself on those rocks down there.
I'll be careful, Pratt. Here, give me a hand. How much higher must we climb before we get to the top of this mountain?
See that bench up there, just over our heads?
You mean that flat place, like a big stone tabletop?
That's as near to the summit as we dare go. But once up on that bench, we can see for miles around. Want to rest a bit?
No. Let's keep going.
Here we are, Snow. Practically on the roof of the world.
In the eaves, anyway. Look, Orson, down in yonder valley. All that land and that great body of water. It's our valley, our destination. Praise God.
The promised land.
The spearhead of the party entered the valley the same day that Snow and Pratt made their discovery. President Young and the rest of the wayfarers arrived July 24th. A site was chosen, and one of the first buildings to be erected was a fort of 10 acres, built of adobe and logs. That winter, and early the next year, the rest of the emigrants arrived from winter quarters in Nebraska, where they had found asylum from their Illinois enemies. Soon there were thousands of persons in Salt Lake Valley. Food was scarce. The hunters and fur trappers in the surrounding mountains were skeptical of the success of the project.
Hank, them settlers down in the valley is going to starve to death.
You're dead right, Professor. Can't grow nothing in that hole.
Look at 'em. Plowing, digging, planting, working like the beavers I catch in my traps. And like them same beavers, they're going to be catched, too.
I wonder what that party's doing up on what those settlers have named Silly Creek.
I see 'em. Carrying lumber and digging a long ditch toward the dry fields.
Yes, they've been at it for weeks. More foolishness. More useless digging and hauling. What? Why, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Look, Professor. Look.
By cracky. They're turning the course of the creek. There's mountain water running into that ditch.
Why, they're going to cover their fields with that creek water.
You call that foolishness?
No, I take it all back. I swallow my words. You can't get ahead of Illinois, folks. And you see, Professor, I'm from Illinois myself.
By flooding the half-baked soil of Salt Lake Valley with mountain water, Brigham Young became a pioneer in agricultural irrigation. The abundant supply of water soon made the dry, dead soil green with waving crops. Industry and perseverance transformed the desert into a garden. Then came the time to harvest the wheat, oats, corn, and other grain.
Brigham!
Here I am, Heber, looking up in the sky, same as you are.
What's that coming? That big black cloud blotting out the sun.
They're crickets, Heber. Millions of them. See, here are the scouts. They're attacking our wheat, our corn, our garden.
Look, they're falling into the water ditches. They're choking up the flow.
Unless Providence intervenes, we perish.
Black, pestilential death, Brigham. Look, man, grasshoppers, too. It's a locust plague of the Bible, only worse. Crickets and grasshoppers.
Pratt. Orson Pratt.
Here I am, Brigham, shoveling crickets and grasshoppers out of this ditch.
Pratt, you send word to keep all the women indoors. Send riders to the outlying farms to keep the ditches open at all costs.
All women and children indoors.
It's getting dark as night, Brigham. There's a thick blanket of insects between us and God's heaven. What shall we do?
Do, man. Where's our faith in God? Go to the church sexton and the elders to give the signal for prayer. Then down on your knees to ask God's help in this, our great time of need.
Pray, everyone. Pray for deliverance from this black insect scourge.
Lord God of hosts, thou who hast delivered thy people from our enemies and hast guided us to this place, deliver us from this plague of insects which is about to destroy the faithful of thy holy city. Amen. Amen.
Brigham, Brother Young, look, towards the west.
Birds. Thousands of birds. Hungry birds. Look at them catching insects in the air. But they're seagulls.
They're seagulls, all right, and mighty hungry.
Just see them devour those crickets and grasshoppers.
Brigham, the gulls have saved us. Birds against insects. And the birds are winning.
The seagulls were sent by God. Heber, when the work of clearing the fields has been done, I want all the elders called to a council.
Of course, Brigham. But have you any special object?
Yes. I want a law passed that from now on the seagull, that beautiful, graceful bird which has saved this valley from destruction, will be protected. And anyone who kills one of those birds will merit instant punishment.
Time and providence were good to the men and women of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And in 1877, Brigham Young talks to John Taylor, senior apostle of the Mother Church.
John, my time to move on to another mansion is near. My work will soon be finished.
And a great work it has been.
Well, yes. Yes, John. I am grateful for the privilege of leading our people to this beautiful valley. I am grateful for the privilege of a prolonged life, so that I might see the fulfillment of so many of my dreams. I have seen colonists from our church scattered wide, settling other valleys, irrigating them, making homes. I have seen sawmills, tanneries, mercantile stores, mines brought into being and nurtured by our people. Yes, John, mine has been a full life, and I have few regrets. Utah is now a territory of the United States of America. You and the others must work now toward the culmination of that dream, John. The granting of full statehood to our Utah.
Exactly 20 years later, Brigham Young's final dream came true. January 4th, 1896, President Grover Cleveland signed an act of the United States Congress admitting Utah into the Union as the 45th state. Her great seal typifying the progressive spirit of her people, bearing a beehive and the one word, industry. Another stimulating chapter dedicated to those men and women to whom we owe a debt we can never repay, the frontier fighters.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Thrilling chapters in the lives of those fearless men and women who fought that civilization might conquer the Old West. Early in the 19th century, there was born a man whose fate it was to bring Oregon into the Union as a territory. But Joseph L. Meek, strangely enough, did not look upon himself as a man of destiny. nor did he give anything more than ordinary importance to the fast accumulating events which began in the year 1843. Those who assembled at Champaug on May 2nd were not trappers who cried more furs, but homemakers who demanded of Oregon an American form of government.
Gentlemen, there's a resolution before the House. Are we or are we not to establish a provisional government? Those in favor of the resolution step to the right.
I want to be the first to come forward, Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Joseph L. Meek.
Now, who's for divide? All in favor of the report and of an organization, follow me.
I'm ready, Joe.
Come on over to the American side. Come on, friends. 52 votes will carry it for us. Come on, you Canadians. Come on, you Frenchies. You were with us in 1776. Why not be with us in 1843?
The vote as it stands, there are 52 lined up on the left for England, 50 on the right for the United States.
One more man, and we'll have the first American government in the Pacific Coast. One more man. And when I say man, I mean man.
There's always been a bond between Canada and the United States. I think now I'd rather be a citizen than a subject.
I will give you a majority of one more. Yesterday it was Vive la France. Today it's Vive l'Amérique. The vote as it stands is 50 against the American form of government and 52 for it. The American principle of government by self-determination is established.
Yippee! Just listen to that eagle scream!
Thus was established the first American government on the Pacific coast at Champaug, Oregon. In 1844, 1,400 immigrants settled in Oregon. This was the year that the cry 54-40 or fight was heard from one end of the United States to the other. And so thrilling was the issue and so excited the nation that it became the campaign slogan for the National Democratic Party. In 1845, 3,000 immigrants came to Oregon. The entire horizon looked rosy for decades to come, until the winter of 1847. The legislature was in session when a messenger brought the horrible news.
They're all dead, I tell you. Every one of them wiped out by those murderous cayuses.
You mean Dr. Mrs. Whitman, Mary Ann Bridger, and my own little girl, Helen Marmeek, too?
Yes, sir, Mr. Meek. There was an uprising of cayuses, and they just wiped out the whole lot of them. 14 all told.
I reckon I should do something, and do it now. But my strength has just slipped away from me.
We're all stunned, Joe, every man of us. But something must be done, and done now. Jesse Applegate, I appoint you to take a party and seek military aid in California.
I accept that charge.
Joseph Meek.
I've got murder in my heart. Careful what you ask me to do.
Joe, I want you and Abbott and a party to set out at once for the nation's capital. The time has come for action. We must go one step further in protecting the citizens of Oregon. We must demand of President Polk that he admit Oregon into the Union.
On January 4th, 1848, Joseph Meek and John Ebbert set out for Washington, D.C. On their persons were credentials from the government of Oregon, but without a cent for expenses because there was no money in the treasury. They reached Waialakpu in time to attend the last sad rites for the victims of the Indian attack. Although torn by a desire for vengeance, the two men hurried forward over the heavy snows of the Blue Mountains, across the wind-blown deserts of eastern Oregon and western Idaho. 15 miles from Fort Hall, Hudson's Bay post, their horses floundered in the soft snow. If they waited for the weather to clear, the delay might cost Oregon her statehood. If they pushed on without their horses, they were almost certain to be victims of an Indian attack.
Well, Joe, what's the word? Horses are plumb tuckered out fighting these drifts. Guess we are, too, for that matter. I'm just thinking we could make our way on snowshoes. If we had snowshoes. I hate to leave the critters. They've got more sense in this wilderness than we have. All right, on we go. Where are you going to get those snowshoes, Joe? Make 'em. First, I want to get the horses started and in the direction. God'll lead 'em. Get going, you poor dumb critters. Get. Joe, you can't just snap your fingers and pick snowshoes out of the thin air. There's plenty of willow sticks around.
Come on, Everett. Get busy.
Hey, Joe, I ain't never heard of making snowshoes out of willow sticks.
Necessity, my friend, is the mother of invention. You'll get willow sticks from willow tree. I ain't never before been licked by any situation that takes a mite of reasoning, and this ain't going to be the first time.
Gosh, old thunder. These willow stick snowshoes ain't half bad.
John, look.
Indians, a whole file of them. Praise be we're making the trek light. Just a blanket and rifle apiece.
They get wind of us. We're goners.
If we don't find something to eat, too, we're goners. There's a third day without food.
They've sighted us. Too late to run now, John. We'll have to fight it out.
They're trying to get as close as they can on the horses.
I got a score to settle with them Kaisers. And I don't intend to waste any bullets.
Don't you get, Joe.
If I get the chief, maybe the others will turn tail and run.
Got him.
And here's another for what looks like the chief's son.
They got him. Doggone, Joe. 2 shots and the whole band of Cayuses turn tail and run.
It was more than bullets they felt, Everett. It was my hate.
Every moment now, Meek was getting closer to Washington, D.C. Finally, at St. Louis, he met Robert Campbell, an old mountain friend. And when the story was told to the newspapers, Meek found he had become famous in a single night. But fame did not provide him with passage money on the steamboat Declaration, nor her rival also tied to the wharf.
Oh, I sure wish I had the money to get you and Everett passage on the Declaration.
You don't have to look out none for me, Mr. Campbell. I got kinfolks here in St. Louis.
I'm on the last leg of my trip, and I'm not going to give up now. This boat goes from St. Louis to Wheeling, West Virginia. The stage takes me from Wheeling to Washington. Goodbye, Campbell.
Joe, you ain't got no money for a ticket.
No, but I've got an idea. Excuse me, Joe. Pardon me, madam. I'm in a great hurry.
Wonder who that strange creature is in the wolfskin cap.
Well, looks like he's from the far west. Maybe some trapper or scout.
Are you the captain of the Declaration?
I am, sir. Whom have I the pleasure of addressing?
Joseph L. Meek, from Champaign, Oregon.
Howdy.
Captain, I noticed you have a rival in that steamer also tied in this wharf.
Is that tub a rival of the Declaration?
I notice that this tub, as you call her, is getting passengers aboard, and you're not. Want a full passenger list to Wheeling?
And by what miracle do you expect to get it for me?
If I do, promise me my ticket and my meals?
Granted. But don't you think you'd better go below decks and get a little of that stain of travel off of you?
Not yet, Captain. The stain of travel, dirt we call it in Oregon, is part of my plan. All right, Captain, here goes. This way, gentlemen, if you please. This way. Come right aboard the Declaration. I just come across the plains 2 miles from the Columbia River, where the Indians are killing the missionaries. Those passengers who come aboard the Declaration will hear all about it before they get fit work.
Before these people book passage, may I see your credentials, Meek?
Here they are, Captain. Envoy Extraordinary and Minister Plenipotentiary from the Republic of Oregon to the Court of the United States. Come on, folks, don't lose a minute. The Declaration is the best boat that ever carried a man with a mission as important as mine.
You're a smart one, Mr. Meek. That's one trick I never thought of.
Trick a dog's hind foot. That's Yankee ingenuity. Come on, folks, fill her up. All I got to do is that'll make your hair stand right up. Yes, sir. Come on.
It was just a little over 2 months from the day that Joe Meek started out from Oregon that he was ushered into the White House with considerable pomp and ceremony. First person to receive him was not the president, but Mrs. Polk.
Madam President, I ain't in no fit condition to be seen by a fine lady like you. Everything here in the White House is so handsome. And your dress, ma'am.
Well, don't let the rustle of my silk dress frighten you, Mr. Meek. My. A hero frightened by the trappings of civilization.
Out in Oregon, we've just got things plain. Then, too, ma'am, I ain't shaved in over 2 months, nor have I had a minute to get a change of clothes.
Nor the money to get any if you wished for them. bless you for your courage and sacrifices. From the moment I knew of your arrival, I told the President, if all the good people in Oregon are like you, their territory is indeed deserving of everything.
The President will see Mr. Joseph L. Meek of Oregon.
You were just about to say, Madam President, that...
Well, I'm sure the President will wish to say that himself, Mr. Meek. God bless you and yours.
Thank you, Madam.
The message from Oregon, Mr. President.
Mr. President, God grants your good health. I've been more than 2 months out from Oregon to say, sir, that you should as quickly as possible urge a bill before the Congress to organize Oregon as a territory.
Joseph Meek, the President of the United States will not alone urge such a bill before the Congress of the United States, but fight for its passage.
But, sir, I haven't told you anything about myself or Oregon.
You have been in Washington for 24 hours, and the entire capital is alive with your zeal, your enthusiasm, your love for that land which you now call home. My hand, sir.
Mr. President.
Alone, we may lose this fight for Oregon, but altogether, we cannot fail.
On August 13th, 1848, after one of the most bitter fights ever experienced in the Congress, the bill asking Oregon's admittance into the Union became a law. Joseph Lane of Indiana was appointed Oregon's first governor, and Joseph L. Meek, United States Marshal of the new territory. And so ends another glorious epoch in our history. Thrilling moments from the life of Joseph L. Meek, the happy warrior of the Old West, another frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Breathtaking moments in the heroic lives of men who dared and won. Men who fought and triumphed in their fight for the West. Long remembered will be the names of Lyman A. Cutler and Captain George E. Pickett, whose Yankee pluck kept the Stars and Stripes flying over San Juan Island in the Haro Straits when danger threatened the sovereign rights of the United States.
In the summer of 1859, among those who dwelled on San Juan Island in the Harrow Straits was one Lyman A. Cutler, an American farmer. He planted some potatoes from which he hoped to realize a good profit. Charles A. Griffin, representative of Hudson's Bay Company, had a pig who developed an appetite for Cutler's potatoes.
Mr. Griffin! Mr. Griffin, I want to talk to you.
Well, Mr. Cutler, what is it?
I've asked you a dozen times to keep your pig out of my potato patch.
Why don't you try keeping the potatoes out of the pig?
That is no laughing matter. I've got a fence around my property which that pig doesn't seem to respect. Or you have him respect. Besides, this property is American soil.
Oh, is it?
And I consider that marauding pig of yours a trespasser.
No more a trespasser than all you American farmers. This is really British soil you're all poaching on.
That's a lie. Now get that pig of yours out of my garden and get him out quick.
And if I don't?
I'm going to throw him out this time. Here you go, Porter.
You've got quite a temper, Mr. Cutler.
I know my rights, and I intend to protect them. The next time I find your pig in my garden...
Yes, Mr. Cutler?
There may be potatoes in his stomach, but he'll have an apple in his mouth.
Cutler! Oh, Cutler! That British's pigs is rooting around your potato patch.
That's so? I'll be right there. I want to get something from the house.
He's sure doing a right good job of rooting.
All right, Tom.
Shall I start chasing him, Lyman?
No. Let him root to his heart's content. They say every dog has his day. I suppose every pig's entitled to the same.
Why, Lyman, you ain't going to shoot that pig. We'll have Hudson's Bay on our necks.
I've warned Griffin. Now let him take the consequences.
Oh. What are you going to do now?
Going over to the Hudson's Bay Company post and offer Griffin some money for his dead pig.
I tell you, you'll pay for such high-handed business as this, Mr. Cutler.
I'm offering you some good American dollars for that pig. If you don't want them, then that closes the issue.
That's what you think, you hot-blooded Yankee upstart? I'm going to send to Vancouver Island for a gunboat, have you arrested, and carried away for trial in a British court.
And if I refuse to submit to such treatment...
You'll be taken away by force.
Mr. Griffin, I did some damage against some of your property. That property was a pig. I'm offering you a fair amount for the damage done.
I'm through squabbling with you, Cutler. I repeat, you can tell your story to a magistrate in a British court of law.
And do you know how the Americans will meet your kind of British justice, Mr. Griffin?
I should be very interested to know, Mr. Cutler.
They'll meet it with guns.
Suddenly, there was created a situation which demanded immediate consideration. Cutler prepared his gun and ammunition for resistance. The other Americans felt it their duty to stand by their compatriot. The British officers and a posse arrived, argued, threatened, but made no attempt to lay hands on the Americans who faced them coolly with loaded and cocked rifles. In this year of the pig, the Americans reared a flagstaff and let Old Glory fly in the breeze during their 4th of July celebration. General W.S. Harney, visiting Puget Sound and seeing the flag on farms he knew were in dispute, landed to investigate.
Mr. Cutler, I've heard of the pig incident. Also the attempt to arrest you, even though you'd offered to pay for the dead porker.
Do you feel I'm in the right, sir?
Definitely. I've already had an interview with Governor Stevens of Washington on the question of American ownership of these islands. And here's what I propose to do.
Yes, General?
I'm sending orders to Lieutenant Colonel Casey, commanding at Fort Steilacoom, that the United States team of Massachusetts should be used for immediate transfer of Captain Pickett's company from Fort Bellingham to the southeastern end of San Juan Island.
To protect the farmers on San Juan?
To protect the farmers on San Juan Island from incursion of, northern Indians.
Captain Pickett acted with enthusiastic zeal and promptness. By July 27th, he had moved his command of 68 men and landed them on San Juan Island. On the same day the troops landed, the British warship Satellite arrived from Vancouver,
bringing a British magistrate for San Juan.
Captain Pickett, do you see what's taking place?
I see a cutter heading this way with British naval officers and a British magistrate.
Now, what are we going to do, Captain Pickett?
I shall post a proclamation notifying the gentlemen that this is United States territory, and no laws other than those of the United States, nor courts except such as are held by virtue of said laws, will be recognized or allowed on this island.
But what if they bring more warships and land soldiers, bring up field pieces?
The authority of the United States government is sovereign as long as the Stars and Stripes flies over San Juan. Therefore, whether they land 5 men or 5,000, it will be my duty to defy them.
On July 30th, Charles John Griffin, agent of the Hudson's Bay Company, sent Pickett an order to leave the islands. Captain Pickett refused. On August 3rd, 3 British warships, the Tribune, the Plumper, and the Satellite, were in front of his camp.
Boats are coming closer to shore. Be ready, men.
Yeah, the 3 captains from the battleships Tribune, Plumper, and Satellite.
Here's Griffin, too.
Be ready to resist a landing party.
Captain Pickett?
Captain George E. Pickett, USA, at your service, sir.
You are ordered to appear before Magistrate de Courcy for an invasion with armed troops on British territory.
Any territory the Stars and Stripes flies over is American territory. I must ask you to withdraw at once.
You can't bluff your way out of this, Pickett.
I'll speak for Great Britain, Griffin.
Very well, Captain Hornby.
Captain Pickett, I'm prepared to land a very large force from the 3 battleships anchored off this island. You wouldn't care to have that happen, would you?
I should hate to have to resist your landing parties. Such an act would be followed by bloodshed and might lead to war.
A handful of badly armed, and I'm sure badly disciplined men resist the force of 3 battleships.
Whether you land 50 or 5,000 men, sir, will not affect my conduct one way or the other. The moment you land an armed force on San Juan Island, I'll open fire.
Well, you wouldn't dare. We have hundreds of men on those battleships. Your force would be wiped out in less than an hour.
I repeat, whether you landed 50 men or 5,000, it makes no difference. I'll open fire and, if compelled to, take to the woods.
That sounds more like what you'll do. Take to the woods.
Yes, Mr. Griffin, but take to the woods fighting.
When the spunky American captain prepared to resist the landing of troops, Captain Jeffrey Phipps Hornby opened negotiations for a joint military occupation of the island, to which Pickett replied,
I can see no reason why the United States should assent to a joint military occupancy of her territory.
That's the issue. This is British territory. And unless you assent to a joint occupancy until a court of international law can decide the point you make, I shall be forced to blockade your position.
Make whatever preparation you wish. But one British soldier landed on American soil prepared to occupy this island is an act of aggression. And I must warn you, sir, that one shot fired means war.
Captain Pickett, the blockade of San Juan Island begins at once.
Privates Jones, Benson, Green, come to my tent. I want you to take communications to General Harney. I must have further instructions. And by the looks of things, reinforcements.
General Harney ordered Pickett to resist joint occupancy, and also ordered Forts Townsend and Bellingham abandoned. Lieutenant Colonel Casey landed troops in a heavy fog, and then boldly steamed to a landing under the British guns, where he unloaded supplies and ammunition. Now there were 500 well-armed men ready for a fight. Meantime, on Vancouver Island, when the excitement had reached its peak, Rear Admiral Baines arrived on his flagship, the Ganges. He told Governor Douglas that under no circumstances was he to use force.
But Admiral Baines, you can't possibly mean that you intend to deal gently with these Yankee upstarts.
My good Douglas, you don't suppose Her Majesty's servants should assume the responsibility for shedding blood and plunging 2 nations into war for the possession of an island in this remote part of the world?
This makes an ass of me, sir.
You certainly would have been made a fool of if you had gone through with your action. This is not just a local affair, my good Governor. Dispatches daily are being given to the President of the United States in Washington, D.C., and also to Her Majesty in London. One shot fired on San Juan Island may be heard around the entire civilized world.
The world will accuse you of cowardice, sir.
I've seen some of those Yankee jaws, and I know that in this instance, discretion is the better part of valor.
Arbitration went on from 1869 through 1872. The case involved not alone questions of geography, but history and international law. Therefore, Rear Admiral Baines, in March 1860, placed on the north end of San Juan Island a detachment of Royal Marines in command of Captain George Bazalgette. Finally, Emperor William of Germany was decided upon to be the supreme arbiter, and in October 21st, 1872, he rendered his decision.
My decision is that the Canal de Hierro is the rightful boundary, and San Juan Island, therefore, always has been and shall continue to be a territory belonging to the United States of America.
After one more year, during which the men of the British and American camps became most friendly, the legislature of Washington Territory created of the islands and thus secured the county of San Juan. On San Juan Island today, there stand two marble shafts, an immortal testimony to the courage of the men who upheld American and British sovereignty in this remote corner of the Western world. Inscribed on the shaft at the American camp are these words. First officer in charge was Captain George E. Pickett of 9th U.S. Infantry. Inscribed on the shaft of the British camp, first officer in charge was Captain George Bazalgette of the Royal Marines. And so was achieved another glorious chapter in the chronicles of frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, the triumphant march of these dauntless sons of courage who fought and dared that the West might live. More closely linked with the destiny of California than any other two historical figures are Swiss-born John Augustus Sutter and James W. Marshall. In 1847, Sutter dreamed of being an empire builder. Marshall dreamed not at all, for he was a humble wheelwright who was soon to be approached by prosperous John Sutter in regard to erecting a sawmill on the South Fork of the American River at Coloma, California.
Well, Marshal, it looks like we'll do a little business together, huh?
I didn't expect to be made a partner on this new lumber mill. You figure on having me put up for you, Mr. Sutter?
No? Well, everybody likes a surprise. You've been a faithful employee, a good wheelwright, honest. You select the site for the mill, erect it, and partners will we be. Now, where do you think would be a good lumber mill site?
I've got a hunch that the South Fork of the American River at Coloma would be the ticket.
Then that's where it shall be. By golly, you know, with a good sawmill and plenty of pine, I should get most of the lumber business from the new settlers coming into California.
Well, they all come to Sutter's Fort. You know, you've done right well by yourself in less than 10 years. You started with nothing, and today you've got the most important place on the Sacramento frontier.
Yeah, God has been good to me. Someday I bring my family from the old country. But not until I make this land of mine, my New Helvetia, a perfect paradise. All right, my friend. Get started.
In South Fork of the American River it is. You don't think 40 miles too far?
40 miles too far? Well, it's almost in my front yard. Everything is close at home when you own it. And all of New Helvetia is mine.
James Marshall started at Sawmill on the South Fork of the American River at Coloma in a year of destiny. The summer months wore into fall. Even through the winter, the work of Sutter's new partner drove on. Now it was January of 1848, and the mill was almost completed. However, the mill race, which was an old channel of the river, wasn't deep and wide enough to permit the water to pass the wheel as rapidly as it should. In order to correct this condition, the gravel was worked loose, the wheel hoisted out of gear, and the channel left to be flushed out each night for the action of the current. Early in the afternoon of Monday, January 24th, Marshall called to an Indian boy.
Hey, Charlie, run get me a tin plate.
Run right away, sir.
What you want with a tin plate, Jim?
Oh, just want a tin plate.
Water sure pouring down this mill race, ain't it?
Water sure is. Loosening up a lot of dirt.
When do you think you'll get the mill ready for cutting timber?
Oh, maybe a month or two, Brown, or 3. Well, it might be 6 months or a year. How do I know?
Well, you don't have to bite my head off.
Here, tin plate, Mr. Marshall.
Thanks. Oh, I'll be seeing you tonight at the cabin, Brown. All right, Charlie. Vamoose.
Yes, sir, Mr. Marshall.
I never knew a man to get so mad watching some loose dirt in a mill race. Maybe you want the tin plate to make some mud pie.
Yeah, there they are. Those yellow flakes. I knew I wasn't crazy. Those yellow specks are all through this dirt. Just look at them come up. I wonder if I've discovered gold.
Marshall, tormented by doubts, let Jim Brown and Henry Bigler in on the secret. Instead of being excited, they were amused.
I guess that mud you got down there at the mill is just good for one thing, Marshall. Mud pie.
Henry, don't you believe I found a gold mine?
I'll trade you a drink for it right now.
But look what I got out of that dirt in just a few minutes. Why, enough gold stuff to cover a dime.
Henry wants you to show him some nuggets, Marshall.
I shut the head gates at the mill race, packed it with leaves and mud, and this is what I got out the second time.
Well, looks like it might be gold, but you can't tell. Here, give me one of them pieces. I'll bite on it.
Careful, Henry. You'll break your teeth.
By thunder, it's malleable.
Now, will you believe me?
If this stuff is gold, you'll be rich.
Me? Oh, no, not me. John Sutter. He owns the mill.
Well, if a lot of fellers get poking around that mill race, I wonder who'll be owning what.
The first gold found by James Marshall stood all the tests to which it had been put. A few days later, Marshall took samples of the precious metal 40 miles away to the master of New Helvetia. Both scales and acid proved the yellow stuff to be pure gold. Marshall returned at once to the mill. A heavy-hearted Sutter followed. He knew that the discovery of gold could make or break him. If the men abandoned the farms, he was ruined. So he called them together.
Oh, what you getting at, Sutter? You want us to give up mining gold and keep on making a fortune for you?
I only ask that you do not abandon my mills. For 6 weeks, keep working, and then do what you will.
I'm looking out for number one. Sutter, you can pay me now.
Maybe these flakes I washed out and those few nuggets I found are all there is in the whole mine.
Marshall's right. How do we know?
Well, I'm not throwing out dirty water until I have clean.
It's a trick. Marshall ain't one of us now. He's a boss.
A
like
show of
Sutter.
hands! A show of hands! Now, who'll stay on 6 weeks working for Captain Sutter at good wages?
Well, I will.
They'll all stay except one. Thank you, gentlemen, thank you. And now I must spare you to secrecy. If there is much gold here, why let the world know about it? That would not be good business for us.
I'm not cutting off my nose despite my face.
Well, John, how long do you think they're going to keep that tongue in their heads?
Huh? Oh, a tongue in their heads. That is not so bad. But what will happen when they have no longer got God in their hearts, but bow down and worship gold?
For 6 weeks, the mill hands kept their secret. Then it became a story that began to be whispered about. Each one swore the other to secrecy. Don't tell. Don't tell.
They found
Don't
gold
tell.
at Sutter's mill, but don't tell a soul.
I've been sworn to secrecy, but there's gold at Sutter's mill.
I've given him a word not to breathe it, but you're my friend. Sutter's mill, New Helvetia, gold.
Never found out that I told you. Listen, they're taking thousands in gold out of the American River.
Gold.
From many sources, San Francisco was informed that there had been a gold discovery. But little attention was paid to this, even when there appeared in the Californian, under date of March 15th, 1848,
Gold mine found in the newly made raceway of the sawmill recently erected by Captain Sutter on the American Fork. Gold has been found in considerable quantities. California, no doubt, is rich in mineral wealth. Great chances here for scientific capitalists.
By the end of May, 1/2 of the population of San Francisco had left for the gold fields. From San Francisco to Los Angeles, from the seashore to the base of the Sierra Nevada, there was but one cry: gold. The blacksmith dropped his hammer, the baker his bread, the farmer his scythe. The gold fever swept the West, and soon all fell victims. And John Sutter, who dreamed a dream of empire, was pleading, begging, almost on his knees to his workmen.
If you all leave me now, I'm ruined. Who will cut my wheat, sow my timber, harvest my crops? If you stay, God will bless you for it, and we will all prosper together.
Yeah, that talk was good 6 months ago, but it's no good now. Why should I work for you when I can scratch around at some ports and make $100 a day?
But your word of honor is a promise worth nothing.
We're getting ours now. As soon as they know in the East what's going on here, we won't have a chance.
Why, when the boat hits New York, the telegraph will spread the news to every hamlet in the Union.
I'm getting mine while the getting's good. Goodbye, Captain.
Now, come back, please. Don't all go. You, Tommy. When you were sick, I nursed you with my own hands. I'm your friend. I fed you and clothed you. For years, I was California. Sutter's Fort was your world. God. Marshal.
John, we gotta take the bitter with the sweet.
We are lost, Marshal, swallowed up in the tomorrow which we created for them.
We lose ourselves only in tomorrow, yes. But, John, this will be California's tomorrow.
By the end of 1848, the gold rush had started, and 1849 saw it in full swing. The cry was gold in the magic country, California. It was a day of paper towns and quick money. Sacramento became a metropolis, and San Francisco a city of promise. Fortunes were made by day and gambled away by night. San Francisco Bay was filled with sailing vessels from all over the world. Hundreds poured into the hills every day, rushing to find a claim and mine a fortune. Law and order disappeared, and chaos was crowned king. There was even talk of separation from the Union. Suddenly, the eyes of the nation were turned on gold-producing California. In the United States Congress in Washington, D.C.,
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, I would say that unless we admit California into the Union, we are losing the richest plum this nation ever had. Today, at this very session of the Congress, we can bring order out of chaos, wealth into our treasury, and into the Union.
Hey, ain't that the steamer Oregon coming into the Golden Gate? What's she all dressed up with bunting for?
What's she firing her signal gun for 31 times? Say, don't that mean anything to you? Why, look, there goes the banner for her masthead. California is a state.
Few territories admitted into the Union moved so quickly to statehood as California. Law and order did indeed replace chaos, and there was born the real glory that is California's today. In memory, we salute John Sutter and James Marshall, who joined the long roll call of those daring pioneers whose very names made of California a land of destiny. And so, another epoch has been recreated in the lives of frontier fighters.
Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Exciting adventures in the lives of those famous pioneers who blazed trails in the Old West. Prior to 1860, it took 34 days for Butterfield's overland stage to get mail from St. Joseph, Missouri, over the plains and mountains to the Pacific coast. But now, a national crisis had arisen. Great news concerning North and South was coming out of the capital every day, and such news must travel fast from one coastline to the other. Said Postmaster General Joseph Holt to Mr. Majors of the firm of Russell, Majors, and Waddell,
"The time for the Butterfield overland stage is approximately 34 days.
I think we can cut such time to 24 days.
Mr. Majors, you're still thinking in terms of faster stagecoaches. I'm thinking in terms of horses and men. Riders carrying mail pouches, using horses in relays at stages or stations so many miles apart.
Pony Express. Mr. Postmaster General, that's a great idea.
Now, Mr. Majors, how much better can we do than 34 days from St. Joseph to Sacramento?
15 days, sir.
10 days for the regular schedule, and the contract is yours.
We can do it, sir.
Good. But I expect the service to be kept on schedule 24 hours a day, irrespective of weather or hazards of any kind.
You've my word, sir.
When you hire your men, Mr. Majors, you'd better warn them. Uncle Sam expects the mail to go through.
Little did the Postmaster General realize that the men hired by Russell, Majors, and Waddell thrived on taking chances. Just before the Pony Express service was opened, there walked into Mr. Majors' office in St. Joseph, Missouri, an amazing boy of 14.
Well, Yonker, what's your business?
I'm looking for Mr. Majors.
He's pretty busy these days hiring men for the Pony Express.
Well, that's just what I come to talk to Mr. Majors about.
You?
I ain't aiming to be laughed at, mister, or have you make light of my being a man. I'm a veteran rider, trapper, scout, and Indian fighter.
Hey, put up those... put them up, I tell you.
What's going on in here?
Well, next time you hire a bookkeeper, you'd better tell him to come armed.
You remember me, Mr. Majors? I was a bullwhacker for you when I was 10 years old, out on the old South Platte Trail.
Well, you're not little Willie Cody. Say, you put on weight and muscle. How old are you, son?
Well, I'm going on 15. Your clerk there got me sore. I didn't mean to pull a gun, sir. I don't want you to think I'm a killer.
Little Willie Cody. Say, I guess I'd better not call you that now.
Mr. Majors, do I get a job as Pony Express rider? Unless my age is against me.
Bill, it isn't a man's age that's ever against him. It's his mettle. You're hired, Bill Cody.
Well, I'll not fail you, sir.
It's dangerous work, Billy. 2,000 miles of the worst country in the world. Man and beast pounding along at 15 miles an hour. It'll break some of the riders.
That'll be the test of a man, Mr. Majors.
The Pony Express was a race against time. Stations were built 15 miles apart, with a change of horses at each interval. The fleetest horses were used and the lightest, most wiry and experienced riders. The messages, written on the thinnest paper, were carried in a waterproof pouch, slung under the shooting irons of the rider. Bill Cody's route pushed farther west all the time. The farther west, the more dangerous it became. Galloping into the station at 3 Crossings, Cody found the place in an uproar. His relief rider had just been killed.
Blast them brakes.
Just rode right past and picked them off. Well, Cody, looks like you'll have to go right on to Rocky Ridge. Now that's a run of 85 miles.
You can count on me.
Well, you better turn in. Got about 3 hours sleep.
That means that these dispatches will be 3 hours late getting into Sacramento at the end of the run.
Poor Fred here getting killed is an act of God. Now we can't help that.
Well, all I want's a fresh pony.
So, you're as crazy as a bedbug. That's what you are. You'll kill yourself off on a ride like this.
All I want's a fresh pony. How's that California roan?
As fresh as a daisy. The fastest in the stables.
All right. Mark me up for that run to Rock Ridge.
You'll have the Indians laying for you. Now in 3 hours, it'll be morning. Wait.
Indians are no
Cody,
Indians.
I tell you to wait.
This mail is going through. Come on, girl. Come on. Come on, we just got to get through. Oh. Redskins. Come on, girl. We're hell-bent for leather now. Take that, you red devils, you. Take... All right, girl, it's up to you now. If you're not better than a Redskins pony, you're not my horse. That's a girl. We're losing them. Come on, girl. Nose them out. Come on. Half a mile lead. Come on, that's a good horse. You show him. Good girl, good horse. We've lost him. Oh. Cody reporting with dispatches.
Where's Fred?
Killed by Redskins. All right. Pass these on to the next rider. Good luck to him.
Hey, you crazy fool. You can't ride that horse back to Three Crossings.
That's right, partner. I'm not. I'm riding her back to my own station, Red Buttes. I expect my round trip will be 320 miles, and I think my time will be a little over 21 hours.
Well, if he ain't the craziest rider of this whole darn Pony Express, he'll be dead before he's even come of age.
Yeah, jeep this country from Maine to California under the stars and stripes.
William Frederick Cody thrived on danger, and he not alone grew to man's estate, but many years beyond that. The Civil War saw him on the Union side, where he distinguished himself as a scout. After the war, he added more laurels to his crown by scouting for General Sherman and General Custer. This youngster at 20 was a veteran Pony Express rider, soldier, and scout. In 1867, when Bill Cody was 21 years old, he was living near Fort Hays in Kansas. A captain and 4 lieutenants newly arrived at the fort spotted a herd of buffaloes. So did Cody.
Out after game too, mister?
Yes, sir. I spotted them buffalo coming up. We'll just plumb out of fresh meat.
Expect to catch up with those buffalo on that Gothic steed of yours?
Oh, you mean Brigham? Well, he's the best buffalo horse in the West.
Yeah, and I suppose you're the best buffalo hunter.
Oh, I'm fair to middling. If I do bring down a bull once in a while, 'tisn't my fault. I'll give all the credit to Brigham and my rifle here, Lucretia Borgia.
Hey, can that thing really shoot?
I reckon it does look funny. But it's a breech-load needle gun. I had it made over to suit me.
Hey, look, there's the herd. Come on, then.
You hear all that, Brigham? Well, let's just run in ahead of those eastern dudes and show them up. Captain, you'll excuse me if I take the whole herd. We're pretty hungry at home.
Well, look at him go.
All right, Brigham. Here goes. Every 10 feet of buffalo. 1, 2, 3. 11, 12. Well done, Brigham. Thank you, Lucretia Borgia.
Stop that man who killed all those buffaloes. Don't let him get away. Stop him.
Me? Well, I'm not running away. What's your business, stranger?
Oh, hold up there. My name's Goddard.
Mine's Cody, William Frederick Cody.
You're not Cody, the famous scout and Indian fighter.
I've done a little scouting in my day.
If you'll excuse me, Captain, I have business with Mr. Cody.
Well, if that doesn't beat the dust.
Cody, my brother, and I have the contract to feed the men constructing the Kansas Pacific Railroad. We need 12 buffalo a day. Now, it's dangerous work because we're building more into Indian country every day. But I'll pay you well. How much will you take?
I don't think you'll pay it.
Name your price.
Well, I know it's too high. $500 a month.
It's a deal.
I'll give you your chance to take your offer back.
Don't want it back. When can you start the work?
Well, if it's up to me, I'm on the payroll right now.
What's your name again? I'm short of memory.
William Frederick Cody. Just call me Bill.
All right, sir. I'll tell my brother that I just hired the best hunter in the United States, Buffalo Bill.
Buffalo Bill, through the long life that nature so generously gave to him, often returned to both scouting and Indian fighting. The call of the plains brought him back time and again. He grew lean on civilization, but thrived on danger. The years rolled on. The railroad conquered the plains and desert, and yet the Indian remained hostile and bitter to the end. Settlers all through the West were harassed, frightened, and killed. Above all others, the Indians hated the soldiers and their scouts. On the morning of July 17th, 1876, General Merritt was called to put down the bloodthirsty Cheyennes. He sent Cody with some soldiers to ascertain their number and see if it was possible to ambush them. General Merritt stood on a promontory watching.
There must be a lot of them somewhere about, Cody.
Reckon so. There's your Indians.
Oh, I don't see them yet.
You will. We're drawing them out now. Just as soon as they show color, we see their number, we'll make a run for it.
All right, Bill, just as you say, but I'd rather stay and fight it out with the Cheyennes.
There they are. Must be 200 of them. General Merritt should be able to pick out their number now with his glasses. Yeah, there they are out in the open. Oh, there goes my horse. Quick, men, get to General Merritt. I'll have to put up a stand here.
We'll stay with you, Bill.
Oh, get for General Merritt. Don't lose a minute. Okay. Well, you're just in time. 1 minute more and my scouting days would have been over.
Here's the horse, Bill. After the men, it'll be a running fight. We'll win. Cody, if we can conquer the Cheyennes, you can take a rest from Indian fighting.
I'll not stop fighting Indians until the last frontier in the West is safe for all of us.
The day came when the West was safe for all the citizens of the United States, thanks to such great Indian fighters and scouts as William F. Cody, Buffalo Bill. And so ends a breathtaking moment of history and the story of another frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, the amazing adventures of fearless pioneer men and women who fought and conquered the West. To those whose senses still throb to the memory of Pike's Peak Rush, Colorado is indeed a homeland won from the red man and nature. In 1857, some Cherokee Indians brought the word 600 miles across desert wasted mountains to Iowa that a little gold and silver had been found near Pike's Peak. Among those who immediately went in search of an easy fortune and didn't find it were D.C. Oakes, Jack Jones, and William Green Russell of Iowa. These leaders, together with a handful of people, decided that this land 600 miles from nowhere must have a name. It should be a state and admitted to Congress.
They'll laugh at us in Washington.
Hey,
say there ain't 500 people in the whole 600 miles, counting the braves and squaws.
You're forgetting the papooses, Tom. They sure swell the population.
Just a minute. This meeting is getting a little out of hand here.
All right, man. Let's listen a while now to Trader Jack Jones.
It's true, I reckon, that we're 600 miles from nowhere in the Pikes Peak country, but it's beginning to fill up.
Shut up, Tom.
Over at Auraria, on the west side of Cherry Creek, they got 200 settlers. 5 women, bless them. On the east side of Cherry Creek, there's St. Charles.
That ain't St. Charles anymore, Jack.
What's that, Oaks?
We went in there this morning and found just some teepees and Indian traders. So we took it over and named it Denver in honor of Governor Denver of Kansas.
I guess things move pretty fast out here at Pikes Peak. Well, anyway, I'm for giving this whole country a name, getting it organized into a territory, and sending a representative to Congress.
We'll go. We're on the map.
They've got to admit us into the Union.
How about a name for this territory?
I'm for naming it in honor of the man who put over the Louisiana Purchase. A strip of land 600 miles from nowhere will now be the territory of Jefferson.
Hey, Jones, what's on your mind, Oaks? Just to be on the safe side, I'm for creating a county of Arapahoe, which will include the whole of western Kansas, and send a representative to the Kansas legislature. Then we've got representation one place or the other.
Good idea.
How are we going to get more people to come out here to Denver in the territory of Jefferson?
I'm leaving for home next week. I'll get out a pamphlet and spread it all over the country, from the Missouri River to the Atlantic coast.
If anybody can put that over, it's the man standing right there, D.C. Oaks.
I can put over this gold rush, which is dying on its feet, and a land boom, too. I can make Denver a real city and the territory of Jefferson a state.
In such a fantastic manner was the territory of Jefferson, later to become Colorado, organized. And thus did Denver come into being as a city. D.C. Oaks was as good as his word. Immediately upon his return to Iowa, he issued a pamphlet entitled it Pikes Peak Journal. Oaks, with that highly colored pamphlet, unwittingly set off a keg of dynamite that was all ready and primed. The people of the states fairly ate up the news to be found in the Pikes Peak Journal. To those who got in too late on the California gold rush, it looked like the promised land. In different parts of the country, people culled such exaggerated rumors as these from the press.
Land sakes, Henry, look at this. Ridges of gold circle Pikes Peak like the stripes on a barber's coat.
Look here, darling. It's a miracle. The miners slid down Pikes Peak in boats, and the blades in the bottom braces planed off the gold, which curled up in shavings inside the boat.
Louie, let me see quick. And by the time the foot of the peak has been reached, a boat might gather a ton of the gold shavings.
There have arrived in Lawrence and Leavenworth and Council Bluffs and St. Joe barrels of gold from Pikes Peak Mine.
D.C. Oaks, with a little fact and much fancy, had done his work well. 40,000 made the trek in 49 to California, but in 59, 150,000 set out for the Pikes Peak goldfields. The jumping-off points of Leavenworth, Kansas, St. Joseph, Missouri, and Council Bluff, Iowa, were jammed with wagons and carts bearing signs like these.
I've sure got a good name for my wagon. It's Pikes Peak or Bust.
I'm going you one better, partner. Root, hog, or die.
My old lady named mine. What do you call it, Lou?
Lightning Express.
Once it was up from Naples to America for a Tony. Now it'll go from Pikes County to Pikes Peak.
In March, the wagon trails across the plains were lined with optimistic, eager gold seekers, whose numbers daily swelled into many thousands. Shortly after May 1st, wagons going west met wagons returning east. People were leaving the mines. Some said it was a trick to get people out there to buy goods and worthless land. Others, the pamphlet of D.C. Oaks was filled with lies. They'd been cheated and swindled. Suddenly, the wagon stopped in mid-trail. A scout had sighted Oaks with a train of prairie schooners coming west. In a moment, peaceful, law-abiding citizens became a reckless, infuriated mob.
I'm for hanging them when we catch them. Hanging's too good for a varmint like that.
You can't take the law into your hands like this. If you string him up, it'll be murder.
Well, I'd sure like to let her rest Tombstone. Here lies the body of D.C. Oaks.
killed for aiding the Pike's Peak hoax. There comes his wagons now. There comes the faker. Come on. Pull up your horses, Oaks. Your game is up. Yeah, where's the gold that can just peel off a Pike's Peak? Get down off in that wagon, Oaks. You're going to answer a lot of questions.
Say, you got me confused. I don't understand what you're all turning back for.
There ain't no gold,
But I've got a sawmill here in my wagons. I'm going to put money in Pike's Peak country. I'm staking everything I've got.
I'm still of a notion to string them up and investigate afterwards.
You've got to have faith in a new country. I never said you'd find gold in the streets. If the papers lied, it's not my fault.
He's sure enough got his sawmill in here.
Oh, let him go on. If it's bad, it'll be bad for him, too.
Come on with me. I'll show you where the gold is. The territory of Jefferson's got a future, I tell you. Denver will be a great city.
Better get along, Oaks, before we changes our minds. This time. Get on, you faker, you. And when you ride home, don't you dare tell the folks you found gold growing on trees.
Oh, well, let's see. Get up.
Pike's Peak a bust. Guess we can put that motto in mothballs for many a day to come.
Some of the 150,000 turned back. Some stayed. A few farmed. Some became storekeepers. Others mined enough gold and silver to eke out a bare living. But thousands waited, still clinging to the last straw of hope that somebody, somewhere, would discover a mother lode. But Denver, that new miracle city of the West, continued to thrive. On May 6, 1859, 8,000 feet high in the Rocky Mountains, John Gregory accidentally discovered a gulch with the richest quartz seen by any miner of his day. The first pan yielded half an ounce of pure gold.
Hooray! This is the stuff. This mountain's full of it.
Better pat another run of it, just to make sure.
Ain't no need to try that, but it makes you happy. Here goes. There she is. Another $8 pan. Wilk, we're rich.
The news spread like wildfire. Denver and our area were emptied in the short span from sundown to sunrise. But who this time would take the news east that people would believe? Fate sent none other than Horace Greeley, famous roving correspondent for the New York Tribune, who addressed the first mass meeting in the Rocky Mountains.
Ladies and gentlemen, partners, I give you the man who's going east and tell them the truth. That great and wonderful editor and writer, and our friend, Mr. Horace Greeley.
I can go back east and tell them the truth about this gold rush. I've seen with my own eyes gold and oyster cans and buckskin sacks coming out of the mountain. The East needs your gold. The West needs supplies. Gold is a fine slogan, but I'll give them one better, especially for the youth of the nation. I'll tell them, if they want a future, want to grow up with a new country, to go west, young man. Go west.
Go west, young man, was more than just advice. It became a battle cry taken up by youths all over the land. It was more. Late in 1859, the gold production was 500,000. By 1860, it jumped to 3,250,000. Denver and our area united to become Denver City, the Queen City of the Plains. Then came one of the most eventful years in the history of Denver, 1863. Mrs. Middleton, whose husband was a half-owner in the lumber firm of Middleton and Wagner, one night awakened her husband.
Seth, wake up. Wake up, Seth.
What's that? Indians. Hand me my gun.
Seth, it's not Indians. I think there's a fire somewhere about. I'm positive I can hear the crackle.
Sounds like it. Mother, it's in our lumber yard.
Oh.
And look, the flames are spreading like wildfire to other buildings.
Oh, I'll get into this dress. There's the bell in the square.
Better hurry, Mother. There ain't a minute to be lost. Mother, we're licked. We couldn't do a thing against that fire with buckets and pails. The whole east side of the town's gone.
Oh, the Lord have mercy on us. All the houses and stores were wooden and dry as tinder.
Burned to the ground. Everything we owned going up in smoke.
Everything except our hope. When they build Denver anew, Seth, we'll build with them.
Build with them. On what?
Seth, dear, on faith.
Not alone did the Middletons build on faith, but every soul in East Denver. For no sooner had they rebuilt from the disastrous fire when a flood completely destroyed the city. Many believed the last day was at hand, and that they were being called to judgment. But such sturdy stock as had originally founded Denver survived fire, flood, famine, and Indian attacks. Then came the proudest day in Denver's life. On August 1st, 1876, Colorado was saluted as a State of the Union, and Denver a famous historical city. And so, another thrilling chapter is enacted in the lives of famous frontier fighters of the rugged West. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Never to be forgotten heroic exploits in the history of a few brave men who made the West safe for civilization. The danger which characterized the early days of trailblazing reached its height during the post-Civil War days, when a few hundred men guarded almost 1,800 miles of Santa Fe Trail, which stretched from Kansas City to Santa Fe, New Mexico. The one element that held back a great tide of migration into the Plains country was the fear of attacks from Indians. In 1866, travel along the Santa Fe Trail became so hazardous that something drastic had to be done. at the headquarters of General Winfield Scott Hancock in command of the Army of the Missouri, an old friend says to him,
Winfield, I tell you, if something isn't done to stop these marauding, scalping red devils, the plains will never be made safe for civilization.
Well, I hate to take up the march again. I thought our Indian agents for the Comanches, Kiowas, Cheyennes, Arapahoes, and Apaches had solved the question.
There will always be a question, General, until every last man of those bloodthirsty savages is wiped out.
The red man has his rights, too, my friend.
General, the only good Indian is a dead one. These redskins have gotten so bold, they are burning the Overland Mail Station, killing its employees, driving the livestock off.
Well, I'll send runners out for the head chiefs. I think we can meet in council at Fort Larned or Dodge by the 10th of April.
Power won't do any good this time. It's going to be a fight to the finish.
Well, I'd rather have the United Tribes of Indians be my friends than my enemies. Even a soldier knows that sometimes it's better to talk than fight.
Fort Larned, April 14th, 30 miles from the encampment of the Sioux and the Cheyennes.
Another runner from the Council of the Sioux and the Cheyennes, sir. And I'll talk to the Indian boy.
General will talk to you.
Well, what do the chiefs say in council this time, boy?
They are filled with excuses, as before. This time, they have sighted a buffalo herd, and they must go hunting.
Yeah. Go back to the chief's tall bull and bear that turns around and tell them the white chief Hancock will give them one day more. Then I'll march upon their villages.
White chief, beware even in councils. All Indians will smoke pipe of peace, but they have secretly sworn to kill all whites.
Obey my orders at once.
So many Indians have guns. Today, white chief, the sun was red with blood of my white brothers that is to be shed. The shadow of that blood-red sun covered the plains. It is a warning from the Great Spirit. I have spoken in love and friendship.
I yet have hopes of smoking the pipe of peace with my brothers, the Indians.
With all except Santanta of the Kiowas. Of him beware. By day he will talk brotherly love with you, and at night steal in and scalp you.
All the chiefs were finally brought together in a council at Fort Dodge, where the Santa Fe crossed the Arkansas.
Now that we have smoked the pipe of peace with our white brothers, Chief Santanta of Kiowas will address the white chief, General Hancock.
To the orations of Little Raven, Yellow Bear, and Kicking Bird, I can say that in my heart there is only love and friendship for my white brothers. There is place enough in this land over which the Great Spirit rules for all. Those of our tribes who have brought harm to the whites are not known to us. They are renegades, and they do not sit with us in our councils. Santanta's heart bleeds for all things that are injured, even when he finds a switch along the trail that some white man has torn up out of the ground. Never can that switch become a tree. I promise my white brothers my friendship, and I will forever with them smoke the pipe of peace. I have spoken.
Beware of the lying of Santanta, White Chief.
I think, General, the old boy means business. I'm for giving him a present, a fine one, this uniform coat, sash, and hat of a major general.
His words have a ring to them. All right, give him the present. I'll trust him for now. But to be on the safe side, I'll leave a few soldiers along the Santa Fe Trail.
The spring passed. The peace gift worked for a few weeks. In the summer, the Indians grew bolder and more aggressive. But the presence of the army along the trail held in check what might have been a general massacre. In the spring of 1868, the Indians renewed their attacks on frontier settlements and overland travelers with increased violence. And as victory crowned their efforts, the United Tribes met in secret council, and from Santanta were given the war cry.
The council fires blaze into the heavens. The poisoned arrow is strung upon the bow. The tomahawk is strong. The scalping knife sharp. And the cry of the red man is, no white man, woman, or child must escape. They must be wiped out. Our battle cry is, massacre them!
Came the summer of 1868, a terrible summer that was filled with murders and scalping. Horror-stricken immigrants turned back by the hundreds, and for the moment the tide of immigration stopped. At Cimarron Crossing, a band of yelling, painted devils attacked the wagon train.
Can't hold out much longer against them. How much powder left in the barrel, Phil?
The barrel is empty.
They know we're out of ammunition. There they come for us. Lickety-split.
How many body those Comanches pick off?
14. It's just the 3 of us left now.
We're goners. But we'll die with our boots on. Give them what we got in our revolvers, men. And give it to them good. With each Indian victory, the reign of terror became more horrible. A band of Cheyennes, led by Black Kettle, swooped down on a lonely Kansas frontier home and captured a young girl, Margaret White. 3 weeks later, they captured a Mrs. Morgan and brutally killed her husband. Stages were held up and the passengers killed. Settlers were driven off their farms. And the horrible summer promised to be climaxed by an even more terrible fall. But the grim frontiersmen accepted the challenge and dropped their fall labor in field and barns, took up their guns, organizing a cavalry regiment, the Kansas Volunteers. General Sheridan planned a campaign. General Hancock acted swiftly, too. And the suppression of Santanta and his hordes began, but not until Major Sully met a bloodthirsty Indian force under Santanta on Beaver Creek.
Looks like the Indians are falling back, Major Sully.
It looks like that to me, too. We've got them on the run this time. Order the wagons and the cavalry to follow them up.
Quite a maze of low sand hills, getting dark, too.
I don't want to lose the advantage. If we catch up on Santana and take him prisoner, we've got the Indian uprising under control. Give the order to go ahead.
Yes, sir. General Sully, wake up, sir.
What?
Santana's got us in a trap.
Trap? How?
We couldn't see anything while it was dark. We just followed them blindly through all those low sand hills, and now our wagons are mired.
What was... I see now. That was one of Santana's tricks. What's the hour?
Dawn, sir.
And the enemy? What is their position?
They're closing in, sir.
Their number?
About 2,000.
I'll give the order to fall back to Fort Dodge.
Retreat, sir?
Retreat, Lieutenant. That's what I said. But fighting every inch of the way.
Retreat! 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 Retreat!
Lieutenant, can we move those ammunition wagons?
2 of them, sir.
Very well. Men, make every shot count. We've not one bullet to spare. If we can make Fort Dodge, we're saved.
Mulberry Creek, 12 miles from Fort Dodge.
Our ammunition is just about exhausted, sir.
Yes, and so are the men, too. And the food. That red devil Santana and his Major General's uniform is at the head of 2,000 yelping braves, pouring good Yankee lead into our men.
Your orders, sir?
Just as soon as it's dark, dispatch our swiftest messenger to Fort Dodge. Tell them to send us every round of ammunition they can spare.
And soldiers?
I dare not ask for one man. Fort Dodge is not too strongly garrisoned as it is. But give me ammunition, and our men will take fresh hearts. Given half a chance, I'll turn this blundering defeat of mine into victory.
Under cover of night, the messenger sped through 12 miles of the most hostile country known to any human being. And before another morning dawned, that precious ammunition was in the hands of Major Sully. Soldiers who had not slept in nearly 4 days, worn out with anxiety and fatigue. Soldiers who suffered from thirst and hunger suddenly forgot every hardship in the joy of being able to fill their carbines and rifles and give battle to a sneering, murderous, mocking redskin, Santana.
Awaiting your orders, sir.
What do you think would happen if I give the order to charge the enemy?
The men are pretty worn, sir. Horses haven't been bedded or properly fed in almost a week.
I wonder if the thought of victory, the thought of thousands of settlers being saved, the stream of immigrants moving over the Santa Fe Trail again, a normal return of mail and passengers to the plains. I wonder, doing all this would be food and drink to the men.
It would be life to them. They'll do their duty, sir.
They'll do their duty and love it, or I don't know my men. All right, Lieutenant. Mount with me.
Ammunition, son! Ammunition! Load your carbine! Load your mark now! We'll show those reds, dear!
I wonder how they like the taste of Fort Dodge. I'm going to get 2 engines with 1 bullet this time.
Major, there's your answer. The Indians know there's something up.
Major, spend hand and get rid of the town. We'll be in good this time. Bugler, sound the call to mount. Yes, sir.
Ripped roaring ready to go, sir. Just look at their faces. You wouldn't think they'd been nearly a week without sleeping on short rations.
Bugler, on the call to charge!
Major Sully, with the aid of his sturdy Indian fighters, did indeed turn a dismal defeat into a glorious victory. Not alone was the Santa Fe Trail made safe for some time to come, but the garrison at Fort Dodge was saved from being wiped out by the heroism of these daring pioneers. Pioneers who left their mark on the pages of history as frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Throbbing pages torn from the history, romance, and adventure of those brave men and women who brought law and order to the West. A picturesque character whose exploits thundered across the pages of history was James Butler Hickok, familiarly known as Wild Bill. But this son of law-abiding, God-fearing William Alonzo and Polly Hickok was anything but wild. Famed as the best shot in the West, As an Indian fighter, town marshal, and defender of weak and helpless women, the winning of his nickname almost cost him his life. While Hickok was visiting Mr. and Mrs. Waltman at Rock Springs, Nebraska, the infamous McCandless gang of horse thieves and outlaws decided to wreak their vengeance on Bill Hickok because on several occasions he had thwarted their plans. On the afternoon of July 12, 1861, when John Waltman was away, without warning, the McCandless gang burst in the door to the cabin.
We're gonna get you, Bill.
We got you cornered this time.
You're licked, Hickok.
Don't shoot him. You're 10 against him. He's only got one pistol.
One's as good as 100 against 10 cowards, and when their leader's David McCandless, it's a cinch for me to win.
Push him. His gun's empty. Come on. Pour your lead into it.
John, do you think Bill will live?
With only 6 pistol shots and a bowie knife, he whipped the whole murderous McCandless gang. 6 shots and a bowie knife.
He's just full of wounds. Oh, the Lord have mercy on him. For all his wonderful courage, he's just a boy.
One's as good as 100 against 10 cowards, and when their leader is David
No, Bill,
McCandless...
take it easy. Don't thrash about so wild with your arms. You ain't got a knife in your hand.
I think I'm done for.
Now you just lie still a while, or you'll start those wounds to bleeding again.
Are they done for? That gang?
Yes, Bill. My wife says you just laid into him, your arms thrashing around just like you was wild.
I was so mad when my pistol was emptied. I didn't have nothing but a knife in my belt. I guess I must have gone off a little. Wild's the word for it.
Poor Bill.
After a man just past 24 years old single-handed wipes out the worst gang of desperados in the West, he ain't poor Bill. He's Wild Bill. Wild Bill Hickok.
And so James Butler Hickok earned the name which almost cost him his life. His encounters fighting on the side of law were many. Early in 1862, he joined the Union Army and served with honor as a sharpshooter, spy, and scout. The Civil War at an end, he became chief scout for General Curtis. In 1869, he came to Hays City in Kansas. On September 8th, he was elected town marshal. He had hardly taken the oath of office when Jack Strawn, a notorious desperado, began to terrorize the citizens. Said Jim Nestor to the new marshal,
Bill, I tell you, this Strawn is 14 different kinds of a devil. He said he was going to clean out Hays City and her new marshal, too.
That's so? Well, you don't seem to be getting excited, do you, Jim?
Well, aren't you going to do nothing?
Sure, but let the stranger get his feet warmed first. Just common courtesy.
When I left him, he was over to Drum's Saloon, showing the crowd the notches on his gun. Said at the drop of the hat he could shoot anybody or anything straight from the hip.
Where did you say this notorious outlaw hangs out?
Drum's Saloon, Bill.
Hand me that brace of pistols, Jim. As town marshal, I reckon it's my duty to see that strangers coming into town know that law and orders come to Hays City to stay. Well, I guess I might as well get out my bowie knife and start carving that other notch on my gun. The minute I lay eyes on Mr. Marshal Hickok, he's a dead man.
That's him, Bill. That's him.
Ain't discovered me yet, which makes it better for all of us. You walk down towards the bar, Jim, and kind of push the chairs aside a little to make a path for me, because I'm going to come on the run for that bad man.
All right, Bill.
When you get to the bar, tell him Hickok's waiting for him by the swinging door.
Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt your game, but you're blocking my way to the bar. Just move closer to your tables.
Well, since when are you so finicky, Jim, about stepping on my feet?
Turning over a new leaf. Decided to be a gentleman. Evening, bartender.
What'll it be, Jim?
Whiskey.
All right. Didn't I hear you say you decided to be a gentleman, mister?
That's right, stranger.
Well, you can't. I'm the only one in Hayes City.
There's a third gentleman in Hayes City, and he's over there by the swinging door.
Was that so? Well, looks like your marshal's got more nerve than I thought. Well, boys, get your money ready for the flowers you'll be sending to Wild Bill.
Stranger, I think it might be a good idea for you to leave town.
Oh, is that so? Well, how much do you weigh, Sonny?
I weigh only 165 pounds, and I'm in a good humor, but my fighting size is a fraction more than a ton.
Well, you bragging, long-haired, white-livered son of a...
Oh! Well, you dropped him, Bill, and with one bullet. Sorry, gentlemen, but you saved money on me this time. I hope somebody saw him pull a gun on me first.
Sure, Bill, I saw it.
You beat him by a split hair.
All right, gents. Now that's over, we'll really start enforcing the law. Playing cards for money is out. That's gambling, and gambling in Hayes City is no good anymore.
Hey, Bill, you're joking.
Hey, what are you going to do for your game? Play solitaire?
I'm cutting out cards, too, for money in saloons in your homes. I'm here to clean up this town. Now, there's a certain lady and her friends coming to Hayes City, and by my invitation, too. The lady's name is Lake. If she likes the way I've cleaned up this town, she might change it to Hickok.
What do you think of that? I propose 3 cheers for the future of Mrs. Wild Bill Hickok.
Partner, wait. The lady won't be known as Mrs. Wild Bill Hickok. If she has me, I'm not wild. I love peace, order, and decency. I never killed a man that didn't need killing, and if he needed it, he was outside the law. Remember that.
How about 3 cheers for the future Mrs. Plain Bill Hickok?
I'm not knowing whether it'll be yes or no. Save the cheers. But if you will, the drinks are on me.
I had not thought I would be approached on the subject of marriage, Mr. Hickok.
Well, I ain't much on words, ma'am. I've never made a business of courting.
Courting, Mr. Hickok, is not a business. It is an art. And one doesn't do it with pistols.
Oh, maybe that's what you got against me. My reputation as a crack shot, or maybe it's that McCandless affair.
You're what we would say naive. Here I find a young blonde giant. 6'3", are you?
6'1", ma'am.
A 6'1" blonde giant in love with a woman 11 years his senior. A woman who has spent most of her life in a circus as an equestrian.
I don't care what you are. You're good and fine and sweet. You're like a breath of sweet, warm spring wind filling the valleys.
You say things like that often?
Well, almost never. It's looking at you, being near you, that brought it out. Gosh, ma'am, you can't be leading lady in the circus all your life. I'm going on to Abilene after I make Hayes City a clean town. If you say the word, I'll settle down in Abilene. That is, after I've made it a place I'd want a lady like you to live in.
In your heart, you're a fine man, Bill Hickok. And although you have not proposed, perhaps sometime we can speak seriously of marriage. But let us wait. You have your way to go, and I mine. But we will meet again.
I'll go on living only in the hope that we will meet again, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Bill Hickok? Were you trembling?
Well, I'm powerful agitated, Miss Agnes. I want to take you in my arms and kiss you, but I'm afraid you'd scream.
No, I wouldn't scream.
What would you do, ma'am?
Let you?
Wild Bill Hickok, true to his word, did go to Abilene and brought law and order and decency to a rough, tumble, wide-open border town. And, true to his word, Bill never forgot Agnes Lake. 2 years passed. Word reached him that she was in Cheyenne. He turned his officer's badge into the council and booked passage on the first stage out for Wyoming. But not before a crowd of his admirers carried him on their shoulders from his room to the bar in the tavern and stood him on it.
I ain't
Never made a speech in my life. Never had to. Wasn't anything to talk about for more than 30 seconds. Most of my life I've been dealing with outlaws, desperados, and horse thieves. And for them, you don't need no fancy words, just quick shooting. Say, fellas, is this here a speech I'm making?
If you ain't careful, it's liable to be one, Bill.
Well, if that's the case, I'll just shut up. But before I do, you all know what I'm going to Cheyenne for. It's to tell Miss Lake again I love her. I reckon she'll have me this time. The Lord knows why, but women is funny things and wonderful things. I don't know what the years will bring, but I hope the day comes when I can lay aside my shooting irons. But as long as there's one outlaw stopping the West from being called safe, for the women and children who are bound to come here in that far or near tomorrow, I'm ready to pick up my marshal's badge again and go anywhere to bring law and order to this last frontier.
And thus we leave one of the most colorful characters in the entire history of the West. The Wild Bill Hickok that many historians present in those uncertain days at Deadwood City prior to his assassination is not part of our story. We would like to remember him as a loyal, straight-talking, straight-shooting guardian of law, order, and decency, a valuable citizen of those early history-making days, and a real frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters.
Frontier Fighters. The glowing, imperishable deeds of those fearless sons of courage who gave their lives so that the West might have liberty and justice. When the Reverend Thomas Starr King accepted a pastorate in San Francisco, his well-wishing Boston friends thought he had suddenly become bereft of his reason. They assured him California was a land of brawling miners, outlaws, and savages. But on April 5th, 1860, Starr King and his wife boarded the steamer Northern Light for San Francisco. When the ship was a few miles out, he remarked to his wife,
"Well, Julia, you worried a little?"
No, not exactly worried. Just a little apprehensive. California's such a new country.
Such a wild country. I know. And you're a little worried about me, personally. I don't exactly look the rugged pioneer type.
Starr, why did you ever leave Boston? Not that I wouldn't go with you to the ends of the earth.
I know, my darling, what you're thinking. I've given up so much to accept so little. Oh, it does look that way to the human eye, but Julia, dear, I was called to San Francisco to serve both my country and my God.
So, you sound like a soldier about to enlist in the army.
My dear, if Abraham Lincoln is elected president of these United States, well, Oh, but don't worry your little head, Julia. I can only say, my darling, that I was really called to California. But now, look up at the sky, my dear. Isn't it glorious to know God's in his heaven and all's right with the world?
On April 28, 1860, Starr King preached his first sermon in the Unitarian Church on Stockton Street. His size, his beardless, boyish face were held against him until he spoke. Then, every doubt in the minds of his parishioners faded away. They were charmed, entranced, delighted, wildly enthusiastic. With every sermon, his fame grew, and in a few months, people came from every part of the state to hear this inspired young preacher. Just before Lincoln was inaugurated, some of his followers asked Starr King to declare himself.
Declare myself, gentlemen? Why, I don't understand.
It won't be many days now before a great calamity is going to hit these United States powerful hard.
And can't help but be that, and more, with a man like Lincoln sitting in the White House.
I ain't for mincing words. You going to be north or south, Reverend King?
Neither, Mr. Jones.
Neither?
Just a humble, God-fearing, liberty-loving American. And now, gentlemen, I bid you good morning.
Something wrong, dear?
Not yet, Julia, but there will be soon. When the question, shall there be a north or south, raises its head in the house of the Lord, in his earthly kingdom, we can certainly look for trouble.
Starr, dear. Starr, wake up.
What's that?
Don't you hear that furious pounding on the door? One of your parishioners must be desperately ill.
Coming, patience. Reverend King, 1,000 apologies for getting you out of bed at this hour, but news just came over the telegraph wire from Washington.
Something happened to Abraham Lincoln?
The president as well, but, oh, sir, Fort Sumter has been fired upon.
Fort Sumter fired upon? That means that the Civil War has begun.
California will be in a bad way, Reverend. More than 40% of her citizens are of Southern birth.
If we lose California, the entire West may secede from the Union.
I don't know why I come to you, Reverend King, except I thought you'd want to say something about it from the pulpit.
From my pulpit, and from every pulpit in the state of California that loves the Union, and from every lecture platform, from every street corner if need be.
You will be criticized, Reverend King, for taking a stand like that. Your congregation brought you to California.
To save souls. Yes, I know, David. But God rules earth as well as heaven. And from this hour on, I dedicate my life to saving California and preserving the Union. There are those who say they are Union men and in favor of the government, and yet they are bitterly opposed to the administration and cannot support its policy. But in a war for self-existence, this divorce is impossible. One might as well say as a fire. While his house is beginning to crackle in flames, I am in favor of this engine, I go for this water,
The hose meets my endorsement, and certainly I'm for putting out the fire, but don't ask me to help man the brakes, for I am conscientiously opposed to the hose pipe. Its nozzle isn't handsome. It wasn't made by a Democrat. My friends, I have a vision. I want to share it with you. I see a restored, peaceful, majestic, irresistible America, where North and South are one again, where liberty and union, now and forever, are one and inseparable.
Aren't you ever coming to bed? It's 2:00,
Oh,
dear.
I can't stop, dear. I must have another speech ready by morning. Just think, Julia. We're beginning to turn the tide in favor of the Union. Perhaps by fall, if Leland Stanford is elected governor, then California will be safe from disunion.
But your health, Star, dear. You can't go on like this, living in excitement. You'll just burn yourself out.
I can't stop now. Not even for a minute. Today, tomorrow, next month, next year. Not until every state is restored to the Union.
Poor Star. Forgive me for having scolded you. Your life has been service to God, service to your fellow men and women. Your life is laden with love, winged with sacrifice.
Oh, I do no more than thousands do everywhere in the United States. United States. They were united once. Pray God they will be again soon.
The war years drove on. In a bitterly fought campaign to re-elect Abraham Lincoln, threats were made against the preacher patriot's life. He tried to keep their knowledge from Mrs. King. One day, greatly alarmed, she came to his study.
Star, look at this note I found. It's terrible, monstrous to think that anyone wants to kill you.
Julia, here, dear. Now pull yourself together.
Oh, we're leaving California. We'll go away. You've done your duty by God and man. No one can expect more of you.
There. Now, dear, here. Let me see that note.
I turned cold all over when I read it.
Why, Julia, I've received notes like this before.
But you didn't ever say anything.
What was there to say, Julia? I wasn't afraid, and I knew that no harm could come to me until my mission was finished.
Star, we'll leave California. Oh, you need a rest. You've gotten so thin. You don't sleep well anymore. You hardly take time to eat.
But after Abraham Lincoln is reelected and the Union is whole and sound again, we'll have a second honeymoon.
We'll go to Europe. We'll see all the places we've read about. We'll... Star! Here, let me get you some water.
Oh, I'm all right. It's just a little dry spot in my throat. I'm sorry to have frightened you.
Oh, you did for a moment. You want to lie down and rest for just 15 minutes.
No. I have an address, a mass meeting. Julia, I'll consider my work well done if I can bring a majority of 10,000 votes to the president. Wouldn't that be a wonderful vote of confidence in the great work he's doing?
I wonder what you'll receive for the great work you're doing.
For the little I've done to help my country, I may receive a crown of thorns, or the bitter cup which he drank and called it sweet.
Even when his strength was fast failing him, Starr King drove himself on day by day. Even as the election returns were pouring in, he kept on preaching the gospel of liberty and union, one and inseparable. Closing his fervent plea for an undivided union, he said,
"And when the work of the government shall be accomplished, when the flag of 13 stripes and 34 stars shall again float over Sumter, over New Orleans, over Mount Vernon, and the American dust of Washington..."
Reverend, final election returns.
Oh, thanks, Bill. I'll announce them from the stage. How does it look, Bill?
Like a landslide?
Yes. Yes, it does. Ladies and gentlemen, I shan't conclude my speech. There is nothing more to be said. My work is done. Abraham Lincoln, in the Union State of California, is favored by a majority of 30,000 votes.
Doctor, is my husband very ill?
Mrs. King, there's hardly a spark of life left in that frail body.
Oh, no. No.
Julia.
Oh, coming, dear.
Julia, read me the 23rd Psalm. No. No, give me the Bible. I'll read it.
Yes, dear. Here's your Bible.
Don't look so unhappy, dear. I'm not going far away. You see, I can't stray far because the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still water. He restoreth my soul.
Doctor.
A great soul has joined his Maker.
In Golden Gate Park, San Francisco, there has been erected a beautiful monument to Thomas Starr King. The inscription reads, "In him, eloquence, strength, and virtue were devoted with fearless courage to truth, country, and his fellow men. And so, a man of God joins the long line of great, selfless, and daring frontier fighters." Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Deathless deeds of those valiant, fearless sons of courage who contributed history-making epochs to the story of the West. The history of Arizona fairly bristles with the adventure of Cohise, the only Indian who successfully defied the authority of the federal government for more than a decade. His was a reign of terror that extended from 1860 to 1872. So terrorized were his victims that their word-of-mouth descriptions of his renegade exploits practically stopped emigration into Arizona. The pioneers in Arizona sent a petition to President Ulysses S. Grant. At the White House in Washington, D.C., President Grant speaks to Major General O.O. Howard.
General Howard, there is only one man in the whole United States who's defying the authority of the federal government.
That renegade Cohise in Arizona.
Yes. The only solution to the problem is to get the Apaches onto a reservation. And that won't be easy. They're proud, suspicious, deadly. They're more than a tribe. They look upon themselves as a nation. And Cohise, an uncrowned king.
He's a scourge, Mr. President.
Well, General, I leave it all in your hands. The only command I have to give you is that Cohise must be captured and banished, or made to recognize the law. I give you full and unreserved authority.
I don't know how long it will take, sir. How much time or money?
That is up to you to determine. However, I don't expect you to return until Arizona is safe for future generations of American immigrants.
I won't fail you, sir.
In this packet are letters of introduction to old desert settlers, men who know the country. The guide who will do you the most good is a red-headed, independent, devil-may-care frontiersman, Captain T.J. Jeffers.
I'll make him my aide, sir.
It's only fair to warn you, General, that Captain Jeffers is loyal to both the federal government and his friend, Cohise.
General, I suppose, like everybody else who first puts foot in Arizona, you're wondering why I'm the friend of that pesky redskin.
I think, Captain Jeffords, if you're to be my aide, it is my right to know. Of course, there's no hurry.
Can't hurry nothing in this country, not if you count the Cohise business as a standard of time. Everybody's been trying to get him out of this part of the country for nigh under 12 years.
And you failed too?
I don't say that I failed, because I never really tried.
Captain, do you realize what you're saying? On lesser evidence, men have been
court-martialed and condemned to death. General, it's a peculiar situation out here. Cohise isn't just a man and a killer. He's sort of an uncrowned king. A grateful and ungrateful sort of cuss. Picked off some of my best men up here, but on 3 different occasions he saved my life.
Captain Jeffords, let's be done with sentiment. I'm afraid your time in Arizona has made your blood a little sluggish. The President demands action. I demand action. If you're Cohise's friend, you know where he is.
Looks like somebody's in a big hurry to get to this outpost.
Aren't there some riderless horses in with those cowhands?
Redskins. It's happened again.
Cohise's a murderer. Where's ain't President? It's Cohise.
Cohise's men?
Yes. We tried to get through the Apache Pass to take our cattle to the grazing lands.
How many cowhands did you lose?
2. I tell you, Jeffords, if we can't pasture our horses, we've got to get out of Arizona.
Cohise thinks everything over that pass is his land for his cattle.
All this land belongs to the federal government, held in trust for law-abiding citizens of Arizona.
Sorry, Bill. I'll get back with you and help bring in the dead.
All right, Captain Jeffords.
Now, sir, will you take me to that red devil Cohise?
I'll take you to where he might be hanging out. Guess you'll find him willing to make big talk.
I don't want to treat with an Apache by making big talk, but at the point of a gun.
Oh, why not accept my plan, General? After all, the man's my friend.
I made a vow I'd blast this Cohise out of this territory.
Think the federal government's going to give you all those troops, General?
Huh?
Ain't you heard the old saying about fire being used to fight fire, poison for poison? It's just like the old story of like wanting to meet like. Cohise's a king in Arizona.
Well, this is certainly a new way to play a game of war.
If you leave your guns and cartridge belts behind, just the minute we put foot into his territory, we'll get somewhere.
I insist on taking a troop with me.
5 men is all you need for this mission.
Oh, what can 5 men do against 500 Indians?
Authority, General, ain't in numbers. It's stamped in a man's face.
Well, I'm following your advice blindly. I'm trusting in you to know the Apaches.
I know 'em, General, well.
All right.
We'll start in the morning. But you don't think this redskin's going to keep his promise, do you?
The scourge of Arizona, this foe of colonization and civilization, strange as it may be, is a man of his word. Besides, I'm a blood brother of Cohesi's now. I got a name with them Apaches. It's Red Whiskers.
General Howard was forced to accept Jeffords' counsel. Much against his will, he started out for Indian country with a party of 5 men. After a journey of 3 days, Jeffords brought the party to a halt and lit a signal fire. Within half an hour, a thundering horde of redskins suddenly appeared. To General Howard, it looked like they were coming out of nowhere at full speed for the white men.
There they come for us. Battle formation, men.
Drop your guns,
I'm
men.
giving orders here. Men, attention. Get your horses to battle formation. Sell your lives dearly.
General Howard, these Apaches are coming answer to my signal
Yes,
fire.
to annihilate us. Thanks to your advice, Captain Jeffords, we'll be wiped out.
We will if we so fight. These Apaches ain't got the war bonnets on, I tell you. They're rigged out in the Sunday go-to-meeting clothes to welcome us.
Way to go, sir. I suppose I've got to be fool enough to do as you say, Jeffords.
Tell your men to take off your cartridge belts and throw them on the ground.
You as Captain Jeffords says, men.
All right, sir. Look, they're armed. Put your hands out in front of you, men. All except the general. You, sir, hold your hands on your chest and look like U.S. Grant might if he was here.
A lot of idiotic tomfoolery with bloodthirsty savages.
Red Whiskers desires General Howard to be taken to his blood brother Cohesi, who will make big talk with him in the name of the White Father in Washington.
Red Whiskers, honored in tribe of Cohesi. He keep his word. Now, white men may put on belts with firearms in them.
All will be armed now, but none will shoot. I have spoken.
All among us will be armed, but none will shoot. I have spoken.
All right, General, they lead, you follow. And it won't be very long before you'll be standing face to face with Cohesi,
the uncrowned king of Arizona.
Right through here, General, into this lodge. That's Cohesi coming to us. He speaks English with a Mexican accent. Been trading among the Mexicans so long.
I still think we're in a trap, and we'll never get out of this alive.
General, it's eye to eye with these Injuns. Better start giving him the pride look.
Welcome. Welcome, Red Whiskers, my brother.
Welcome to you, my brother Cohesi.
And a welcome to you, General Howard. Let us sit and smoke a pipe of peace. First, I smoke. To you next, my brother, Red Whisker.
Yeah. And from my lips to the lips of him who speaks with the tongue of the great White Father in Washington.
The great White Father, General Grant, has sent me to make peace between you and the white people.
Peace is very dear to my heart and the heart of my people.
It is the desire of the White Father that all his children of the many tribes move on to reservations. For the Apache, he wishes to establish a reservation on the Rio Grande.
I have been there and I know the land well, but it would break up my tribe to move. Why not give me Apache pass? Give me that, and I will protect all the roads. I will see that nobody's land is taken by the Indians.
That might do, but it would be much better for your tribe to go to Alamosa.
Oh. I must call all my warriors and my chiefs together again. It will be 10 days before I know their will.
I can stay until there is peace between you and me, between my people and your people. I have spoken.
General, I think you put it over and you handled him with dignity and authority.
If I fail in this, then I don't know what will be the future of this great territory. These redskins have got as many holes as foxes. Take 50 years to blast them out.
Cohesi knows the game will be up someday. I'll get to him tomorrow and tell him if he don't make peace, his people will be the outcasts of all the Indian nation.
They're murderers and renegades now.
But not outcasts. He's proud, this Cohese.
Proud of what?
General, maybe he's proud of belonging to a people that remind us they happen to be the first Americans.
10 fateful days finally passed, and Howard once more stood in the presence of Cohise.
General Howard, I have come to talk peace with you.
It is well.
But there is one condition.
The great white father can make no conditions with his children. They must obey him.
Cohise makes a condition. It is that my brother Red Whisker shall be Indian agent.
My brother, I don't wish to be Indian agent. I have my own work.
Then there is no peace.
Captain Jeffords, as your senior officer, I must insist that you take the post. I command you.
From you, the Indians will receive just treatment. Do you become Indian agent, my brother?
I'm bent on this territory having a future, too. Suppose it won't unless there's peace. Don't like the idea of so much work, but I'll take it.
Good.
I give you my honor on these words. Hereafter, the white man and the Indian are to drink of the same water, eat of the same bread, and be at peace forever.
And so peace did come to Arizona, and with it prosperity. And once more the emigrant trains appeared on the Santa Fe Trail, bound for Arizona. Cohise, true to his word, kept the peace, and his son after him, thanks to the faith President Grant had in General Howard and the strange loyalty of Captain Jeffords. And so another chapter closes in the annals of the history of the West. And those brave men, who we are proud to call frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier fighters, devoted sons and ardent champions of those daring deeds which brought fame and fortune to the West. One of the most thrilling epochs in the history of the West and Southwest was the magnificent achievement of spanning the continent by the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific Railroads. Behind this great epic feat, there was a pitched battle of men, fighting feverishly against time, the elements, and Indians. And for the formative years, this great saga of sweat and steel was boisterously chanted against the background of the Civil War. One night, before the fall of Vicksburg, Colonel Grenville Dodge was suddenly ordered to Washington. The business was marked urgent. The signature was that of Abraham Lincoln. The president remarks to his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln,
"Mary, I've sent for Grenville Dodge."
Aren't there enough men in Washington to advise you about the Union Pacific Railroad?
Oh, yes, Mary, but they're not honest men. Under the Railroad Act of 1862, we can start building now. They have in California. We haven't here because every congressman wants the railroad to start in his state. If it were small enough, he'd like to have it puff out right from his own backyard.
Oh, Abe Lincoln, how can you keep on joking when you got a war and a transcontinental railroad on your hands?
No, not on my hands, Mary. In my hands. The Civil War in my right hand and a transcontinental railroad in my left. And I guess I'll manage to juggle them both. Oh.
Colonel Dodge for his appointment, Mr. President.
Oh, yeah, I'll see him. Mary, knitting and war go together, but not knitting and railroads.
I had no intention of staying, Abram.
To span a continent and bring the people of the West face to face with the people of the East.
Mr. President?
Yeah, come in, Dodge. Come in.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Dodge, I called you to the White House because you're an honest man. That's first. Second, because you know about railroads.
I'm honored, sir.
By the Act of 1862, Congress gives me the power to authorize the building of a railroad. A company is formed known as the Union Pacific. They're waiting only for one thing, an approved starting point and government money.
Mr. President, suppose I furnish the money and you furnish the starting point.
Yeah. Seriously, Dodge, the issue is this. Oh, pull up a chair. Don't be so formal.
Thank you, sir.
California already has broken ground for the Central Pacific. We're still waiting. The money crowd are lobbying for Omaha as a terminal. Of course, they want to serve themselves. I want to serve the nation.
You can serve the nation best, Mr. President, by breaking ground at Council Bluffs, Iowa. If you step to this map, sir...
Well, that is strategic.
This is the way the route should go. Starting here and possibly meeting with the Central Pacific in Utah.
Yeah, that's a great stretch of country. Plains, desert, mountains.
You'll need an army of workers, Mr. President, to build the railroad and an army of soldiers to protect the workers.
Well, Dodge, when do you think this work should start?
Right now, sir.
That's the way I feel about it. If I can just live to see the war brought to a just and righteous end and this railroad underway...
Why, Mr. President, you'll live to drive the golden spike in the last railroad tie connecting east and west.
No man lives longer than he should, and there's no exception to the rule, be the man a rail splitter or a president. I'll start the work, Dodge, but when the war is over, I want you to finish it.
And so, with the nation torn by a war that threatened her very existence, this vision, which far-sighted men had had for more than a quarter of a century, began. Feverishly, thousands of men worked under the burning sun of summer and the rain, snow, and stinging sleet of winter. Worked, sweated, swore, but drove on. Millions of government money more than matched millions of private capital. Out of the gloom and suspicion which shrouded the early years emerged hope and optimism and faith. Hundreds of miles of tracks had been laid, both in the east and the west. The war was drawing to a close. Then, suddenly came the day the war was over. In the west, Leland Stanford, inspiration of the Central Pacific, said,
I say that every man who lays down his musket should pick up a shovel, an axe, and a hammer, and work for the railroad. The destiny of the west lies in the east, and the destiny of the east in the west. God speed the day when men and women in the east, the west, the north, and the south shall stand shoulder to shoulder and heart to heart, not as rebels or Yankees, but once again as Americans.
The nation rejoiced at the end of the conflict and speedily began the work of reconstruction. Then, as suddenly as a bolt leaves the blue, the telegraph, which went hand in hand with every mile of railroad, ticked out this horrible news.
Important dispatch, men. Hold your work.
What's it all about, Bill?
It's about old Abe. Has he asked Congress to vote us opponents?
Well, Bill, what was the message? Bill, what's come over you?
Yes, what is
Bill.
it? Come on, let's hear it.
God have mercy on all of us. God have mercy. They've gone out and shot old Abe.
What shot Abe?
Not old Abe.
Lincoln, why is that?
Bill, it can't be.
Poor old Abe. An act by the name of Booth in Ford's Theater shot him dead.
For the next week, after the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, chaos was king. The alarmists predicted the railroads would be abandoned. Those who wanted to hold back the march of progress said it was the will of God. The Almighty had stepped in and stopped such wickedness. Then Andrew Johnson took the oath of office and called for Grenville Dodge, now a general, and sent him directly to the Indian country. This was the first order Dodge telegraphed to all district commanders on the plains.
Place every mounted man in your command on the South Platte route. Repair telegraph lines. Attack all bodies of hostile Indians. Stay with them and pound them until they move north of the Platte or south of the Arkansas. I am coming with 2 regiments of cavalry to the Platte line and will open and protect it.
But it was one thing to give an order on the plains in 65 and another to see that it was carried out. Late in July, 2,000 Indians of different tribes launched a campaign to destroy all telegraph stations along the Platte. In August, matters reached a crisis. The government, its army reduced to peacetime strength again, was faced with the problem of going on or backing out. To control the Indians, a new army of 22,000 men was needed and $50 million to finance such a campaign. The treasury was almost depleted, yet the railroads called for more government money, and the emigrant trains called for protection. General Dodge, intent on a solution of the problem, took a small company of mounted soldiers and went into the heart of the Indian country.
General, is this a scouting expedition or just what is it?
I'm looking for 2 things, Palladay. Where all these surprise attacks come from, also for some undiscovered pass through which the railroad might go down into the Laramie Plains without so much grain.
Well, you certainly picture the smallest troop a man could want to risk a pitch battle with.
Palladay, I'm not looking for a fight today.
Oh, there, oh. Well, looks like you'll have it anyway. Indians and a lot of them.
Give me those glasses. Crows.
How many?
About 300.
You think they see us?
No doubt they followed us all day and aimed to close in at night. Dismount!
Dismount! Dismount! Climb up to the top of this ridge. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're fired on. We'll return the fire immediately. Start signal fires, which our regiment will see.
Look, the crows have dismounted now. They're starting to scale the mountains to cut off retreat either north or south.
All right. We're high enough for the fires, and there's plenty of fuel here.
Start the signal fire.
Yes, sir. Indians coming closer.
6 of you men, start picking them off. Fire's going, sir. Let them have a volley or 2. Good. All right, men. Let them have a volley. Yes, sir.
Guess I'll pick off 1 or 2 of them crows myself.
What signal's rising, sir? Colonel Dodge. Good. We should have an answering signal before long.
More crows scaling the mountains here.
A volley in that direction, men. Our camp's answering, sir. They're coming.
There they go, General. Every last crow is packing up and hightailing it for home.
I saw the answering smoke signals through from our camp.
Hold your fire now, men.
Yes, sir.
Palladay, I've been so busy looking straight ahead and to the left, I never thought to look to the right. See that slope going down so gently to the plain?
Yes.
I think we've discovered a pass through which we can build the Union Pacific into Laramie.
I wonder where that slope goes to.
It seems to me it slopes down to a creek bed. Must be a grade of less than 100 feet to the mile.
Lem, Jim, you keep a lookout here.
Yes, sir.
Rest of you fellows mount horse and follow me. I think we've made a real try this time.
General Dodge made a discovery that is part of the history of the Union Pacific. He took back to Washington the discovery of this new pass and a plan of action to put down the Indians. Both were bitterly fought, but in the end he won. The years, good and bad, fraught with victory and with defeat, rolled on. And then came that historic day, May 10th, 1869. The last rail was ready to be laid and the last spike to be driven. A Union Pacific steam monster driven from the east was almost chugging in the face of one driven from the west. The meeting place was Promontory Point, Utah. Now, the last rail was laid, and 3 spikes were to be driven. One, gold from California. A silver spike from Nevada. And an iron spike from the east. A telegraph line attached to the silver hammer used to drive the spikes was wired to a telegraph instrument, and the thrilling news was carried to the nation. The Transcontinental Railroad had at last become a reality, and the nation was welded into a stronger, more indissoluble union. This was as Leland Stanford had predicted in 1862.
The day when men and women in the East, the West, the North, and the South shall stand shoulder to shoulder and heart to heart, not as rebels or Yankees, but once again as Americans.
And so, another chapter has been written in the lives of frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters,
valiant guardians of trails old and new, which stand today as a great nation's frontiers of destiny. Shortly after the United States, in the interests of peace and progress, annexed New Mexico, renegades, outlaws, and drink-crazed Indians staged a rebellion against the sovereign federal authority. In the summer of 1847, the first American governor, Charles Bent, appointed by General Kearny, was at Taos, home on a short visit. He refused a military escort because he believed himself immune from any attack because he had treated all fairly. With him were a few servants, his children, a girl aged 5, and a boy, Alfredo, aged 10, and Josefa, the wife of Kit Carson. At sundown of the day of the massacre, a neighbor said to Governor Bent,
Governor, there are times, even in the life of a soldier, when discretion is the better part of valor. What are you going to do if a mob surrounds your house?
I'm not afraid of any mob. I've treated all with fairness and honesty. That's my record, and I stand on it.
There have been ugly rumors for the past week. I'm moving my family out of Taos. You've a duty, too, sir, to the women of your house.
I'll do my duty. But the head of the new civil authority in New Mexico does not run away.
Wasn't very wise of you, sir, in these troubled times to refuse an armed escort to Taos.
It's inconceivable to me that anyone in New Mexico, Mexican, Indian, or renegade, could wish harm to me or mine.
Well, God be with you all. As for myself, I'm leaving and taking my family with me.
Oh, my dear.
I'm sorry I wasn't really eavesdropping, but I heard.
These ranchers have the most idiotic fears. Now, who in the world would dare assail the authority of the United States government?
If there should be an attack, there are only 2 old muskets in the house. Senora Carson said we should send for her husband, Kit Carson, at once.
We'll send for no one, my dear. We'll have dinner, and at our usual hour, retire. And don't you worry. When morning comes, the stars and stripes will still be flying over our house in Taos.
The crowd, hundreds of Indians and renegades. Outlaws have torn down the flag. They're going to storm the house.
Impossible. They wouldn't dare.
Oh, we must flee for our lives, Charles. Oh, Juan, rouse the children, Senora Carson. Get them all in the living.
Si, senora, at once.
Oh, we must do something at once, Charles. We'll all be murdered in our beds.
Just the minute I'm dressed, I will do something. I'll go out there and face that mob down. That's how a gentleman always deals with cowardly Indians and horse thieves.
Oh, my Charles, they've killed him. They've killed him. Oh, Senora Carson.
We must be brave now. Think and act quickly, Kit always says. Alfredo, you and Sister with his spoon and poker start digging a hole in that adobe wall.
See, Mother. Oh, we'll never live to get out of here. Everybody's being massacred on sight.
Quickly, Alfredo.
Mother's busted it down the wall. They're trying to break through the door. Shoot them, Mother.
This adobe wall connects with the wall of the next house. He needs to be peons who can be trusted. God bless your poor husband's soul, Senora, but now is not the time for tears. I'll take this other poker. You take that sword. Every minute counts. We must break through this wall.
You know me. It's coming away now. The wall is getting bigger and bigger.
Quickly, Senora Bell.
Charles, so restlessly brave. He said they'd never dare pull down the stars. Wait, the wall is getting bigger and bigger.
See, it is big enough for the children to go through. Quickly, children, quickly. Alfredo, when you get through, get all the old clothes you can find so we will dress ourselves as peons and not make our escape.
I'm through. Stop what you prefer for me. Oh, crawl through quickly, my darling, quickly.
A little more, and then the hole will be large enough for us. Now we can get through this hole into the next house.
Oh, who would have thought that there would ever have been a rebellion in New Mexico?
This is not a rebellion, Senora Ben. This is a massacre.
The miraculous escape of the governor's wife, the children, and Mrs. Carson from the massacre at Taos is the prelude to the years between 1847 and 1852. A truce was declared between the forces of those who stood for progress and the development of New Mexico and those who made this new frontier a land of terror.
When Bishop Lamy came to Santa Fe to bring learning, religion, and civilization, immigration into the new territory was practically at a standstill. True, there were no wild outbreaks, such as in 1847, but even the good father saw that he would have a fight on his hands to even establish one little adobe church. Said a priest to his bishop,
"You are my superior, and in all things will I obey you, but I am utterly without hope that you will fulfill your dream."
My dream will be fulfilled, my son. Civilization must and will come to New Mexico. There will be churches, schools, seminaries, hospitals, gardens.
And who will frequent these institutions you speak of? Until law and order is restored to the territory, who will enter it?
Law and order will be restored. God will show me the way. I will have faith and work.
Good bishop, good father. Half-breeds, renegades. 50 of them just swept through the town, robbed and pillaged and outraged.
God have mercy.
Was the leader recognized by any?
Yes, he was the master brigand Jose Maria Martin.
Our little adobe church, was that left unscathed?
They stole the service, the chalice, the altar cloth.
My good bishop, were it not better for us to abandon such a land as this to the savages and bandits? There will be work for us in other fields.
I will never give up Santa Fe to the devil. I have the plan. I will go to the Taos and beg to come from retirement Senor Kit Carson. Senora Carson, I trust that my plea will not fall on deaf ears.
We who have gone through the massacre of 1847 know only too well that unless law and order comes to New Mexico to stay, there is no future in the Southwest.
Welcome, good Bishop Lamy. Welcome to Taos.
God be with you, my son.
I will leave you two alone. Father Lamy, you will find that Keith stands just as much today with God as he always did.
She spoke true, Bishop. I stand with God against lawlessness, injustice, and intolerance.
I came to Santa Fe hoping to serve God by serving man. 3 days ago, 50 brigands swept through the town like a plague. They pillaged and stole and terrorized.
That must not go on. Must unite and stamp out them that defy the laws of both God and man. Must be done now, Bishop Lamy, or else we'll have another 1847 on our hands.
I knew that my plea would not fall on deaf ears. I would make of New Mexico a haven for all who would know of this fruitful land. I would bring God to the godless, learning to the ignorant, mercy to the sinners, and healing to the sick.
It'll take a well-laid campaign to do all that. But I'm with you. And we'll fight together, tooth and toenail. I ain't much on talking, as you know. I see gathered here tonight men of a stamp who would die fighting for what they believe to be right. I also see faces peering up into mine that think just because a man's a priest, he ain't a man. That's a bald lie. But priests ain't going to take up arms against brigands and cattle thieves. That ain't what God called them to do. But they are here to put up schools and churches and hospitals, to plant gardens, orchards, and to make this territory of New Mexico a decent place for ladies and gentlemen to live in. Before I get through, maybe what I'm saying will be a speech. The bad man in Santa Fe and all of New Mexico, for that matter, has got to go. Pronto. Horse thieves, renegades, marauding hellions, and killers. I've been in this country long enough to know them all. And from today on, they ain't going to answer just to the church or the state, but to Kit Carson personal. I'm giving every bad man in Santa Fe just 24 hours to get out. If he's here after that time, I'm going to shoot him on sight.
Kit Carson stayed in Santa Fe until he saw the good work of the bishop begin to bear fruit. The bad men became good men, some of them. Others left the country.
Peace began to descend on New Mexico, and with it, hand in hand, progress came marching down the Santa Fe Trail. New Mexico is safe. Replaced the fearful cry, keep out of New Mexico. It's a land of outlaws and renegades and killers. The desert began to bloom, and the dream of Bishop Lamy came to be realized. In 1867, when Kit Carson came back to Santa Fe, both he and Bishop Lamy looked out over cultivated fields, orchards, and behind them were schools, churches, seminaries, a hospital.
My son, this is all your handiwork as much as mine.
It's your work, Father. I only made it clear to everybody that there ain't no room for a bad man in any part of this land over which flies the stars and stripes.
God bless you, Senor Kit.
Looking out with eyes other than the two in my head, I see a Santa Fe trail that's open the year round. From one season to the other, 1 year to the other, 1 century to the other.
Heroes of the West, soldier and churchman alike, long will they live in our memories. Kit Carson and Bishop Lamy, truly great frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier fighters, daring, intrepid sons of courage whose high sense of duty made them lay down their lives that the West might not perish. In 1868, General William Tecumseh Sherman procured Chief Red Cloud's signature to a treaty. The Indians were to withdraw to a large reservation in the Black Hills of South Dakota. So vast was the place where the red men were to have their home that it was bounded by the Yellowstone on the north, the Missouri on the east, the North Platte on the south, and the Big Horn Mountains on the west. Said the great Chief Red Cloud in council,
"It is well we sign treaty with pale faces. They make bigger medicine than red men. Reservation good for Indian. Much buffalo, deer, antelope, elk, bighorn sheep, grizzly bear. Rivers are filled with fish, and trees with singing birds. There we will live in peace. Let pale faces use the plow, and like women, sow and reap. Braves and hunters we will be to the end, and the Great Spirit will look after his children. It is well, my brothers."
Red Cloud spoke with the tongue of peace, but Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse, Rain in the Face, Gall, and Black Moon, all the younger chiefs, in their own council, scoffed at such a plan. Said Sitting Bull,
"The white man has always been a liar. Today he gives the Indian a reservation. Tomorrow he takes it away from him. Red Cloud is old. The blood in his veins is turned to water. He would huddle close to the campfire with the women and children. He would be a slave and content. But not so with the young man. The brave is a brave. The hunter is a hunter. And he who would take the white man's scalp must wait and watch."
The first Indians to enter the reservation were infuriated when they read the following military regulations posted and signed by General Sheridan.
All Indians, when on their proper reservations, are under exclusive control and jurisdiction of their agents. Outside the well-defined limits of the reservation, they are under the original and exclusive jurisdiction of the military authority. And as a rule, it will be considered hostile.
It is as I said. Now the white man shall snap his fingers, and the Indian must run and do his bidding. We are not free. That is also as I said. But I also say this, that the Great Spirit made me, and he did not make me an agency man.
The treaty with Red Cloud said that all Indians must be on the reservation by January 1st, 1876. But several thousand of them were too clever to slip their heads into what they were certain was a noose. Then came the discovery of gold in the Black Hills, and thousands of adventurers, renegades, gold-hungry wanderers began overrunning the Black Hills and overflowed into the Indian reservations. And now the Indian was certain that the white man was a liar. The contract was broken. Treaties were not for the protection of the red man. Sitting Bull and his restless braves retaliated by stealing horses, burning houses, and threatening the lives of all who opposed them. The authorities in Washington, hoping to quiet the Indians, invited Red Cloud and the peace-talking chiefs to the White House to meet the great white chief, President Grant. While this was going on, General Crook, a famous Indian fighter, arrived in the Dakotas in March.
Colonel Reynolds, it's my opinion that if we stage a surprise attack on the Indians now, we'll dishearten them. And in the twinkling of an eye, we'll have a general surrender.
Well, the Indians are never on the warpath in the winter, sir. All we'll find in camp will be women and children. The braves will be out hunting.
I know Indians, Colonel, and that's the plan I shall give orders to follow out.
Yes, sir.
Take 6 troops of cavalry, and by forced marchers, you will be at the camp by dawn. If the braves resist, kill them. But every teepee in that village must be burned to the ground and their stores demolished.
Yes, sir. But if you'll excuse me, I feel this is the wrong thing to do.
Colonel, the secret of Indian fighting is match fire with fire. If my orders are followed out to the letter, this is the last we'll ever hear of an Indian uprising in the Dakotas or Montana.
General Crook's orders were followed out to the letter. But the Indians, instead of being subdued, became more infuriated, and within a week, open rebellion had broken out. Under the leadership of Sitting Bull, every tribe went on the warpath, and suddenly the tribes were no longer disorganized or scattered, but welded under the masterful leadership of Sitting Bull. All talk of peace ended in Washington, and orders were given by General Sheridan to create the Yellowstone Expedition. 1,000 men under General Crook were to advance from Fort Laramie. General Terry, with a similar force, was to march westward, and General Gibbon, with 500 men, was to come down from the northwest. General Custer, with a mounted cavalry of 600 strong, was ordered to investigate a rumor that there was a massing of Indians somewhere up the Rosebud in Montana. Custer ordered his scouts to ride ahead and reconnoiter.
Captain Benteen, I think we should make short work of this if the scouts bring back the kind of report I'm hoping for.
General Custer, I think our force of 600 is far too small to attempt a pitched battle with the Sioux.
Benteen, this will be the lightest kind of a skirmish, mark my words. What do you say, Major Reno?
General, I'm inclined to trust your judgment entirely. Any man who's won the fame that you have as an Indian fighter.
They're not so much afraid of my soldiers, these Indians, as they are of my long yellow hair. Because I've never been even grazed by one of their bullets, they think my yellow hair must be a charm. Here come the scouts. We'll soon know what the plan of attack will be.
General Custer, I have the honor to report that the enemy has set up their teepees on the west bank of the Little Bighorn. I could see only one Indian village.
Just as I thought. That's all, Sergeant.
Yes.
Now, to make short work of this, here is the plan. We'll trap the Indians by strategy. My troops will be divided into 3 divisions.
Divide your troops, General?
Of course. You, Benteen, will strike for the upper end of the Indian encampment. I'll take 5 companies and drive straight at the village. Major Reno will operate midway between the 2 forces. That's the plan of attack. The backbone of the rebellion will be broken, and the Indians will find peace and contentment on their reservation.
Your orders shall be carried out, General Custer, to the letter.
General, in line of duty, one always obeys the orders of his superior officer. But what if, just by chance, sir, you should meet a force 10 times larger than you think?
If such a force should be met, Captain, my men and I will do our duty as soldiers and gentlemen of the 7th Cavalry.
In this way did General George A. Custer fatally divide his troops and unwittingly took up the march to his doom. Sitting Bull and his warriors no longer fled from the palefaces, but sought them out. And it was here, in the southeastern section of Montana, that he massed thousands of braves. Between the Little Bighorn and the Bighorn, there were swarms of well-armed, magnificently disciplined Sioux, Cheyennes, and their allies, decked in feathers, streaked with paint, and thirsting for the blood of their longtime enemy. And down the valley, only a few miles away, rode a thin line of men, clad in buckskin and blue. Captain Benteen, through miscalculation, went wide of the village. Reno was repulsed against the south end, and Custer, ignorant of the sudden whirl of events, dashed full into the powerful ranks of the Red Band.
General Custer, look! Thousands of Redskins! We're in a trap!
We'll soon get out of it if we are.
They're surrounding us. North, east, south, west. There they come for us, those red devils! Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
It won't be long now until we get some help from Benteen and Reno. Help has got to come. Sergeant, how many men have we lost?
50, sir.
My brother Tom, my brother-in-law, Captain Calhoun, my nephew, Audie Reed. Are they all right?
General, they're all dead.
God rest their souls. We must fight on till help comes. We must fight on. Fight on, men! Fight on! I sent a messenger for reinforcements. Don't give an inch. Fight! Fight!
They're getting closer, General.
How's the ammunition holding out?
Going pretty fast, sir. The mules with the ammunition stampeded or were shot. The fighting began. Each man had 50 rounds apiece on them.
Help must come. It must.
Devils are picking our men off at long range. They must have stolen hundreds of high-powered rifles.
Well, we have carbines and revolvers.
Here comes your Indian scouts early, sir. Painted and dressed up like a Sioux.
General Custer, men dying. More each minute. Early not leave until fight or lost. Then he makes you up a Sioux warrior.
and you escaped the sword. Curly loved his white chief, General.
I live if my men live, Curly. I die if my men die. That's the way of a soldier.
Your carbine's empty, General. Take this one.
Fire away, men. Make every bullet count.
I'm out of ammunition, sir. I've emptied this revolver. I'm through fighting unless I use my bare hands.
Look, General. 4 men dead, but 25.
25 living out of 112. Fight on, men. Fight on while there's a man of you alive. We're not defeated.
Sitting Bull, he'll go past on horse. He's looking for you, General.
And I'm looking for him.
The men are all down but 8 now, sir. And I...
all down but 7.
May the Great Spirit make us meet on the happy hunting ground.
Kill them all! Kill! 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 Kill yellow hair! Kill yellow hair!
It's over. God have mercy on the souls of all of us. Fight! Fight while there's a man of you left! I am giving him the last bullet in my carbine! Fight!
Thus died General George A. Custer, fighting to his last bullet and his last breath. He did not fight Indians because he hated them, but in a day when there were frontiers to be guarded and frontiers to be won for civilization and posterity, he did his duty as he saw it. And on the scrolls of time, General George Custer and those ill-fated 112 officers and men will be honored by every man, woman, and child for centuries to come as heroes all, frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters.
Frontier fighters. Stout-hearted men and sacrificing heroic women who fought their way across hundreds of miles of unblazed trails to bring the light of civilization to the West. Among the many valiant pioneers who have entered the Valhalla of the Great, we must place the life and accomplishments of Stephen Fuller Austin, the father of Texas. The man who had the first vision of colonizing Texas was Moses Austin, Stephen's father. But on the eve of becoming the leader of the first party of pioneers, shortly after his return from Texas, he was stricken with pneumonia. As he lay on his bed, he made his wife promise.
Do you hear, good wife? The name Austin will live only because of my divine mission in Texas. Call Stephen home. Tell him it is my last wish, that he take unto himself my mantle of leadership.
Moses, you should be quiet, the doctor said.
Oh, Dr. Van Hazel's a young fool to think he can hoodwink me into believing I'm not going to die.
Oh.
Sooner, perhaps, than I thought, because of his mania for blistering and bleeding his patients. But no matter. Call Stephen home. Tell him God in his wisdom has seen it best that I do not accomplish the plans I have formed for my nation and my family. But in laying down my life, I do so with the knowledge that all will yet be well. Tell my boy to be wise and good and patient. Tell him his father loved him. Tell him to be a leader in the wilderness.
When Stephen F. Austin was called home to receive the burden of his father's last words, he was only 28 years old. But he immediately dedicated his life to this tremendous undertaking, colonization of this promised land. The first step was the long, arduous journey to Texas, to receive from Governor Martinez at San Antonio permission to colonize. Said the easygoing Mexican Excellency,
I recognize you as your father's heir, Senor Austin, and I grant you permission to establish a colony, explore lands on the River Colorado, sound the river to its mouth, introduce provisions, tools, and farming implements duty-free through the port of San Bernard.
Your Excellency is very kind. In return, I shall vouch for the good character of the immigrants, admit none without letters of recommendation from their previous places of residence.
Very excellent, Senor. And until the government can organize the local administration, all immigrants must be governed and be subordinate to you. We need more people in this country. Of course, as your father became a citizen of Mexico, so must you. And the immigrants will take an oath of allegiance to our government.
So it shall be, Your Excellency. And you have my promise none will violate this trust.
Bueno. Before we sign the paper, a little vino.
Gracias, senor.
To, shall we say, our good friend Stephen F. Austin, who, in his youthful enthusiasm, has great hopes of making the desert bloom.
Amen to that, God willing.
The moment that the notice which Austin posted in Louisiana had been read, it caused a great stir. Speculation ran rife. Suddenly the cry of immigration was in the air. The entire scheme appealed to the American sense of adventure. In New Orleans, scores crowded around the notice.
Well, it looks all right to me.
It looks like that young Austin's got a good thing there for us.
Well, you married men ain't going traipsing off nowhere unless your wife says amen to it.
By thunder, she's right. A plucky little woman she is to speak her mind. I hope we'll be neighbors, ma'am, in that new land of Texas. I'm signing up now. Wish I was married. I'd get 920 acres instead of 600.
Well, for once, children is a help instead of a hindrance. We get 160 acres extra land for each child, and I got 4.
I guess I'll get me a wife. Widow preferred. Widow with 6 children more preferred. And own some real acreage out there in Texas.
By March 3rd, 1822, there were 50 Americans on the River Brazos and 100 on the River Colorado. They immediately began to build cabins and plant corn. Summer came early to Texas, and with it, a severe drought. The steamer Lively, which Austin bought for $600, was lost in a gale off Galveston. Those who so freely pledged money to Austin for his scheme of colonization, at the ugly sound of the words drought and disaster, became frightened and spoke of watchful waiting being the best policy. Many of the emigrants, tormented with the specter of possible short rations through the coming winter, decided to turn back.
You get all of your young critters if you want. You can all of you starve if you want to. Your wives and your babies can starve too. I'm going back to the valley of Mississippi.
I know food's going to be scarce, but I ain't backing down.
Seth ain't no fool. You're all bamboozled by this Steve Austin. You think he's a god because he's got a pleasing voice and a nice, sweet smile.
If you want to quit, quit, but don't you say nothing again, Austin.
Good friends, don't fight over me. Every man and woman has a right to choose for themselves. Things look pretty black just now, and it looks like for the next few years we're all going to reap a rich reward of hardship, perhaps real suffering. But the weak, because of their martyrdom, will become strong, and their children will be known as pioneers. Friends, I wish I could see a prosperous, easy today for all of you, as readily as I can see the future greatness of Texas. But I have a little faith, and I know you have a little faith. And if we lay it all down upon even this barren ground, it will be the cornerstone upon which future generations will build a glorious tomorrow.
At the very moment when his first colonists were torn by strife and dissension, Stephen Austin withheld from them the last straw which would have broken the faith of even his most ardent supporters. Mexico City suddenly decided that Governor Martinez had exceeded his authority in giving Austin the right to distribute lands, appoint judges, or in any sense make decisions. Austin left the affairs of the colonists in the hands of a few trusted friends and set out for Mexico City with Dr. Robert Andrews and a man named Waters. He thought the entire matter could be cleared up in 10 or 12 days. Appearing before Congress then assembled, he presented his plea.
Authority originally granted by Governor Martinez, we will explore the coast of Texas, present to the government a map and description of the bays and channels, organize, arm, and equip settlers, and hold them at all times ready to march against Indians or other enemies of the province.
Well, Austin, how does the situation look?
Excellent, Dr. Andrews. We should have my bill approved and be out of the capital in not more than 12 days.
If that happens, Austin, I would say that you had accomplished a miracle. When did they say the bill would be read?
Tomorrow, of course.
Tomorrow means mañana. Mañana is anywhere between 24 hours, 24 days, or 24 months from now.
Typical of affairs in Mexico, there was a political issue brewing even as Austin presented his bill. The Republicans hated the man who was their ruler, General Iturbide, and within less than 12 hours a crisis was reached.
Austin, wake up. Huh? Wake up, Austin. Wake up.
What's the matter? What?
There's fighting going on in the street. Waters. Yes? Let's barricade those windows. We may have to fight for our lives.
All right, Andrews.
Well, Austin, think we'll leave the capital in 12 days now?
I can't understand it. When I appeared before Congress yesterday, there was no sign of a revolution.
Well, judging by the number of soldiers crying long live Iturbide, looks like we'll have an emperor by morning.
Andrews, don't say that. What future will American colonists have under an emperor?
By the time we get out of this city, if we're still alive, will there be any American colonists left in Texas to worry about an emperor?
The next morning, the Mexican Congress assembled at 7 o'clock. The mob filled the halls. The soldiers shouted for an emperor, and before many hours of deliberation had passed, a general had resigned, and an emperor took his place. Iturbide became Augustine I. And 3 days later, Austin was presented to the emperor.
I beg your majesty to accept my services and my loyalty.
You have a memorial, a bill before the Congress to be given powers of colonization in Texas. So have Diego Barry, I find, and Tajo Ortiz and Felipe Riley. They wish 6,000 leagues of land in which to settle 10,000 Irish and Canary Island families.
This is all news to me, your majesty.
However, your bill will be given consideration.
Your majesty has my best thanks.
Your bill will be given consideration in due time.
Weeks went by, then months dragged on. Word came to an already harassed, tortured Stephen Austin. One by one, the colonists were going back to their old homes. Months lost. 7 months. The bill was modified. It was read again. It was defended on one side and disputed on the other. Austin wrote one frantic letter after another to Texas.
Be brave. Have faith. Be loyal to the ideal. I am fighting for your rights.
Then the horrible words reached the ears of the people of Mexico that Augustine wished to abolish a constitutional monarchy and make himself absolute. Congress was again in an uproar, and the bill put aside. Almost a year to the day that Austin arrived in Mexico City, the emperor abdicated. Once more, the Americano pressed Congress for immediate action, and this time he got it. Arriving in Texas, he picked up the threads of his dream of colonization.
Stephen Austin, I've come to one conclusion. You're a brave man.
You mean to start all over again? Andrews, if I didn't, I'd admit to myself I'm a failure. And I can't do that. Tomorrow the work begins. Bills will be posted everywhere in the United States. In the spring I'll have the land surveyed. Lots laid out. Town sites planned. This time it will go through.
And so your father's dream will come to pass.
Yes. His dream for me was to be a leader in the wilderness. But now I'll lead these people who believe in Texas out of the wilderness. And God willing, into the promised land.
No American struggled against greater odds than Stephen Austin, the father of Texas. And by his example, other Americans laid cornerstones upon his faith. And today, because of this great pioneer and patient idealist, the Lone Star State is one of the most brilliant stars in the crown of the Union. And so ends a vivid chapter in the life of Stephen Fuller Austin, a truly great frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, inspiring episodes in the dramatic careers of those intrepid sons of courage whose destiny it was to safeguard for posterity the glory of the Old West. In 1827, the American Congress and the British Parliament ratified the extension of the Agreement of 1818, which gave joint occupancy to a great area of land in which lay the territory of Oregon. Oregon was almost a lost country until immigrants followed the missionaries and shrewd Yankee traders began to follow the immigrants. the balance of power suddenly swung over to the Americans because of their numbers. And with the advent of a political year, Oregon, under American rule as a free state, became a national issue. The original agreement between the United States and Great Britain did not specifically speak of 5440 as being the northern boundary of Oregon. But the settlers so interpreted the agreement because that parallel meant all of Oregon would be under United States rule. In July 1843, an Oregon convention was held at Cincinnati.
Of the Oregon Convention, we've done a great deal of wild shouting, not a little applauding. We've given undue exercise to our military band. But, gentlemen, to what definite conclusions have we come? We have not as yet declared for any kind of a parallel in this growing dispute between the United States and Great Britain.
I'm for holding off till after election.
No use being mealy-mouthed about it. I'm for coming right out and saying the parallel should be to 49. That's 5440. And that gives the whole of Oregon to the United States.
Ain't fair for Great Britain. And what ain't fair ain't right. Our aim should be justice for all.
A show of hands from the delegates who hold for 5440 and United States rule. Looks like there's a majority. 5, 10, 20, 67, 96, 97, 98, 99 out of 100. There's one more and it's unanimous. Therefore agreed by the delegates here convened that the northern boundary of Oregon is 5440.
What loomed upon the horizon as a purely territorial affair suddenly became an item of national interest which aroused the country. The chairman of the Democratic Party remarked to its candidate,
Mr. Polk, I think I have a slogan for the Democratic Party that will put its candidate into the White House.
You have? And will it keep him there?
Keep him there if he isn't afraid of trouble with Great Britain.
Oregon and that boundary, eh?
Yes, Mr. Polk. But not trouble that can be settled by talking all around the issue. The citizens of the United States do not wish to be under British rule.
I suppose decisive measures of some kind will have to be taken soon.
The entire country is being aroused. It is no longer a matter of hundreds of thousands of square miles of land. It is an affair of national pride, of dominion.
And you think I should champion this cause for political purposes? If so, I should not care to have made of a national issue a political one. After all, if our sovereign rights are in danger, the politics of the presidency are of minor importance.
Mr. Polk, when I came into our campaign headquarters, I looked upon you as the ultimate leader of our party. Now I look upon you as a gentleman who is a defender of American rights and ideals. I hope you'll use the slogan even more now than ever before.
Oh, yes. That famous slogan that is about to elect me. What is it?
5440 or fight.
As the campaign Polk for President progressed, the national and the political situation became so intertwined that the nation witnessed the spectacle of a man who was sure to ride into office on the slogan 5440 or fight. The politicians sniffed the air and smelled 5440 or fight as a surefire issue. Gone was the careful policy of President Tyler and Daniel Webster. The country was in flames, and Polk, his eyes on the presidency, fed those flames with empty patriotic phrases. The whole of Oregon or none. But when the first Congress convened in the winter of 1845 and 6, and resolutions were introduced to give notice of the termination of joint occupancy, the senior Southern Senator Calhoun sprang to his feet and shouted,
I, for one, do not wish to confuse issues. And I'll say there is only one measure to be considered, and that is the annexation of Texas.
Senator from Illinois, Mr. Stephen A. Douglas.
Mr. President, senators from the South, led by their own trickster, Mr. Calhoun, have betrayed us.
That is a lie, sir, and I challenge you for it. I challenge you for it.
Senators from the Middle West at first opposed the annexation of Texas, a slavery state, until we learned that President Polk and the Southern senators, all of us, would work heartily together for the addition of Oregon to the Union to balance the power of free states and slave states. And now the senator from South Carolina says there is only one issue, the annexation of Texas. I say again, gentlemen, that we have been betrayed by Senator Calhoun, a Judas.
Almost upon the heels of the fiery debates in the Senate came the pageant of the Mexican War. It was thought all questions raised by the frontier settlements in the Northwest would be subdued, while the conflict between the United States and Mexico raged on. However, in Oregon, the feeling became more tense. Men armed, men drilled, men burned to protect their rights. The whole of Oregon or none was the cry, along with 54-40 or fight. But few men knew exactly where 54-40 was.
54-40 or fight. If Washington won't protect our sovereign rights, we will.
If we can't be with the United States, we'll be independent of the United States.
All Polk does is write notes. We want action. We want to fight for our rights.
Hey, you men, they've mounted cannon at Vancouver, taking it from the warship.
Mounted cannon? Well, we can mount cannon, too. You bet we can mount cannon.
Stop, all of you. There'll be no mob rule here.
It's the captain.
Now, quiet. All of you.
They've mounted cannon at Vancouver, sir.
Let them. But we'll mount no cannon. We recognize this soil upon which we stand as American soil, and we'll protect it with our lives. But God forbid, gentlemen, that we should by one act, word, or deed start a war.
With every hour, the situation grew more tense. President Polk, involved in a war with Mexico, turned the entire matter over to James Buchanan, his new Secretary of State. Buchanan immediately opened negotiations with Lord Aberdeen, representing the government of Queen Victoria. The hotheads on both sides of the water clamored for war, but the British cabinet was eager for either compromise or arbitration. The government of Her Majesty had its hands full with military operations in distant Afghanistan and China. A stubborn fight was in progress with the Sikhs in India. There was friction with the Dutch in South Africa and a famine in Ireland. Polk, hammered on all sides, advised Buchanan to sound out the leaders in the Senate.
Well, Buchanan, Mr. President, we're caught between two fires. Many members are opposed to war with Great Britain. Others clamor for war. The militarists in England are crying for the kingdom to arm.
In this extreme moment, what do you advise?
I shall continue to sue for an amicable settlement of this tragically unfortunate issue. You, sir, to save the face of your administration, had better go before Congress and ask for an adequate military force to guard and protect such of our citizens as might think it proper to emigrate to Oregon.
Weeks passed. In Oregon, desperate men, afraid they would become lost in a shuffle of political cards, afraid that the issue had died, decided to revive it and force the federal government to recognize Oregon, even if they themselves started a war. Upon the heels of these proposed desperate actions, the frigate Virginia anchored in Puget Sound. Messengers on horseback raced to meet the boat.
I'll bet there's red-hot news from Washington, D.C.
I ain't aiming to speculate, but I got a feeling it's war.
I'm wondering, if it was war, the United States wouldn't send out just one frigate. Oh, there, boys. Oh, boy. Guess we'll just about meet the boats as they touch the shore.
Ahoy there! You from the fort? Yes. Got dispatches? 2 bags full. Know what's in them?
Do we get Oregon?
Under orders not to tell what I know. You'll find out soon enough when the commander at the fort opens this bag of dispatches. It's news that'll change the whole history of the United States.
Gentlemen, attention! Gentlemen, I have the honor to announce that Great Britain accepts the 49th parallel. It's 54-40 all right, and Oregon is ours, without having so much as fired one shot.
Thanks to the cool heads of Secretary of State Buchanan for the United States, Lord Aberdeen for Great Britain, a war was averted. And while certain compromises were effected and concessions made to the Hudson's Bay Company, the limits of Oregon were at last definitely set. On Sunday morning, March 13, 1846, Oregon was a full-fledged territory of the United States. Today, in the vast territory of Old Oregon, citizens of the United States live in the closest possible harmony with their neighbors in British Columbia who salute the Union Jack. And both sides, during those stirring days of 45 and 46, can indeed be called trailblazers and frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, thrilling drama enacted by those daring men who fought and conquered the West. In 1849, Ethan and Hosea Grosh, sons of a Pennsylvania preacher, came to California by sea from Philadelphia. They failed to make more than a bare living in the plazas, and for that reason drifted eastward across the Sierras into the Washoe district and began to mine in Gold Canyon. One day, Hosea called excitedly to his brother Ethan.
Ethan, come over here quickly. Don't lose a minute.
Made a strike, Hosea?
Ethan, look.
Look at what?
Don't you know what that metal is?
Well, sure. It's thin sheet lead broken up into fine pieces.
Ethan, man, this is pure silver.
Silver? Well, let's turn some of it over.
Look at the colors. violet, blue, indigo blue. All the colors associated with pure silver ore, Ethan.
Blue, black, and greenish black. I wonder what this ore will assay.
It might go as high as $3,000 to the ton, if it's as pure as we think it is.
Well, we better stake out some more claims and get a couple of sacks over to the nearest assayer's office. Looks like we've hit a 10 strike, all right.
The assayer to whom they took the ore said it would show $3,500 to the ton. The next steps the Grosh brothers took to make themselves millionaires were attended by tragedy. The capitalist, who was to put up the funds, was murdered by desperados. A few days later, Hosea Grosh injured his foot with a pick. He died from blood poisoning. Ethan Grosh, in an heroic attempt to get from Johnstown to Placerville, where funds might be more abundant, became lost in a blinding 4-day snowstorm. When, at last, he stumbled into a miner's camp, he was suffering from frozen feet and extreme exposure. After 12 days of delirium, the hardy pioneers who had kept the vigil with the sick man knew that he was dying.
My brother, Hosea, we found a load. It's
talking out of his fever, I reckon. Keeps mumbling about a rich strike somewhere. Never tells the place.
$3,500 to the ton. Like any man, a millionaire.
I guess he's about done for us, poor fella. Yeah, some blessing we know who he is. Leastways, we can write his kinfolk.
Tell my father I lived as he wanted me to. Clean.
All right, your father, Ethan. Now, why don't you stop worrying and try and get some rest?
Rest? Yes. I'll get some rest. Now.
Fred. Yep, he's gone.
With Ethan Grosh died the secret of his discovery, which in reality was the first time that any man had put a pick into what was later to be the Big Bonanza. In the spring of 1859, Peter O'Reilly and Patrick McLaughlin were prospecting near the head of 6 Mile Canyon, and they quite unexpectedly found a very rich vein of gold. In a few hours, the cradle showed around $300. When the excitement was at its height...
Well, it sure looks like a rich strike.
Jump in the hose bed. Maybe Riley and McLaughlin are going to be as rich as old King Midas, maybe.
Yeah, hold on there, man. What's all the excitement about? Somebody holding a prayer meeting on my land?
Sure, and is this your land, too? If so, you must be having a finger in every claim in Nevada.
Now, none of your lip, Riley.
We know you're too welcome, Stuck. Now, just vamoose.
Yeah, Pancake, don't you go stirring up no fight here. I'll thank you not to call me Pancake. I got a name.
Any man that's too lazy to make his bread and just lives off flapjacks is Pancake to me.
How do you run this cradle, O'Reilly?
Any born fool would know the answer to that one. I run it with the water from that spring up yonder.
Oh, is that so? Well, that spring is on land that I took a claim on during the winter.
There goes Pancake again, outsmarting another fella.
Now, listen, Pancake. This is our claim, see? It's been staked and registered. And if you wasn't a born-rootin' lazy hog instead of a man, you'd be satisfied with Gold Hill.
Who you calling a rootin' lazy hog? Why, for 2 cents, I'd plug you both.
Look out, Riley. He's pulling a gun. Yeah, now, no use acting like fools instead of men. Pancake, you got a claim to that spring, and you, Riley and McLaughlin, you got a claim to that load you're working. Why don't you go in as partners?
What? Why, I wouldn't be partners with the likes of him. Pancake Comstock. All right. Just try running that cradle without water and see how much gold you'll get out of that load. I know my rights, and by thunder, I'll have them. Yeah, just try running that cradle without water. I'm just wondering how much gold you'll get out of my new mine.
Say, man, this ain't neither a fair nor a sideshow. If this one load is just a busting its side with gold, maybe the whole mountain is. But come on. Well, Riley, I don't know whether Pancake's bluffing or not, but I suppose if we don't cut him in, he's just liable to make a lot of trouble for us with that loud mouth of his.
Sure, Patrick. The worst of it isn't having him for a partner, and he not doing a tap of work. But if this load turns out the way it should, it won't be called Riley load or McLaughlin load, but Comstock load.
In this very dramatic and unusual fashion was Comstock Lode discovered, and not as a silver mine, but as a gold mine. Every miner who worked the lode cursed the blue-black metal that was always found at the bottom of the cradles, and which carried away their quicksilver. Soon, there were great piles of it outside of their diggings. More people came into Nevada. Crude towns sprang up with tent houses and saloons. Mount Davidson was the scene of the wildest activity as the miners pick and shovel dug into her sides. Men tired of calling the place where they ate and slept a camp and dubbed it Mount Pleasant Point. But this name gave way to another in a few days. A camp character called Old Virginia, after a night's revel, fell at the door of his cabin, breaking his whiskey bottle. Rising to his knees, he waved the bottleneck around, shouting,
Hey, you fellas, listen to me. I baptize this ground. Yes, sir, that's it. I baptize this ground Virginia town.
Sir, 3 cheers for the best little town in the West, the pride of Nevada, Virginia town. Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
And someday it'll be a city, too. Mark my words, the pride of Nevada will be Virginia City.
Within a few weeks, Virginia town became the most important place in the Washoe District. Early in July 1859, a California rancher by the name of Augustus Harrison visited the Washoe mines. Poking around in the huge piles of this outcast blue-black ore, he picked up a sample that looked especially rich to him. In Grass Valley, a leading gold camp on the west slope of the Sierras, he showed this specimen to Judge James Walsh, who had it assayed.
Judge, if this ore is as rich as my hunch leads me to believe...
Well, it's hard to say just how many hundreds of dollars of gold this ore would run to the ton, or it may run a very negligible amount. These old-timers may have been pretty wise in throwing it away.
Yeah, we'll soon know the worst of the best. Here comes the assayer.
Yes. Well, sir, what news do you have for us?
Pretty good news, I'd say. This ore would run you over $4,775 to the ton.
Something, Jehoshaphat.
$4,775 of gold to the ton?
I didn't say gold, Judge Walsh. Now that you ask me, it's silver.
Silver? Nearly $5,000 worth of silver to the ton? And these miners in the Washoe District are throwing it away? Sullivan, we're starting out at daybreak. Whether those miners know it or not, they've struck a mighty big bonanza.
No news in the world spread more rapidly than the report of this strike. Hundreds of men poured into Nevada from all over the Rockies. But it wasn't until the next year, when the first bar of silver bullion, the first ever produced in Nevada, appeared in the windows of San Francisco banks, that the flames of excitement burned at white heat. Suddenly, a new civilization sprang up in the West, and Nevada was the center of it. Silver poured out of Nevada in a seemingly never-ending stream. From Maine to the Rockies, there was but one cry: Nevada. These adventurous souls survived Indian raids, blizzards, and short rations to seek and find untold riches. Here were born the fortunes of the Fairs, the Mackays, the Floods, and the Baldwins. The rush of immigration into Nevada was halted for a moment as a messenger ran into a crowded saloon in Virginia City with momentous news.
News from the nation's capital. It's come at last. Fort Sumter fired on. The Civil War has begun.
The Civil War? Time for honest Abe Lincoln. 3 cheers for the North. I'm laying down my pick and shovel right now and picking up a gun.
This is going to be a long war. Old Abe will want other things than men. He'll want money.
Money? Say, buddy, there's enough silver in Nevada to keep the treasury of these United States full for years and years to come.
The slogan of Nevada will be, keep a stream of silver flowing from Virginia City to Washington, D.C. Now, come on, everybody. I'm setting up the drink. Everybody have one. And drink to the USA and Nevada. Hey, Joe, put a bottle on the bar.
as a free territory and later as a state, played a most important role in the nation's destiny, and the silver which poured out of the Comstock lode and other rich bonanzas helped to pay the cost of the war. For almost a quarter of a century, the silver boom continued, a boom that created bonanza kings and queens. Today, what remains of this fury that swept over the nation and centered in Nevada is a number of famous ghost towns. But because of the silver mines, Nevada is an important, prosperous state, and the nation has an accurate chronicle of the deeds of more hardy pioneers, in the truest sense, frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, thrill-packed episodes in the lives of those stalwart sons and daughters of Western destiny. No name is more exalted in history than John M. Bozeman, who charted a new and shorter lifeline for those early pioneers from the Middle West to the gold fields of Montana. To this route he gave his name, and so the famous Bozeman Trail came into being. All along the route were forts, sturdy custodians of the destinies of farmers, trappers, or miners. Two of the most important forts in the chain along the Bozeman Trail were Forts Phil Kearny and Fort Laramie. As our story opens, the hero who steps into our drama is not John Bozeman, but John Portugee Phillips. The scene is Fort Phil Kearny, the time December 21st, 1866. A messenger has just brought the horrible news that an expedition of 81 men sent out against the greatest menace to emigrants along the Bozeman Trail has been wiped out.
Here, Johnson, here. Red Cloud, the Sioux warriors, 3,000 of them in half an hour, wiped us out.
Come into my quarters. I don't want to alarm the women and children.
They're dead. Dead, I tell you, massacred.
Here, man, get hold of yourself.
sorry, sir. But those bloodthirsty savages, those red devils, led us into a trap. And suddenly, from out of nowhere, they came yelling and shooting. Lieutenant Drummond was killed, so Captain Fetterman asked me to bring...
Ride for reinforcements?
No, sir. He knew they were done for. He had me ride and warn you that Red Cloud and his warriors plan to march on the fort.
We've only got 119 left now. That includes civilian employees. Oh, poor Captain Fetterman. I'll officially note your report, Corporal.
Yes, sir.
God rest the souls of those brave men and their captain. Now, get some rest, Corporal. By sundown, Fort Phil Kearny must be ready for Red Cloud's attack.
The wind that ushered in the wild ride of the messenger warning the fort brought snow. The thermometer continued to fall. A terrible blizzard swept down from the Bighorn Mountains, bringing huge drifts of blinding snow which swirled and piled high about the log stockade. The snowfall was so heavy that it was necessary to keep a force of men shoveling it away as it formed against the walls of the fort. If it piled too high, the Indians might climb the log barricade. Every light in the fort was kept burning. Hourly, the situation at the fort became more desperate. Colonel Carrington summoned John Portuguese Phillips, a frontiersman and the employee of the quartermaster.
John, you've been on this frontier years longer than I have. What do you think Red Cloud and his warriors will do?
Well, Colonel, now that the thermometer hit 25 degrees below zero, I reckon he hold off 24 hours or so.
Perhaps 48 hours. 3 days at the most.
Colonel Carrington, how many miles do you reckon it is to Fort Laramie?
Oh, I'd say roughly between 220 and 236 miles.
Around 236 is right.
Well, help from that source is out of the question. No man could survive a ride with the thermometer 25 below zero. Before he was a mile out, the Redskins would get him. Thank you, Phillips.
I'm going to talk to Mrs. Drummond, Colonel. I hear her husband was killed and massacred. When I come back, I might have a plan you'll be interested in. Ma'am, I ain't much on talking, but everybody here like your husband.
Thank you, John.
He was brave soldier and gentleman. I kind of figure it was too bad he had to go instead of me.
Don't say that. No one knows when his time will come. Lieutenant Drummond had to go that way.
He was sure powerful kind to me. You been too. I was born in Portugal. They call me Portuguese Philip. Didn't make him treat me less than a man.
You have the respect and the affection of every man, woman, and child in this fort.
Well, I ain't never done much to show my appreciation. But fate has just shoved an opportunity my way. Maybe in half hour I'll be on my way to...
John, you can't mean that you...
Well, if Colonel Carrington give me leave, in half hour I'll be on my way to get help from Fort Laramie.
John, the cards are all stacked against you on a proposition like this. You haven't even one chance in a million.
But if Indian attack the fort, you can't hold out. Why, I'm goner anyway. Besides, I don't think I'm going to lose.
It's a brave, reckless thing you're suggesting, Phillips. But I can't let you ride to certain death.
Colonel, it ain't just lives in this fort. If Red Cloud wipes out this post here, every station for 500 miles will fall to him. And it's the forts that keep the Bozeman Trail open the year round. And the trail keeps the west open.
There's logic in that. If you only had one chance in 1,000...
The chances, Colonel, are mine to take. I'm all packed and ready to go. I can make Laramie even in this weather in little over 3 days. This is midnight of the 21st. I should be at Fort Laramie by Christmas night.
All right, John. Go. And God bless you.
Thanks, Colonel. I'm traveling mighty light. Just enough feed for myself and your horse. Huh? No, don't say no, Colonel. I've got to have that mare of yours.
All right, John. Anything in the fort, yours. Now, how are you going to keep the wind out?
Well, I got buffalo skin overcoat, buffalo boots, gauntlets, and cap. By the time you get your dispatches writ, I'd be ready to leave by the Sallyport gate.
Phillips, we never meet again on this earth. I'll know you went to a hero's grave.
Colonel Carrington.
At midnight on the eventful day of December 21st, John Phillips started out on his ride. Every person who witnessed his departure into the storm whispered Godspeed to the man who was attempting to outride death over a snow-filled trail 236 miles long. By day, he hid in the thickets, and when darkness fell over the Bozeman Trail, John Phillips galloped away into the direction of Fort Laramie. December 22nd passed into December 23rd. The cold became more intense. The biscuits, John Phillips' only food, became fewer. The horse, more winded, but on they rode, on and on. The day of the 24th of December saw horse and messenger again in hiding. But nightfall found a brave man and a brave horse riding into the darkness. On the morning of the 25th, Christmas Day, the telegraph operator at Horseshoe Station, Rawlins, Wyoming, saw a bearded man riding a spent, stumbling horse. At his heels, a band of Indians.
Open up that gate there. Get your guns, men. A messenger with redskins in his ears.
Got line through to Fort Reno or Laramie?
Line's all down. Got something important to put on them when the wires get hot again?
Yeah. 81 men of garrison at Fort Phil Kearny massacre.
You've been riding all this way from Fort Kearny?
Yeah.
Men, help this man down from his horse. Get him some food and get his horse a bag of oats.
No, can't stop to eat. Just put some more biscuit into my pockets and slip that feed bag on my horse's nose. Was just traveling at night, but got to make better time. Thanks, all of you. Well, if I have luck, I'll get to Fort Laramie by midnight.
On through the bitter cold of that historic Christmas day rode the messenger and his faithful horse. A few hours and they were riding past Fort Reno. Night again. 8 o'clock. Icicles trailed the beard of John Phillips, and his coat was covered inches thick with snow. The mare began to whinny with pain, but her stout heart and unerring sense of duty drove her on hours past her strength. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. The mare stiffened.
On, girl. On. No, you can't stop now. On. Oh, don't let me down, girl. You're the colonel's horse, ain't you? Come on, girl. Show some of that spunk and fire. Just 1 hour more. 1 hour and we be at Fort Laramie. Come on. We got to make Fort Laramie, girl. We got to. Oh, God bless you, girl. You understand.
That last hour to Fort Laramie was an eternity. But 11 o'clock, just when a brilliant Christmas party was at its height, into the officers' clubhouse where all the dances were held, staggered a swaying, gigantic figure, swathed in a buffalo skin overcoat, with buffalo boots, gauntlet, and cap.
I'm courier from Fort Phil Kearny. Important dispatch for commanding officer. Take care of my horse.
Fort Kearny? Why, that's 236 miles away. Great guns, it's a wonder it didn't kill him.
His horse, sir, is dead.
He's pretty close to death himself. Let's get him to a bed. Corporal, run for the surgeon. Yes, sir. Send reinforcements. 2 companies cavalry and 4 companies infantry, well armed. Women and children at mercy of 3,000 bloodthirsty Sioux. 81 killed. 81 killed. We'll avenge those 81. In the morning, we'll take up the march for Fort Phil Kearny. If we save that fort,
it will be because this man got through.
He deserves a medal for his heroism.
He may never get that, Captain, but he will have the everlasting gratitude of those people at Fort Phil Kearny and the respect and admiration of every soldier in the West guarding the Bozeman Trail.
Thanks to the daring, the courage, the invincible will of one man and his brave horse, Fort Phil Kearny was saved, and the Bozeman Trail kept open to those pioneers of the late 60s and the early 70s. And so, John Portuguese Phillips joins the great parade of deathless frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, dramatically retracing the steps of those men and women of sterling character, dauntless courage, and high ideals in their desire to explore and settle the West. In 1866, the 5 civilized tribes signed treaties with the government. Scarcely had this momentous event been celebrated than both United States citizens and certain members of Congress began to clamor that some of the lands of the Indian Territory be open to white settlement. In that same year, 1866, there arrived in Washington representatives of the 5 civilized tribes to lay before the Great White Father their Bill of Wrongs. Said their spokesman to President Andrew Johnson,
"Oh, Great White Father, soon the red men in Oklahoma will be as clouds before the winds of the storm, driven into the cavern of the setting sun. They will be seen no more because of the white man's greed. The white brother is a hungry brother, and he would swallow up all the lands of the earth. The red man of the 5 civilized tribes hold their lands in common. So it has always been. Now the white man says, Give chief, warrior, squaw, and papoose a farm. A farm for the red man. He who once owned all the earth.
No such bill has as yet been proposed to the Congress.
That time, too, will come, great white father. But our treaty says that the red man shall have his land to hold as long as the grass grows and the water flows.
If that is the treaty which we all signed in honor, so it shall be. Except for grants of land to the railroads, which must pass through all the country, the 5 civilized tribes shall be free to roam from one end of the Indian Territory to the other.
Has the great white father spoken in truth?
I have spoken in truth, and my word is good.
Then so shall it be until the end of time.
And so it was, but only until the end of Johnson's administration. For in the years following the Civil War, the cry was indeed westward ho. The trail of the farmer and cattleman was through Nebraska, Kansas, and Texas, and he looked with hungry eyes on Oklahoma. As the years rolled on, the clamor became louder. There were hundreds against opening up the Indian Territory in Oklahoma, but thousands for it. Chief among those for such a project, strangely enough, was a leader of the Cherokee Nation, E.C. Boudinot. In 1878, during a stormy session of Congress, he appeared before a crowded gallery to introduce his bill.
Order! Order! Or I shall call the sergeant at arms to clear the gallery. The chair continues to recognize Mr. E.C. Boudinot.
Thank you. My bill proposes that we immediately begin to bargain with the Indians to take a farm and sell the rest of his land for settlement to the whites.
Sir, you're a traitor to your own people, willing to sell them out for a few hands full of silver. Mr. Speaker, if Congress passes such a bill as this Judas proposes, I'll tender my resignation to become effective at once.
Public opinion began to cry out against the proposed bill, and Boudinot failed to get Congress to pass it. However, he did not accept defeat easily. Boudinot and those working with him became interested in a heart-shaped region in the very center of Indian Territory called unassigned lands, or Oklahoma. The Crees and Seminoles had ceded this land to the United States as a home for other Indians. But in 1878, it was unoccupied. The Chicago Times of 1879 carried an article by Boudinot proclaiming to the world,
Say, this looks like an important bulletin.
Well, holy smoke, yes. Ain't you read it yet?
Gee willikins. Here, all this free land's just been itching for somebody to come and settle it, and we ain't knowed nothing about it. Sure must be the truth, too. It's signed E.C. Boudinot.
Mm-hmm.
Several million acres of land in the Indian Territory is now public land and owned by the United States and, as such, subject to settlement of homesteaders. Say, guess it must be right and proper, too. Mr. Boudinot's attorney is Judge T.C. Sears.
Every paper in the country's going to copy this article.
Well, then what are we waiting for? I'm a-heading right now for Oklahoma.
Boudinot's article was copied by newspapers all over the country. A rush to Oklahoma fever took hold of the entire West. Parties of homesteaders under both Boudinot and Colonel C.C. Carpenter crossed the boundary line into Indian Territory. However, the government of the United States acted at once. Said the Secretary of the Interior to President Hayes,
Well, Mr. President, it's happened, and I'm afraid there's going to be plenty of trouble in the Indian Territory.
Act quickly then, Mr. Secretary. We'll issue a proclamation warning the people to keep out.
Do you think they will keep out, Mr. President?
They must. It is my intention to notify the War Department to send troops under General Pope to stop the invasion.
And if the homesteaders refuse to leave the territory?
Then they will be attempting to defy the authority of the federal government, Mr. Secretary of the Interior. And by so doing, they must suffer the consequences.
General Pope, acting under specific instructions from the President, stopped the first organized attempts to settle in Indian Territory and all others thereafter. Suddenly, the unassigned strip of land known as Oklahoma, through nationwide publicity, took on a significant and dramatic importance in the eyes of the people. Each year, more and more immigrants began to believe that Oklahoma should be open to settlement. A leader of this faction was David L. Payne, and early in 1880 he organized an expedition to settle the Oklahoma lands.
he gathered a great colony at Arkansas City. The expedition consisted of 325 wagons and 600 men, women, and children. They moved slowly along the Kansas boundary line toward Hunnewell, followed closely by troops under Colonel Coppinger. On Sunday, December 12th, the colonists remained in camp, and directly after the conclusion of the sermon,
"And the Lord commanded unto Moses, Go forth and possess the promised land. And in his name do we now go forth. Amen."
Look! Here comes the rider! He's in uniform! That means the soldiers are coming! The soldiers!
Have no fear. They will not molest us, nor break the Sabbath.
General Pope is looking for David L. Payne. Is he here?
Yes, he is. I am David Payne.
Well, come this way with me, please.
Very well.
Sir, here is David Payne.
Looking for me, General?
Yes, Mr. Payne. Suppose we get right down to business. I understand you're heading these people for Oklahoma.
That's right, General.
And you'd better head them back at once. When you started out, you knew it was a violation of a proclamation signed by the President.
You can't turn back 600 people. Why, I've given them my word.
And the government has given its word to the Indians that this strip of land, now known as Oklahoma, will not be settled by whites without permission of the federal government. Now, you'll be given 24 hours to lead these people back to their homes. If you insist on violating a federal proclamation and deceiving hundreds of people, you'll be subject to arrest and imprisonment. I'll give you 24 hours to get moving.
For almost 5 years, Payne tried every trick he could think of to get colonists into Oklahoma, but each time he was driven out by the soldiers. The publicity created by all of these various attempts on Payne's part continued to focus the attention of each administration more strongly upon Oklahoma. Finally, Congress decided that the time was ripe to begin negotiations with the Crees for this strip of land. The Springer Bill, introduced into Congress, provided that the Oklahoma lands should be open to white settlement. The Indians were to receive $1,912,942. Of this amount, $1.5 million to be left with the United States on interest, and the remainder paid in cash. On March 23, 1889, President Benjamin Harrison issued a proclamation.
And let it therefore be known to all citizens of the United States that Oklahoma lands shall be open to settlement in 30 days or at noon, April 22nd, 1889. Benjamin Harrison.
The morning of April 22nd dawned anxiously for several thousand people who had assembled on the border, waiting for 12 noon to be announced by the soldiers firing their guns. Each man was primed and ready to join in the mad dash to stake out his 160-acre tract. The view across the border was a most inviting one. Green prairies, winding streams, and purple hills. And now the hours began to fall away, until it was just 2 minutes until 12 o'clock. In this motley throng were husbands and wives, sweethearts and their lovers, who vowed they'd get married the minute they were on Oklahoma soil. Young and old, rich and poor, boomers and sooners, all with their eyes on the soldiers who were stationed at intervals of a mile with watches in hand. As the moments began ticking away, the excitement increased. Everyone, it seemed, began talking at once.
There must be thousands of people here at the border.
There are more coming every minute. Jumping, Jehoshaphat, just look. As far as the eye can see, people in covered wagons, in carts and on horseback.
And some of them on bicycles.
Look, only a minute now till the bugles blow and the soldiers shoot off their carbines.
My wife and I move in if you gents don't mind.
Come along, stranger. Just make it a guess.
Oh, please. I'm just that scared I am. It can't be more than a minute to go.
Honey, there ain't nothing to be scared of. We've got a good sound wagon, two of the best horses that'll ever see in Oklahoma.
40 seconds to go.
Better tie that sunbonnet a mite tighter, honey.
Oh, I ain't worried about my sunbonnet. It'll stay on my head if I'll be able to stay in the wagon.
Half a minute to go. These seconds are moving along like molasses in January.
Please, I'm getting so excited. I know I'll just up and faint when that bugle blows.
Hold on now, Mary. We're just about ready to go. Hold on, Mary. Hold on. We're going. Hold on.
Holding on. Stop. That wagon turned over.
Hey, look to the right and left, and we'll be doing the same thing.
Oh, the people on foot are trying to get aboard the wagon. They're beating them off with whips.
Don't look, honey. Don't look.
There's an old lady right where my wagon.
What? Oh, mister, honey.
Those early thousands called boomers who crossed the Kansas borderline into Oklahoma were indeed pioneers. And Oklahoma can say with pride that by December of that same year, 1889, there were in the new territory 60,000 people, 11 schools, 9 churches, 3 daily and 5 weekly newspapers. Because of those daring sons and daughters of courage who saw in Oklahoma a promised land, we are privileged to recreate another chapter in the lives of those who are indeed the guardians of the West, famous frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Dramatic incidents in the lives and careers of those fearless trailblazers who brought eternal glory to the Empire of the Northwest. In 1849, Abraham Lincoln's term in Congress had just expired. He was hourly growing in the esteem of his countrymen, had taken an active part in the campaign which resulted in Zachary Taylor's election to the presidency. The newly sworn president called Lincoln to the White House to offer him a high office. Lincoln was certain it was the office of Commissioner of the General Land Office. And in the president's office one day...
Good morning, Mr. President.
Lincoln, I'm happy to see you. Please accept my thanks for your very active part in behalf of my campaign. And now that the country is saved for another 4 years, we can get on to business.
That reminds me of a story, Mr. President. Now, there I go again. My wife warned me against inflicting my brand of humor on the President of these United States.
Well, you don't, of course, have to tell Mrs. Lincoln that you told me a story.
Well, bless my soul, I don't, do I? You mind if I hitch my chair a little closer?
Not at all.
Well, Mr. President, I was riding through the woods one day back in Illinois when I saw a lady approaching. I reined my horse and waited for her to pass. She checked her horse to a stop, and after looking me over in a curious sort of way, finally broke out with, "Well, for land's sake, you're the homeliest man I ever saw." "Yes, ma'am," I says, "but I can't help that." "No," she said, "I suppose not, but you might stay at home."
Oh, Lincoln. Lincoln, if you can combine your qualities as a humorist with certain other qualities as a politician, I think you'll make an excellent governor of the territory of Oregon.
I reckon my hearing is out of whack, Mr. President. Did you say governor of Oregon?
Yes, Lincoln, I did. The appointment of commissioner of the General Land Office is too obscure for a man of your talent.
Well, Mr. President, there's a little woman back home who's mighty afraid of getting too far away from the center of population. I can just hear Mary Lincoln asking me to decline with thanks. Mr. President, Oregon has just lost a governor, but that's just between us.
Lincoln, I'm genuinely sorry.
Well, maybe I'll never get another presidential appointment. But it wouldn't do to get Mary riled up now, would it? Besides, my friend J.P. Gaines is a good man, and I think he'd like to go to Oregon.
J.P. Gaines did become governor of Oregon and was sworn into office on August 18, 1850. With each year now, this empire of the Northwest took on a greater significance. The Southern Oregon Military Road was built. A steamboat line was established between Astoria and Oregon City. The Willamette and Rogue River valleys became populous, and now a new trail was to be blazed from Port Orford on the coast to Jacksonville. On the 10th of June, 1851, 9 men landed by the steam coaster Seagull. The Klickitat Indians, always hostile to the whites, saw in this small landing party an opportunity to stop the white man from further colonizing their lands. The red men waited for the Seagull to leave, and then demanded of the 9 men,
"Indians said to Paleface, 'Go now, or die.'
But where can we go? Our ship sailed an hour ago.
Then let Paleface make his home in ocean with fish. If he cannot breathe air, let him breathe water and drown."
Wait. Let us continue as brothers until morning. Then we will take our choice between becoming your prisoners or walking out into the ocean.
So let it be. But between us, there never can pass pipe of peace. Only tomahawk.
Well, Captain, what are we going to do now? We're 9 against 100. See that great rock there rising out of the water?
Yeah, but the minute we make a dash for it, those red devils will come out of the woods and cut us to pieces.
But we're not going to make a dash for that rock until it's dark. It's our good fortune that we took the ship's signal gun with us. 1 cannon well mounted and 9 rifles.
Captain Peters, I looked that rock over, and on top of it there's a small clump of trees. A perfect blind for our cannon.
Good. In the morning, we'll reveal our position to them. Wait until they've charged the rock and gotten within 50 feet of our cannon. I don't think we'll have to choose between either the ocean or the tomahawk.
They've discovered us, Captain.
Good. Jim, is the cannon loaded?
It's up to the muzzle with grape shot, Captain Peters.
Rifles in position. They're coming up the trail now. Hold your fire until we see what effect our cannon will have.
Yes, sir.
There are the pale faces. Kill them.
Hold your fire, men. They're 100 feet away. 75 feet.
They're going to charge, Captain Peters.
And I'm going to fire. Give it to them, Jim.
There go a dozen of them into eternity.
That grape shot sure did the trick.
Look at them engines run.
And I hope they keep running, because that was the last of the grape shot from our cannon.
Those 9 brave men finally reached their destination, and the example they set heartened the other pioneers in a concerted effort against the hostile Indians. After 3 decisive battles, a treaty was finally signed in 1856, and Rogue River Valley once again was safe for those men and women who wished to make it their home. When word reached Oregon that Lincoln had been elected, the majority rejoiced. 2 years before, Oregon had been admitted into the Union, adding to our flag the 33rd star. Then, with the approach of the Civil War, certain promoters drifted into Oregon,
and laid a scheme almost as deep as the one conceived by Aaron Burr. Working undercover, the schemers plotted to establish another republic within the borders of the United States.
If the North and South split, the United States of America will be divided into 3 republics.
3 republics? How do you figure that?
Confederate States of America, the United States of America, and the Pacific States of America, or Pacific Republic.
Johnson, that's treason. You remember what happened to Aaron Burr?
Yes, but we're not going to fail.
Well, I'm pulling out of this scheme. I'm willing to earn a little easy money, get some land, maybe dabble in politics. But I ain't sticking out my neck like that. No, sir.
Now, listen, Frank, we all got to stick together in this.
Well, you count me out.
If he gets word of this to Governor Whitaker...
He ain't going to get word to anybody. That's how all traitors to the Pacific Republic will die. The war between the states is coming as sure as anything. In America, there'll be 3 republics, and I'm going to rule one of them.
As the conspirators predicted, the war between the states became a horrible reality. The Oregon Patriots dedicated their lives to the Union, but the scheme of a Pacific Republic attracted more and more followers each month. First, it was a story that was only whispered about. Then the conspirators became more bold and argued its treasonous points loudly. Talk of a republic in the West spread throughout the states of the Pacific coast, and now Governor Whitaker felt it was time to take action. If such a scheme succeeded, and men and money were diverted away from the North, the government of Abraham Lincoln might fall, and we would become a nation ready to fall an easy prey to the first enemy from over the sea. In a meeting, the governor said to his lieutenant,
John, there must be no more thought of a divided West than a divided Union.
I'm afraid, Mr. Governor, that this wild talk has caught on. The sentiment seems to be growing throughout the entire West.
The entire idea is preposterous. It's so foreign to our instincts, our sense of fair play. One of their handbills, printed only heaven knows where, came into my hands. Listen to this. Pacific Republic will be an aristocracy somewhat similar to the ancient Republic of Venice, which, while providing for an elective executive, will vest all its powers in hereditary nobles.
That certainly repudiates universal suffrage.
It's positively fantastic. And more. All labor will be performed by a class of people from any of the dark races. Coolies, South Sea Islanders, mulattoes, and Negroes. That, of course, means slavery in the Southwest. I don't intend to stand idly by and see this nightmare grow into any demon of reality.
Mr. Governor, urgent dispatches from President Lincoln.
Oh, thank you. Well, John, bad news travels fast. The president is experiencing considerable alarm. His question is, what if men and money are cut off from the federal government? This is a critical time for the Union.
Mr. Governor.
Yes?
The Sons of the Pacific Republic have posted handbills. They're going to hold a monster mass meeting and a torchlight parade.
Every one of those handbills will be torn down. And no torchlight parade or mass meeting will be tolerated in the capital of Oregon.
You can only stop this movement now by force, Mr. Governor.
No force will be used, John. In time of war, any overt act against the federal government is rebellion. And I intend to see...
Governor, look!
They're on the march quicker than we thought, Mr. Governor. Hundreds of men and a few women, too. They're headed for the town hall.
John, get your hat. Order an escort for me. Looks like we're all going in the same direction.
And now, men, I give you the leader of this movement to establish a republic in the West.
And I give you the man in whom is vested the authority of the federal government, the duly elected representative of the majority of citizens in Oregon, a man who has sworn to uphold and enforce the laws of the state and the Constitution of the United States of America, our governor, Mr. John Whitaker.
Thank you. I have only a few words to say to you. First, the command to those true sons of Oregon wearing the uniform of the United States Army. Captain, arrest the leader of those forces who call themselves the Sons of the Pacific Republic. And arrest waits for every man who swears allegiance to any flag other than the Stars and the Stripes. I have sworn to uphold law and order in Oregon. I shall not violate that oath. I order each and every one of you to disband. Failure to do so means arrest. Resisting arrest means you will be taken out and shot. For the next 48 hours, I, John Whitaker, declare Oregon to be in a state of martial law.
thanks to the timely action of Governor Whitaker and the native idealism of the majority of those patriotic citizens of Oregon, the dream of a Pacific Republic vanished. Had action against such a movement, both in Oregon and California, been less vigorous, had the supply of men and gold stopped pouring into the nation's capital, the Union may have been in grave danger. Thanks to those famous frontier fighters, whether fighting on the trail or in the governor's chair, the West today is part of the United States because of their daring and idealism. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, portraying the thrilling advance of daring pioneers whose tremendous courage and sacrifices in the face of overwhelming odds made possible the exploration and settlement of the West. One of the first white men to explore the Black Hills of South Dakota was General Custer. In the year 1874, he set out with engineers, photographers, and geologists. When the report of the expedition was finally published, there was but one phrase in it that people remembered. That phrase was, "I found gold." The magic words inflamed the imagination, and in late September of 1874, Thomas Gordon of Sioux City attempted to organize a party of 28, but he met with unexpected opposition.
Now, wait a minute. Let me say something. Don't you men realize that all that land's waiting for us?
Sure, but we ain't sure of the country.
You were in the 49 gold rush.
Sure I was, but I knew the country there. Besides, the government's warned everybody out of the Dakotas, kind of the Indians.
All right, but just let me say this. I ain't going to force anybody to sign up with us. But General Custer's report is good enough for me. If his expedition got across the Badlands, I can do it too. And I ain't worried about getting 28 men.
And you know what they say, Gordon. Fools walk in where angels fear to tread.
Well, I ain't no fool.
And you're not an angel either. Where one man got through, another can do the same thing.
Maybe, but remember, Custer's force had soldiers, men used to fighting. And they weren't dragging women with them either.
All right, but if you...
Just a minute. I'd like to have a few words.
Why, sure, Mrs. Talent. I guess there ain't any more for me to say.
Then I'll say it for you, Mr. Gordon. Jim?
What?
You said something about dragging women along. Don't forget that women went across the prairies all the way into the Californias. And they weren't dragged along. They fought their way with the men. Yes, and I'm willing to do the same thing, and so are the other women with us.
Well, if a woman's going to have that much spunk, I guess I can't let myself down by backing out. Give me that book to sign.
That's fine.
Inspired by the heroic example of Annie D. Talent, the band set out from Sioux City on October 6, 1874. Westward, they headed across a trackless prairie. No one knew exactly what lay ahead, but onward moved the 6 covered wagons. Then late October brought winter closer. Came icy winds, biting snow. By November, they would be crossing the Badlands, a place of terror and desolation in the bleak winter. Finally, when they reached the White River, Gordon called a halt.
All right, we'll stop here. Get to those wagons up ahead and tell them to hold up.
What's the idea of stopping, Gordon?
Gotta have water, Jim.
Well, that ain't all we gotta have, Gordon. This is getting worse every minute.
Only because you're making it that way. Get everything out of your wagons you don't need and fill the space with ice.
I'll get ice, but I'm not unloading anything from my wagons. And I don't think me and mine's going on any further. I look up ahead there. Snow, ice, bad land. I knew we'd come to this, Gordon.
Well, what's the trouble?
Plenty. Now we gotta chop ice to get water. We gotta throw away our belongings, because if we don't...
If you don't, you'll regret it.
Well, not me.
Well, Mrs. Talent, I think this is the end. I can't hold them any longer.
Wait a minute. Give me that axe.
What for?
Please, give me that axe.
Here.
Robert, tell your father to throw things out of the wagon. And get some buckets.
Hey, look at Mrs. Talent.
Well, I'll be...
Just because you gentlemen decide you don't want water is no reason why my family shouldn't have it.
Oh, Annie, what's the idea of telling Robert? Hey, give me that axe. Want to kill yourself?
Get yourself one, Dave. Everyone has to help.
Well, Jim, looks like a woman has showed you up again.
Is that so? But get me an axe.
Once more, the dominant courage of Annie Talent held the little band together. The weary, dull November days moved slowly. The Gordon party literally crawled across the badlands of the Dakotas. Every last one except 3 of the party cursed their leader. Those 3 were Annie Talent, her husband Dave, and their little son Robert. December came. The cold grew more bitter. The icy winds cut through even the heaviest of clothing. The food, always precious, began to run short. Even water was being rationed. Then, during one bitter night, Annie Talent called softly to her husband.
Dave, wake up.
Oh, Annie, what's the matter, Indians?
Shh, not so loud. No, not Indians. Worse.
Worse? What are you talking about, Annie?
I want water.
Annie, what's the matter with you? Robert.
He's delirious, Dave. The fever.
Robert.
I want water, dear.
Annie, his throat. It's swollen. Must be quinsy.
Give me that other blanket.
You can't take it away from yourself, Annie. Give him mine. Here now, I'll start a fire. Make some hot tea and fix some compresses for his throat. Let me out.
No, Dave, no, don't.
No, Annie, what's the matter with you? The boy's sick. If he isn't taken care of, he'll die.
Oh, I know that, Dave, but we can't afford to rouse the camp.
And we can't afford to have him die, Annie. I'm going to get a flyer.
No, Dave, don't you see what it would mean? They'd find out there's sickness in camp. They'd get into a panic, and then there'd be no holding them together at all. This is a fight we've got to fight alone, Dave.
But if we lose Robert...
Don't think about that, Dave. We mustn't. There are plenty of candles. Light them and heat some water in a pan. We can't build a fire and let the others know how badly off we are.
Annie.
Dave, we've come this far, and somehow I don't think God will let us fail now.
All right, Annie. Anything you say. I'll get the candles.
Oh, Mom, yes, dear. My throat hurts so much. Yes, darling, but you're going to be all right. Mother says you are. All right. All right, Mommy. I'll try to get better. Oh, dear God, help us. Just this once more.
Without alarming the rest of the party, Annie Talent and her husband David struggled through the long night. The boy Robert recovered, while on and on went the band of pioneers, deeper and deeper into the Badlands. The situation grew worse. The faithful oxen, weary of the long trek, grew weak. Their hooves, after days of pounding over ice, snow, and rock, were worn to the quick. Finally, in desperation, the little caravan halted.
Well, it ain't no use. These stubborn critters won't move out of their tracks. I'll show 'em.
No, you ain't gonna whip 'em.
Robert, quit grabbing that whip.
Hey, what's all the trouble here? Hey, Jim, what's the matter?
There ain't nothing the matter if this brat minds his own business.
He was going to whip the oxen, so I grabbed the whip.
What's the matter with you, Jim? Taking it out on these poor critters.
Gordon, you're sticking your nose in again. These are my oxen. I'll treat 'em the way I want it.
Give me that whip, Robert.
Hey, that's the only whip I got.
And now you ain't got any.
Hi, Harry Gordon. We followed you this far, but we ain't going to do it no more. Without oxen, we can't travel.
Beating them won't help. Better get back to your wagon, Robert.
Yes, sir.
Now, all of you, get as much burlap as you can. Tear up old clothes, rags, anything. Wrap it around the feet of your oxen. Go ahead.
Dave and I have some burlap we were saving, Mr. Gordon. Anybody's welcome to what we have.
Thank you, Mrs. Talent. Seems to me you ought to be the leader of this train, not me. Now go on, you men. Do as I said. If we're going to move, we got to protect our oxen. Hurry up or you'll freeze to death standing there. Go on.
With burlap, rags, anything they could find, members of the party wrapped the feet of the oxen and pressed on. More hardships, bitter weather, quarrels, dissension. Then one day, some of the men approached Gordon.
Ah, there's Gordon now. Hey, Gordon, wait a minute.
Well, boys?
Gordon, we just about made up our minds that this here's pretty foolish. We ain't aiming to get ourselves killed.
Oh?
I figure we're pulling and going back.
Why, you...
Easy there, Gordon. We took a vote of the men, and they're for giving it up. Let the Dakotas stay where they are. We're going back to where there's milder weather. There ain't nothing up ahead but more winter. Maybe Injun.
That's right, Gordon. We're getting out before it's too late.
You ain't. Now, wait a minute, Gordon. We're giving orders now. All right, men, turn them wagons around. We're heading for home.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
No use, Gordon. We got our minds made up. Hey, what are you doing with that gun?
Just what you think, Jim. The first man that makes a move to turn back now is going to get shot.
You can't do it, Gordon.
Then try to turn your wagon.
Aye, Harry, we will. And nobody's going to stop us. All right, boys. Get them wagons turned.
I warn you.
No, Gordon, that's not the way. Wait, please, everyone.
Mrs. Talent, we listened to you before, but we ain't going to do it no more. Now get out of the way.
You've got to listen just this once more, please, for the sake of your wife.
Mrs. Talent...
Pete, you don't want to go back.
Yes, we might do.
But don't you see what you're doing?
I see that we're going to die out here if we don't turn back.
But you won't die out here. I know it. We've got to go on. Don't you see what would happen if you turned back now? The whole wagon train would be weakened. Those of us who go on would be unable to fight. You who turn back might be set upon by Indians. Oh, my little boy is with me. One night he almost died.
Well, we didn't know that.
Nobody did but my husband and I. Oh, Jim. The rest of you. It means so much to all of us to keep going. That's why I didn't tell anyone Robert was sick. But you're men willing to go on and fight.
Gee, Mrs. Talent, by thunder, I ain't turning back.
Oh, good.
I'm with you, Gordon.
Not with me, Pete. With Mrs. Talent.
Oh, good, Pete. And how about you, Jim?
Well, I reckon there ain't no use in being called a coward. All right, men. Come on, let's go.
Who's with us? The wagons move on, Mrs. Talent. I think what I said the other day holds true now more than ever. The Gordon party is led by you.
And so, thanks to the magnificent example set by Annie D. Talent, the Gordon party reached its destination. Privation and hardships were still their lot, but courage, and the invincible will of a woman held them together until their goal was reached. Annie Talent was the first white woman to set foot in the Dakotas. She mined something far more precious than gold. She brought education and civic pride into a once bleak country. Today, there is a statue erected to the memory of a gallant woman, Annie D. Talent, a true frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters. Frontier fighters, men and women who broke new trails in the romantic but dangerous Old West. Any tribute which historians of the future will prepare for Idaho must include many chapters dedicated to those men and women who gave so generously of their youth, their hopes, and their dreams. Tribute must be paid to a man who helped tremendously to make Idaho the fertile, prosperous state it is today. Late in the 19th century, Charles Walgamot and his wife Letty were living on the north side of Snake River at Shoshone Falls. One night, after the two had retired, they were awakened by a loud rapping at their cabin door.
Charles, wake up, Charles.
Huh? What? Letty, what's the trouble?
There's someone at the door. It's after 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Stay here. I'll soon find out who it is.
Now, don't go to the door, dear.
It's all right. I won't open it wide. Yeah?
I'm awfully sorry to wake you up this time of the night, sir, but I had to.
Yeah?
My name is Bert Curran. I've got about 25 head of cows out here that I've been milking in the Wood River country. I need water for them, and I wondered if you'd know of a place in Snake River Canyon where that many cattle could winter.
Well, you'd better get them to water before you think about putting them in for the winter. But why cows?
Well, maybe it sounds silly, but I've been selling milk to the miners.
Well, all right. Just take your cattle around the hill there and water them in the creek. Then come on back here yourself for a bite to eat. You look pretty tired.
Oh, thanks. Won't take me more than 15 minutes.
We'll be waiting for you.
Charles, how do you know it's all right to invite him in?
Well, I saw the cows, so he's telling the truth about that.
Yes, but that doesn't
Now,
make
Letty, anybody that sells milk instead of whiskey to the miners can't be a dangerous character.
Well, I guess you're right, Charles. I'll get him something to eat. I'll get dressed first.
You know, Letty, the more I think of anyone selling milk to the miners, the more I think of him. He's got a good head on him.
Later that night, Bert Perrin, with the enthusiasm of youth, confided in Charles Walgamet a certain plan.
Maybe it's only a dream, Mr. Walgamet, but someday I'm going to make it come true.
Dreams sometimes have a pretty good way of coming true, Perrin.
If this one would. Well, here. You know that stretch of river that goes tearing its way through the canyon?
Yeah.
Well, when you look west down the river, you can see on both sides for more than 50 miles.
Yeah, all sagebrush, desert country.
That's just it, desert country. You see it now, but if my dream comes true, you won't. You'll see a fertile country that'll bring farmers from all over the country to farm.
Whoa there, Perrin. Now, how can you expect to turn 50 miles of desert into a fertile paradise? The age of miracles is past, you know.
But there's always water. And water can work miracles in a desert.
Water?
Yes, sir. Water. Stored up in dams. Water to flow down into that desert country and take it back from nature.
For the next few years of his life, young Perrin learned everything he could about irrigation. On every side he asked questions. He probed, he sought. He learned that in 1860 a few farmers diverted small streams into patches of desert and made it pay. Night and day he worked. He roamed the countryside, planning, dreaming. He was trying to turn his scheme into a vital reality, and on all sides he found interest, but not the necessary capital. The undertaking was gigantic, and he heard many objections.
Yeah, I think it's a fine idea, Mr. Perrin, but almost everybody here in Idaho is poor. We got no money for such a thing.
Sure, Mr. Perrin. Water's the salvation of this part of the country. Dams would do the trick. But to build them, you've got to have money.
Bert, I don't think your plan will ever get beyond the blueprint stage. You've got the right idea, all right, but money, man, where can you get enough of it?
Undaunted by failure to attract capital to his gigantic dream, Perrin worked his ranch, but he refused to give up his idea. Then, one day he learned that visiting Idaho from Salt Lake City were Sam Milner and Frank Knox. When Perrin learned they were bankers, he lost no time in outlining his scheme to them.
Oh, there it is, gentlemen. I live with this idea night and day. Those sagebrush plains just have to belong to the people.
Yeah, it sounds pretty fantastic, Perrin.
Not fantastic, Mr. Knox. Just a little more than has ever been dreamed of before.
No, Perrin, it's impractical from a money standpoint.
Just a minute, Knox. Go ahead, Perrin.
Look, here's a map. Now, here's the place where the first dam should be. All this territory, more than 50 miles on both sides of the river, is just waiting to be settled. If you have water, you'll have farmers. If you have farmers, you'll have produce. Produce creates markets. Markets mean railroads.
Yes, of course, but you'd have to have the entire country which the dam is to influence surveyed.
I know that, Mr. Knox.
Uh-huh. And your idea was that Mr. Knox and I should furnish the money for the preliminary surveys?
That's it. And the next step would be to organize a company and raise the money to build the dam and canal.
And the cost of that?
Well, about $1.5 million.
Good day, Mr. Perrin.
Well, but please.
To sink $1.5 million in a wild scheme like... Well, we're sorry, but it's a daydream.
Oh, I see. Well, maybe someday somebody will wake up. Goodbye. Thanks.
Whoa there, Perrin. That was Mr. Knox speaking. I haven't said a word.
Miss Milner, what do you mean?
Milner, are you crazy? You can't possibly see any good coming out of this scheme.
Knox, a lot of people didn't see any good of people fighting their way out to Utah. Well, there aren't any more frontiers in Utah, but there are here in Idaho. Instead of Indians, we're going to fight a desert.
Well, you're not joking, Miss Milner.
Young man, a man doesn't joke about opening his checkbook to the tune of enough money to survey that much territory.
Eventful months swept on. Suddenly, the entire state was talking dams, canals, irrigation. But it was just talk. The months became years. And soon Bert Perrin was no longer a young man, but his dream was still young. Then even Sam Milner began to wonder.
Bert, I wonder if we're not 25 years ahead of our time.
Sam, you're not losing faith, are you?
Well, it's no longer a matter of faith, Bert. I've always had that. But you know what Middleton said about the money.
But he's just the first one. His word isn't gospel.
Not gospel, Bert. But his word may reflect the word of the money crowd upon whom we've got to depend.
Sam, I've dreamed of this for plenty of years. It's got to become a reality. There's got to be towns, farms, houses, railroads, where the sagebrush is now. Sam, I can see it.
Well, I wish you could see the 1.5 million.
That's got to come, too.
Yes, we've got to have faith, I suppose. But I'm getting old, Bert. I don't know. I don't know.
Sam, somehow, some way, I'm going to get that money. I'm going to show the people with the money that a dream isn't just made out of tinsel and air. I'm going to talk and talk until someone listens.
Bert Perrin went to Chicago. In a valise, he carried $600,000 worth of bonds, which the Perrin-Milner Company issued, secured by farm contracts. He confronted hard-headed businessmen. His frankness, sincerity, made a deep impression upon those who listened to him. And one day, in the offices of Trowbridge and Never...
I'll admit that all types of western irrigation schemes have been failures up to now, and I think you should know the truth of it.
Well, yes, Mr. Perrin. We know that well enough. We've gone into it pretty thoroughly. Your honesty is at times a little embarrassing, your frankness engaging. But in spite of all that, Trowbridge and Never would like to handle that bond issue.
But the entire $600,000?
Yes, the whole issue. You see, we're not buying just bonds. We're buying the honesty, the sincerity, the genius of Bert Perrin.
Well, I had a lot of words ready to say. Words of thanks. I've been saving them for years. Now that the opportunity's come to use them, I can't.
Never mind that. You've got a job ahead of you now. We know you can fill it because any man who's kept such a magnificent dream all these years has held on to it through thick and thin, through bitter years and discouragement, can fill any job. Mr. Perrin, you got to go out and sell Idaho to the nation.
Overjoyed, Perrin returned to Idaho. With all the pent-up emotion of years, he and Sam Milner watched machinery come in, watched preparations for the building of the dam, and finally, one day...
Hello, Mr. Perrin. Mr. Milner.
Hi, Tom. Oh, Tom, I sent for you because I wanted to keep 3 ships going 24 hours a day. We'll need every foot of floor space we can get.
You bet, Mr. Perrin. And say, want to hear something?
What is it?
Know what they're going to call the first hotel in Twin Falls?
I'm no good at guessing, Tom.
Well, it's going to be called the Perrin Hotel. And don't go asking me why.
Yesterday, Idaho could hardly feed herself. Today, she's confident. Tomorrow, her surplus will help feed the nation. Sam, it's going to be a mighty proud day for all of us when they let the first water out of the dam, when it flows into the canals, when it gives life to that desert.
The Idaho Dam, Bert.
No, Sam, not the Idaho Dam. The committee's already decided on the name.
What difference does the name make?
A lot in this case, Sam. They're going to give it a name it deserves. In honor of the man who saw the desert not as a barren waste, but as a green paradise. Sam, the Milner Dam will be a great thing.
The great day dawned when the Milner Dam was to be dedicated. From far and near, they came for the opening of the great dam. Farmers whose lands were to be irrigated. Merchants whose livelihood depended upon the prosperity of the farmers. Men, women, children. The crowd stood waiting as a man was introduced to them.
And now we turn these controls over to Mr. I.B. Perrin, the father of irrigation in Idaho. A man by whose faith, vision, and courage this Milner Dam is today made possible. The man we all know and love, Bert Perrin.
At a time like this, words are futile. I can only say, well, that this is a great day for all of us, for Idaho. The minute this water goes down the spillways and into the canals, 50 miles of parched desert will drink the water to turn them into miles of green, fertile land. For you. through the spillways of Milner Dam, I give to America a new and conquered frontier.
I.B. Perrin, the father of irrigation of Idaho, is indeed a pioneer. He fought no Indians, nor did any of the things we commonly associate with the pioneers of the West, but he did open a new frontier of 50 miles of desert, opened it to prosperity and happiness. Truly, he is a great frontier fighter.
From the annals of the throbbing history of the West, the daring courage, conquest, and achievement of frontier fighters. Hand in hand with the brilliant record of covered wagon and stagecoach in spanning the continent goes the glorious epic of the Wells Fargo Express. The Indian, by 1854, was no longer the greatest menace to the stagecoach driver. Instead, hundreds of miles of desert and mountain were infested by highwaymen. 25 miles from San Francisco, an old Concorde coach with 8 passengers, a driver, guard, and a treasure chest was thundering down a narrow mountain road. Driver and guard were complimenting themselves on 2 things.
Here, get along here. Get on. Sure spinning along this trip, ain't we, Sam?
Yeah, Bill. Looks like I ain't gonna have no use for this shotgun I've been holding across my knees ever since we left the mine.
Ain't that horse flesh at its best for you? Just look at the 6 of them go spanking along there.
Yeah. Hey, Bill. Look. Coming right at us. Hey.
Pull up! Pull up for a fire! Pull up! We got you covered!
Well, I'll be...
Put down your gun, Sam. Oh, boys.
Throw out your treasure chest. Throw it out.
But are we going to be held up?
You are held up. Come on, all of you. Pile onto that coach.
Here's your treasure chest. A good haul this time. There's $25,000 in it.
Three of you search the passengers. You two tear up the cushions. Make sure no dust or nuggets are hidden.
Your voice is mighty familiar, mister. If your face matches that voice of yours, I'd say you were...
Shut your mouth or I'll give you both these barrels. All right, men, give me the valuables. I'll get back in the coach. All of you remember we got a beat on you. And it might be wise for you there, Mr. Driver, not to find a name to match my voice. All right, let's go.
I have 2,000 in my boat.
It's getting so that as fast as the miners get the gold dust into the treasure chests, the highwaymen are just around the corner to take it away.
Well, when we pull into San Francisco, there's going to be the very net that pay this time. Express companies are going to have to pay up or get out of business.
Wong, is Mr. Fargo in his office now?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wells, he in office. Everybody in office.
Everybody, Wong?
Everybody from mines and business houses. All the same, everybody's everyone.
Well, I savvy they're talking big business.
Oh, not know if big business, but big talk.
Good day, Mr. Fargo. I'll talk this over with my partner, gentlemen. Good day, and thank you.
Now, you see for yourself, boss, if a big talk or a big business, huh?
Henry, a most astounding offer was just made us in your absence. There's a good chance for us to get at least 60% of all the express business in the West. 90%, these men say.
Well, let's discuss this in my office. I don't like to have wild talk floating around in the general offices.
Henry, one of our competitors' stages was held up yesterday morning. And from the treasure chest alone, the highwaymen got $25,000.
Yeah, that's a nice little haul.
Something's got to be done about both the highwaymen and the responsibility of the express company.
What does this group expect? Wells Fargo and Company to make good the loss of every treasure chest?
If we'll make good, this powerful group of mine owners and businessmen will give us enough business to cover the entire West with Wells Fargo offices.
Well, I appreciate the public's confidence in Wells Fargo. After all, we're little more than 4 years in the West.
It's the opportunity of a lifetime for any company, if we can see our way clear to do it.
If we guarantee to make good loss by theft, that means that from the time our agent gives the consignor a receipt, that receipt is as good as our word. And our word will have to be our bond.
Exactly.
Well, the whole scheme is breathtaking in its possibilities, but dangerous possibilities.
It could be done if we had three things: improved and faster coaches, a treasure chest that only gunpowder could open, and guards who believed with us that the highwaymen must go.
Now, men, Mr. Fargo and myself have agreed that you drivers and guards of Wells Fargo passenger and express coaches represent a new type of American manhood. In your hands will be half of the treasure of the nation, as well as the lives of men and women passengers. Mr. Fargo will give you your instructions.
Each coach will have 2 guards. Each guard will have one shotgun across his knees, another that can be snapped to his shoulder on a split second's notice. He will also have a brace of pistols. The treasure chest will be of 1/2-inch cast iron, heavily padlocked, and placed in a larger wood, brass-bound, heavily padlocked outer box. Your orders will be, first, think of the safety and well-being of your passengers. That means throwing out your treasure chest on demand, if it looks like a shooting affray. If it doesn't, it's your lives against the highwaymen. The future of Wells Fargo and the growth of the West is in your hands. Get going, and God bless you.
Glad we're just 14 miles from Placerville. Sure will be a comforting sight to see the lights of that town twinkling up to us friendly like.
I should make it there by 10 o'clock.
I got a funny feeling in the middle of my stomach. You ain't getting squeamish, Pete, are you? Not after 4 years of holding a shotgun in your hands.
Well, it ain't squeamish, because I ain't afraid. I heard something called by a highfalutin word for premonition or some such thing.
And if we ain't been held up 50 miles out of Placerville, we ain't going to be then.
Brigands in this part of the country ain't heard yet about our cast iron treasure chest. Still think it's easy pickings.
Well, I'm ready for 'em if they come. Lem here tells me we'll be coming up to the top of a grade. Once down, we'll give the horses their head and be into Placerville before you know it.
Hear that?
Hear what?
Shots.
Make anything out, Pete?
Can't see a thing, but I'm hearing it too.
One more mile and we'll be at the top of the grade. And then if it's bandits, we can give them a run for it into Placerville. Come on, Bet. Come on, girl. Get on. Make anything out yet, Slim?
It's a party of men, and no pack mules with them. They're all cloaked.
Highwaymen, get ready to throw out your treasure chest now. And not before I try and get to the top of this grade.
They're gaining on us.
I'd sure like to let them have with both barrels. We got 8 ladies and 4 men in that coach.
Don't think I can make the top of the grade in time. Maybe I better slow down before they open fire. And we got to think of our passengers.
Halt! Hands up! Halt! Halt!
Now, what's wanted?
Throw out your treasure chest!
Oh, my, I never said.
You there in the coach ain't got nothing to worry about as long as we get the dust in that box. And you don't pull a gun in the air, you can keep your personal valuables, too.
All right, here's the chest.
All right, men, break it open. There's supposed to be $50,000 in that. To some sort, we'll know where it is and who's going to pay. With their lives.
I met up with you once before, mister. I reckon you're Rattlesnake Dick. Oh,
you dirty, low-down, murdering mongrel, you...
Get up or you'll get the same.
Sure got enough padlocks on this. There she comes now. Open
There's a good moon, light enough to see from it.
Well, I'll be... There's an iron chest inside this one. Keepers never get this open without blasting it.
Wells Fargo Express, huh? We'll have to remember to carry gunpowder with us next time. All right, 2 of you get that chest on my horse. Remember, anybody fires one shot and we'll come back and wipe you out. All of you. Now, let's go.
Well, now we know who did the holding up. And as soon as we get into Placerville, we'll get a Wells Fargo posse out after that gang.
Well, we better all get back into the coach. We're going to string it into Placerville. Come on. Get on, you. Get on. And I'm quitting my job as driver for Wells Fargo and joining with the sheriff and the posse. Until we find Rattlesnake Dick, and I'm avenged on him, personal. I figured, Sheriff, that it would take Rattlesnake and his gang some time to get gunpowder, blast the chest open. They'd be leaving some sort of a trail.
Hank, you're right. That iron chest is the thing that's going to hang more highwaymen than anything else. And most of the time, we're going to recover the treasure, too.
This is where we was held up. Getting lighter all the time. Reckon we can pick up some sort of a trail.
I reckon we will. Here's the marks of the coach and your horses. And here's their horses. Whoa! Some of Rattlesnake's men went this way and some the other way. It's funny he should be dividing his party.
Sheriff, that was just to throw us off the track. They went off into the brush but came back into the road again down here. They all went off east. Must have been to their hideout.
All right, Dan, you take the lead. Everybody follow Dan. Rein up, men. I hear voices.
Sounds like a whole passel of men.
Run for it and up the charge, then.
That's Rattlesnake. They're blowing up the iron treasure chest.
Steady your horses. There's going to be an explosion. Dismount, men. All on hands and knees through this sagebrush. When you're close enough to shoot to kill.
This sure enough is a hole.
I'll call out to Rattlesnake, and then you men start shooting, because they'll all do the same. Now, Rattlesnake Dick, surrender in the name of the law. Dick, surrender in the name of the law.
Sheriff, I'm avenged on that critter. The country's rid of Rattlesnake Dick.
And Wells Fargo got their treasure back within 24 hours. Well, I reckon there'll be more respect now for Wells Fargo stagecoaches and for the law. And the West, I hope, will be a mite safer for everybody that wants to come out to the last open frontier.
And so was established the reputation of Wells Fargo, a reputation that was to go down in history as having helped tremendously in making the West safe for the pioneers, for civilization. Each stage driver, every agent who guarded passengers and treasure chests were sworn servants of law and order, each one a true frontier fighter of the Old West. Frontier Fighters. Frontier fighters who made of our western frontiers frontiers of destiny. In 1869, there came to President Grant a man intimate with the West, trained in public affairs. His name, Anson P.K. Safford. Said President Grant to his visitor,
Safford, I can't think of any man to whom I'd rather give an office than you.
Well, Mr. President, then why don't you do it?
The office for you is the governorship of Arizona.
Well, there's a great opportunity there for a man with vision, Mr. President.
Yes. But to what extent would such a lawless element obey the wishes of a man 5 feet 6 inches tall?
Mr. President, I think it was Bobby Burns who said, A man's a man for all of that. Besides, I had 19 years of rough pioneer experience in California and Nevada.
Sanford, what would you do if a man 6'3" disputed your authority?
Well, I'd insist on his respect for my order. Then if I didn't get it, I'd knock respect into him. And if I had to stand on a chair to land a punch on his chin.
Sanford, the President of the United States is happy to shake hands with and bid Godspeed to the new governor of the territory of Arizona.
The little governor, as Stafford was immediately dubbed, arrived in Tucson, Arizona in 1869 to administer law, order, and justice over 70 million acres infested by desperados and unruly Indians, who were the inherent enemies of a steadily advancing civilization. Gathering about him officers of the government, the governor held a meeting in the old Steinfield building on the corner of Myers and McCormick Street.
As your Attorney General, Mr. Governor, I say that there is nothing in Arizona at the present time except chaos. As Lieutenant Governor, it's my unhappy duty to inform you that civil officers are neglecting their sworn duty. Citizens are refusing to pay taxes. The legislature that sat just before you came into office was illegally called for its last session.
And that's a pretty dark picture, gentlemen. I understand also that the territory is destitute of a school system. Transportation costs are out of the reach of the majority, and the railroad is 2,000 miles away.
And the few rooms in this old Steinfield building are not only the governor's mansion, but also the offices of the Surveyor General and State Library.
Well, gentlemen, if I didn't have something of the pioneer spirit in me, I'd go back to the President Grant and tell him he'd handed me a Jonah. But I know this. I've been made governor of a territory amazingly rich in natural resources.
Yes, Mr. Governor. But how are you going to bring order out of chaos? Wealth out of poverty? There's no legislature due to be elected for months. And meanwhile, things are going from bad to worse.
I'm not going to wait months for things to go from bad to worse. I'm leaving for Washington, D.C. in the morning.
Yes, but there's no money in the treasury.
I'll go at my own expense. I'm going to enlist the help of the President and Congress. By their act, there'll be an immediate election of the legislature. And I shall ask for unlimited authority. And when I come to Arizona this time, instead of being dubbed Little Governor, I'm going to be called a Fighting Governor.
President Grant admired the fighting spirit of the little governor, and true to Stafford's prediction, Congress did give him unlimited powers. When Stafford arrived back in Arizona, a new legislature was elected. Additional power voted to the governor, who promised them action, and action they got.
Hey, look, a proclamation by the governor of Arizona. Every outlaw coming into Tucson from Sonora will be given 24 hours to leave town. If found anywhere within the limits of the city, he will be promptly collared and hanged. Signed, A.P.K. Stafford. Well, it looks like the little governor means business.
As governor of the state of Arizona, I say to you, the gentlemen of the legislature, that everything will be done to encourage immigration into this territory. The area of Arizona is 3 times that of the state of New York. The territory can accommodate millions of people if millions are ever to come. And we, the present citizens of Arizona, must make our state offer manifold opportunities for the generations of tomorrow. But to achieve this, we must start preparing today.
The legislature applauded Governor Stafford, but did everything except profit by his example. Theirs was a plan of watchful waiting. Stafford's a plan of action. However, thanks to Stafford's tremendous driving energy, little by little the Apaches were subdued. The gamblers and bad men brought under control. The territory made safe for immigration. But only a few hundred people came into Arizona. Said the lieutenant governor,
Stafford, pioneers are not all men. Many of them are wives and mothers. What inducement is there for them in Arizona?
A territory with no public school.
Arizona should have a fine public school system with equal rights for all, Mexican and American.
You'll have to go before the legislature for such an appropriation, and you won't get it. Because most of them are satisfied with their own ignorance.
I'm not going to have my program blocked by anyone. I'll give the legislature a chance to share in the glory. And if they refuse it, they'll never have another.
You're attempting to put over a new and radical thing. A plan of action in a land of manana.
As a duly elected legislator, I object to your plan. First thing you know, Mr. Governor, you'll be having us empty the Treasury in behalf of your wild schemes.
I would never permit the Treasury to be emptied in behalf of wild schemes. But I would gladly sanction the Treasury's purse being turned inside out in behalf of the public good. Gentlemen, unless we have public schools, the mothers of tomorrow's generation will not permit their children to be born in this territory. No mother will permit her child to be born in ignorance, which next to poverty is the worst curse to afflict our civilization.
I think the governor should be asked to sit down.
I will sit down in a moment. I have little more to say, except to give you a solemn warning that if you, the supposed sworn representatives of the people, refuse to pass a measure which offers them the light of learning, then I must serve my God and my conscience and take the measure to the people themselves. I'll let the people decide for themselves whether or not they want public schools, and also whether or not they want their present members of the legislature elected again.
Straight to the people of the territory went A.P.K. Safford, the little governor. He himself financed the trip, which took many weeks. And despite the dangers of Indian attacks, he carried on an education crusade from town to town, from house to house.
That's the governor riding into town now. Come on, everybody, let's give him a big welcome. They've lifted the governor on the shoulders. Speech, Mr. Governor, speech.
I'll be glad to talk if you just set me down, Summers. Thanks for this wonderful welcome. I've ridden hundreds of miles to tell you what I think Arizona needs.
A new legislature, I reckon. We ought to kick the whole caboodle of them out.
Senor, they should be kicked out.
I think you'll be interested to know that in the territory of Arizona, there are 1,923 children of school age, and no schools for them to attend. I firmly believe in education because the principles of it are right. I believe in free public schools for rich and poor alike, for Mexican as well as American children. I believe that an educated ballot is a safer guarantee of the prosperity and the perpetuity of civilization.
Mr. Governor, but ain't you using too highfalutin words for just us plain folks?
Maybe you're right. Well, what I'm driving at is this. If you people want your children to know how to read and write, to have good minds and sound bodies, to make Arizona a territory we're all to be proud to live in, to have people eager to come into because of all the advantages we can offer, then let us have the things that'll attract them here. And you won't get people to leave their homes in other states to cast their lot with thousands of ignoramuses.
Now you're talking my language, Mr. Governor, and I know what you're driving at. When that first schoolhouse is put up, I'm joining it, and I'm willing to start in grade 1 if I have to. I ain't never learned to read or write. My pop and mom couldn't either. And I think the governor's speaking with a straight tongue, as the Indians would say, and I believe him, and say, God bless him. I reckon I got my English all mixed up, but I've been speaking from my heart.
Neighbor, when we get our first schools, they'll be in Tucson. That's a long ways from here. But if you ever come to the capital, I'll see you get an education. You live in my house, and I'll teach you myself. I've been traveling up and down the length and breadth of this state for weeks, and on all sides. I've only been met with the greatest kindness and enthusiasm. People not only want public schools, but they want the best of everything for Arizona. And above all, they want her to be the kind of a territory that someday will soon be a state. A state that promises a future for every man, woman, and child who will come to her from any part of the whole United States. Let us someday soon be able to say of Arizona, yes, she has taken her place as one of the brightest stars in the crown of our great republic.
Thanks to A.P.K. Safford, every good thing did come to Arizona, and today she has indeed taken her place as a bright star in the crown of our great republic. And all historians agree that Mr. Safford, the little governor of Arizona, was indeed a frontier fighter. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Thrilling chapters in the lives of men and women who dared and won in their fight for the West. The entire Pacific Northwest and the state of Washington in particular are eternally grateful to the vision and courage of Arthur A. Denny and those who helped the state of Washington emerge from a wilderness to earn for herself the title, the Amazing Commonwealth of the Northwest. On the 13th of November, 1851, 24 pioneers, 12 adults and 12 children, were among the passenger list of the schooner Exact, Captain Folger commanding. All but this little group were bound for Queen Charlotte Island to hunt gold. As Arthur A. Denny peers through the mist, he sees the strange, unfriendly-looking shore of their future home. Mrs. Denny, bravely fighting back the tears, says to her husband,
Arthur.
I know what you're going to say, dear. You're homesick for our farm in Illinois.
I'm not complaining. But when we left Illinois, you said we'd never have to pioneer again. You said others had broken the trail in this wilderness.
Well, dear, it does look pretty bleak, but we can't turn back now. Another hour and Captain Folger will be putting us ashore. My brother David and young Lee Terry landed on Puget Sound last September. There should be at least one cabin up in this new paradise.
Paradise? What kind of paradise can anyone make out of nothing but miles and miles of ocean and brush and forest?
Coming into Puget Sound! We're coming into Puget Sound!
Well, the schooner is entering Puget Sound, dear. Oh, just wait till the sun comes out. It'll brighten up everything.
We'll have to wait a long time for that to happen. Just now, I'm not even thinking of you. Louise and Margaret are old enough, I suppose, to bear some sort of hardship. But little Roland is just 2 months old.
I know, dear, but it's too late to turn back even if we wanted to. Whatever divine providence has in store for us, we must take.
When that little doubt-tormented party of 24 pioneers were lowered into the boat from the schooner Exact, nothing swept up to them but a forest rising from the gray waste of Puget Sound, over all of which towered snow-capped mountains. The landing was effected, and boats were dragged up on the shore. And, once on the shore...
Oh, Margaret, don't cry. Louise, please behave. Mother knows you're cold and hungry, but Father's doing the best he can.
Mrs. Denny, I'll take care of the girls.
Oh.
You have your hands full with little Rollins.
Thank you, Mrs. Lowe. If you can find some sort of shelter for the children under the trees, go with Auntie Lowe, children. Go ahead, darling.
I'll watch out for them as best I can.
Thank you.
Come, girls. Come with Auntie Lowe. Now, we're all hungry and wet, too, but we mustn't give way.
Oh, dear God. Dear God, guide and guard us.
There. Steady. Steady, dearest.
Arthur, did you see your brother David anywhere?
No. Can't find hide or hair of him.
You don't suppose that he and Lee Terry have been surprised by Indians and...
I pray God that both of the lads are safe. I'll call to him again.
Hello! Hello! David Denny! Hello! Hello! David Denny! Hello! Hello! Lee Terry!
Dearest, we'd better get under these trees. Now, down on this log. Here, I'll throw the soil skin of mine over your head so it'll shield the babies from the rain.
Oh, they've unloaded the boats now, and they're pulling out.
There. Steady, dear, steady.
But this may be the last time we'll see white people till spring.
Now, steady, dear. Here's my hand. Hold tight.
Goodbye. 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 Look, Arthur.
Yes?
There's David.
David.
Hello, David.
David.
Brother Arthur.
Hello, David.
Well, what's this little one have buried under this coat? This is our son, Roland, the youngest citizen of this new community. 2 months old.
Where's Lee Terry?
Did you get the cabin up?
Lee Terry's off in the woods hunting some grub, which has been mighty scarce. We got one cabin up, plenty of timber felled for others, brush gathered for fires, springs located, good lots staked out.
Well, dear, things look a little brighter, don't they?
Well, if I could just know there was one cow around here to ensure milk for the baby, I'd be happy, even though I am wet.
Well, we're all pretty soggy. Guess we better start some good roaring fires going here.
I'll lead the party to where the cabin is. Guess that'll be the center of the town.
But surely in this new town there must be at least one cow.
No cows, sis. But we've got some mighty fine meaty clams here.
Clams? But you don't get milk from clams.
I'll grant you that. But you do get clam broth from clams.
Oh.
Now, you give little Rollin some of that, and he'll get meat on his bones fast enough.
Arthur Denny will speak.
Thank you, friends. Friends, the Lord has carried us through our first winter. That's you and I and our loved ones. But I think it's high time we got a name for our new town. We've got everything under the sun here for future prosperity. Timber, water power, ocean. And it looks like we've got a harbor, too.
A harbor for big ships?
Yes. Mr. Bell, Mr. Board, and myself took an Indian canoe with a bundle of horseshoes and a clothesline, made sounds in the bay to see if it was deep enough for a harbor. And it was. We pioneers have something to crow about now, and we might as well tell the world about it. But first a name for our city. All right? Who's thought of a name? Well, who's thought of a name? It's too bad we didn't invite our wives to this meeting, or we would have had a dozen names.
Yeah, I reckon we couldn't do wrong to follow in the footsteps of New York. New York has a mighty good sound to me.
All right. Charles C. Terry says New York.
Well, not quite. That's bragging on ourselves just a little too soon. I'm for being some modest. Why not call it New York Alky?
New York Alky? Well, what's the meaning of Alky? Short for alkali?
I'm downright serious about that name, Alky. It's an Indian word from the Chinook tribe. Means by and by.
All right, all in favor of New York Alky, which will mean New York by and by. Show hands. All right, I'll raise mine, and that'll make it unanimous. And so the city fathers in this wilderness on the shore of Puget Sound declare our town site to be called New York Alky.
Who is it?
It's Mrs. Lowe.
I'm still a pioneer mother, Mrs. Lowe. Even 2 years after we have a full-fledged growing town. I never unlock my door until I know who it is.
Well, I'm not afraid of Indians anymore. Just the other day, one curious redskin sat cross-legged on the doorstep of my cabin, watching me bake my bread.
You mean you didn't even watch him out of the corner of your eye?
Well, hardly out of the corner. I needed the dough facing him.
Oh, and I suppose put the loaves in the oven still facing the Indian.
Oh, my. Just look at the rosy cheeks on that boy of yours.
Thanks to Washington milk or clam broth. The girls are thriving, too. More cabins being erected every day. Town's growing. Soon be outgrowing all this pioneer effort.
Yes. And its name, too. I hear that some of the newer citizens don't like New York Alky.
Oh?
They say it hasn't any character.
Oh, that's Arthur. Why, Arthur, dear. You look as though you had some wonderful news.
Well, I have, dear. Oh, greetings, Mrs. Lowe.
Oh, hello, Mr. Denny. Well, I must be going.
Oh, no, stay, please. It's great news for everybody. You ever remember me speaking of Mr. Henry L. Yesler?
Why, yes, I think so. Isn't he a capitalist from the East?
Well, I don't know whether he's a capitalist or not, but he's wanting to put up a sawmill, a steam sawmill. The first in the Northwest, mind you, right here in New York Alky.
Why, that's wonderful news.
Well, I should say so.
Well, we'll all have to readjust our boundaries so as to give water frontage to him, but it'll be worth it. If that doesn't make this town boom, I don't know what will.
Oh, my. Before we know it, we won't be pioneers anymore. City folk.
Any more news about changing the name of the town?
Oh, yes. You know, there's an Indian chief called Sealf who's been very friendly and a big help to the white settler. This coming January, there's going to be a vote in the legislature of the Oregon Territory. I reckon they'll want to honor him in some way or another. Looks like our town's going to be the county seat.
Oh, and just think if I'd had my way about it 2 years ago, John Lowe would have been a gold miner in Queen Charlotte Island. But Mrs. Denny's brave smile helped me through that first winter.
Oh, but Arthur and I have a little secret about that smile. It wasn't so brave that morning of November 13th, 1851. Was it, dear?
Well, we're all getting on all right. Well, we must be.
Why, even the legislature is going to worry about us. We're all just wondering on whose land claim the town was really located. But we won't be concerned about that until January 6th, 1853.
On this day of January 6th, in the year of our Lord, 1853, before the legislature of the Oregon Territory here assembled, a law is passed enacting the following: that the county seat of King County be, and the same is hereby located at Seattle, so named in honor of Chief Seattle, on the land claim of David S. Maynard. With the name Seattle, New York Alki is no longer officially recognized as the name of said city in King County and Puget Sound.
In the city of Seattle, there rises a simple white shaft. On one side of its base, we read Birthplace of Seattle. On the other, New York Alki. At this place, on the 13th of November, 1851, there landed from the schooner Exact a little colony which developed into the city of Seattle. These courageous men and women were indeed frontier fighters, conquerors of a wilderness, guides whose footsteps indeed illuminated the darkness for those who followed in the years to come. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, the triumphant march of those whose daring deeds of exploration and trail-breaking saved for posterity the glorious West. Among those who first saw the wonders of Yellowstone Park and tried to convince an unbelieving, scoffing world were John Coulter and the famous scout Jim Bridger. As our story opens, the year is 1849. To the editor of a leading Western newspaper and a group of hangers-on, Jim Bridger is saying,
Bill, any man that'll print what I say about Yellowstone will go down in history.
Well, Jim Bridger, I'll just sleep on some of that stuff you told me.
Bridger, I'm a curious fella. What I'm about to say ain't no slur on your veracity. But do you expect a full-grown man to believe your fish story?
It's gospel that I hooked a trout in the lake, swung it around, let it fall in a pool of boiling water, and cooked it right on the line. I ain't blaming you none for laugh. Seeing is believing. But even if some of you yokels did see, you wouldn't believe anyway. You ain't got no imagination. That's all's wrong with you. You ain't traveled like I have.
Now, Jim, I've half a notion to believe what you say about waterfalls and geysers and petrified forests, but when it comes to that fish story...
Well, that fish story ain't the biggest whopper old Jim's told us. No, sir. Not by a long ways. It's about that whole cliff of glass, so clear you can see clean through it.
Yeah. And the one about fording that creek and the horse's hoof having shrunk in size by the time he got to the shore.
Oh, no, gents. I came here to give the editor of this newspaper a little historical fact. But I reckon you ain't ready for the truth yet.
Well, I guess it's time for me to be hitting out for home. Guess I'd better not tell my old lady none of them big uns you told us, Jim. 'Cause she'd swear I'd imbibe too freely of fire water.
All right, Jim. So long, Jim. Hey, Bridger, don't you think you'd better scale down some of these whoppers a little?
Bill, no matter what I'd say about Yellowstone wouldn't be gospel, even if I had my hand laid on a stack of Bibles.
Now, Jim, I've known you for a long time. You made a name for yourself as a scout and a guide and interpreter among the redmen. But, Jim, just as one friend to another, you haven't had too much to drink, have
you? Bill, I'm as sober as a judge. No, don't let this worry you none.
Well, I am worried. Why, what if some of this tall talk gets around?
Oh, it won't do no harm. Americans ain't serious. Nobody's going to run over to Wyoming to see if I'm telling the truth. Well, goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye, Jim. When you get back to Yellowstone, why don't you send me a little item I can use sometime without getting laughed out of the country?
Well,
poor Jim. That's too bad. He's young, too. For having his mind get a twist in it like that for telling whoppers.
Jim Bridger told the truth in a day and age when people were poorly traveled. Then came the years 1869, 70, and 71. And 2 decades after Jim Bridger had failed to convince his generation, Yellowstone was discovered again. And this time the world knew that in the heart of Wyoming, nature had placed the wonderland of the world. An ardent champion of Yellowstone was Dr. F.V. Hayden, who in 1870 explored the country with Captain Barlow of the United States Army. Thrilled with their discoveries, they were about to complete their tour when suddenly they came upon a miner's camp.
Looks like some mighty rich digging here. Yeah. Don't give a hoot about all them wonders of nature. Well, we got it all to ourselves. Once the word gets out about a gold strike, there'll be a rush. That's my word.
Why, what are you men doing?
Creepers told you if you found out. His people just smell gold. What's it to you, mister?
I'm Captain Barlow of the United States Army.
Well, all right, Captain. We'll be having some grub when the sun starts going down. You and your buddy can fall, too.
Planning some extensive mining operations?
Well, we're aiming to get what gold we can out of these hills. Of course, if there's going to be a boom, why, this whole territory will be torn up with mines and dumps.
Well, Captain Barlow, I guess our work is cut out for us.
Ain't you putting on the feed bag with us?
Thank you, no. Well, Captain Barlow, our report is completed.
Desecrating these glories of nature for a few handful of gold. Mining camps, dumps, scarred and blackened mountainsides.
We'll outwit these miners if we can. Such glories as we have seen must be preserved for posterity. We'll head for the nation's capital and call on Congressman Claggett and the famous lecturer, Mr. Langford, at once.
Langford. I'm entirely in accord with your plan. But to get such a bill written that would save Yellowstone, get friends for it, lobby for it...
Mr. Claggett.
Yes?
Once such a bill as that which we propose is even rumored about, it will excite the warmest admiration. Hundreds of friends will rush to the defense of it.
Hey, Dr. Hayden, you speak of Yellowstone as though it were a beautiful, defenseless woman about to be abducted by a band of marauding Indians.
Well, the fate of Yellowstone would be worse than that. It's one thing to be abducted, another to be desecrated. Can you picture this wonderland of the West with scarred mountainsides, swarming with men who have lost their love of nature in their greedy search for gold?
You're very persuasive, too, Mr. Langford. I'm all for such a plan, but, you know, it's often years before you can arouse the country to the need of such legislation.
But the Congress sits in Washington. We're in Washington. The theater of action is here.
Yes, it's all true. But Congress is much more affected by what it hears outside of the hours of debate than during them. However, I'll start the ball rolling. I'll see the Secretary of the Interior tomorrow.
Wait, Langford, I've just had a brainstorm.
Another, Mr. Hayden?
If Congress is affected by what it hears outside of hours of debate, it shall hear plenty.
Oh, and you have a plan of action for yourself, Dr. Hayden.
Oh, no. For Mr. Langford.
For me?
Yes. You're one of the most famous lecturers in the country. From this moment on, you have a new theme. Yellowstone National Park.
Well, Dr. Hayden, that's a very good piece of political strategy.
At such short notice, I don't know what kind of bookings I can get, either on Lyceum or Red Path circuits.
You won't have to put foot out of Washington. Teas, luncheons, after dinner, Sunday salons.
But what interest possible can women have in Yellowstone as a national park?
Women have a greater interest than you think, Mr. Langford. And anything that interests them interests their husbands, be they representatives, senators, chief justices, or even presidents.
Presidents?
Mm-hmm.
Langford, didn't you say you knew Mrs. Grant?
Yes, but it's purely a social contact.
Well, it's too bad I don't know the wife of the chief executive that well.
Yes, I know. But...
I'm sure that Mrs. Grant would be most happy to have you speak at a White House salon, informally, of course.
But I couldn't possibly suggest that she speak to
the president? You won't have to. You give the talk, introduce me to the First Lady, and I'll do the rest.
Yes, my dear, I know. But I can't possibly present a bill to Congress. That's the duty of congressmen.
But Ulysses, you as president, when such a bill comes, can sign it.
I've signed more than my share of bills this session. Besides, I doubt if it will even get to a committee this year.
The bill to make Yellowstone a national park is being talked about by everyone.
Including the wife of the president. Well, I suppose if something is so ardently supported by you, it must have merit.
Oh, I can think of nothing finer on the part of any president of the United States than to be remembered for having saved such a paradise to future generations.
Well, you'll have me do something for posterity yet.
Oh, Ulysses, all that any nation has is its natural resources, its scenic wonders. It becomes our duty to guard and treasure these things.
Guard and treasure our natural resources. That sounds like Congressman Claggett.
Why, it sounds like anyone, doesn't it, who loves America?
You couldn't just by the smallest chance have invited Claggett to your salon.
Why, I did invite Mr. Langford.
And Dr. Hayden and Claggett came along with him. Julia, the place to lobby is not in the living room of the White House. However, we'll see. We'll see.
Oh, Ulysses, it isn't that I want it for myself. It's for the country, for Wyoming. The people of this territory would be so proud.
Julia, as soon as this bill is introduced and passes both houses, I'll sign such a bill and make it a law.
An act to set apart a certain tract of land lying near the headwaters of the Yellowstone River as a public park. be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress Assembly, that the tract of land... Approved, March 1st, 1872. Signed by James G. Blaine, Speaker of the House, Schuyler Colfax, Vice President of the United States.
And so, through the discoveries of Jim Bridger, that grand old man of the trails, the patriotic idealism and the wonderful energy of Congressman Claggett, Dr. Hayden, and N.P. Langford, who can visit Wyoming today without realizing that in her vast embracing arms lies indeed one of the great scenic wonders of the world? Other lovers of nature and frontier fighters brought into the fold of government parks such famous natural wonders as Yosemite in California, Mount Rainier National Park in Washington, Grand Canyon National Park in Arizona. And so we bring to a close another episode in the lives of men who fought for an ideal and won. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, chronicles of the heroic deeds, trials, and hardships of the men and women who fought in triumph that the West might live. Enshrined forever in the hearts of those sons and daughters who claim the West is Eliza Ann Brooks, the pioneer mother. In 1849, her husband went to California to prospect for gold. Writing from Butte County in 1852 to his wife and family in Michigan.
Oh, my dear wife and my beloved children, if you were all here with me, I know that I could make California my home. May God speed that day when we'll all be together under one roof. Kiss the babies for me, your loving husband and father.
Father wants us to come to California? Mother, are we going? It's been more than 2 years since we've seen our father. And if we'd start right now, it's only just a little...
It's only 3,000 miles across mountains, plains, prairies, and deserts. It's no excursion, son.
I ain't afraid. I can shoot straight, drive a team. I don't get tired, and I'm not a big eater.
You are your father's son. You're not just 13, a boy. You're a man. Stand up, Elisha.
I'm big for my age. Feel my muscle, Mom.
Some folks would be saying I'm a fool taking chances with a boy and 5 little ones. But the Lord is our shepherd, Elisha. And somehow, some way, he'll lead us to your father in California.
2 weeks from the day that she made her decision, Mrs. Brooks put all her worldly possessions and her 6 children in a covered wagon and was ready to make the start. At her side was her boy Elisha and the man she hired to go as far as the Platte River with her. The wagon was drawn by 4 oxen. 2 cows were taken along to supply milk for the children. The departure should have been most auspicious, but the know-it-alls predicted the most dismal kind of failure for the adventure.
Mrs. Brooks, I tell you, you're just a flying in the face of Providence.
Eliza Ann, you must be mad risking the lives of 6 little children.
Only 4 of us is little. I'm 13 and Sister Margaret's 11.
You're leaving a good home and farm in Michigan. The Lord knows for what.
A wife has a right to be where her husband is. He can't come to me, so we're going to him. All right, Jim. Let's get going. Sun's just arising. It's a good omen.
Come on.
You've been good friends and neighbors, and I'm thanking you for it. We'll write you when we get to California. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, she's a mighty brave little woman.
She's a mighty brave little fool, if you're asking me.
Well, I ain't for her going, but fools do step in where angels fear to tread and find tomorrow's holding out a mighty big blessing.
The road to the Missouri River was in the poorest possible condition, and the party was forced to struggle through mire and bogs caused by heavy rain. While crossing Iowa, the children became ill with measles, and one night the hired man began to grumble.
I ain't afeard of catching them measles, Mrs. Brooks, but I don't see no sense in just a-sitting here in the middle of the prairie.
You can't jog along roads like this with children burning up with fever.
Well, if you're wasting a week of my time, I'll be expecting pay for it when we get to Council Bluffs.
You'll get every penny, do you?
Ma, Sister Margaret's out of her head with the fever.
I've got a spell of nursing to do, Jim. You keep your eye peeled for Indians. And I'm warning you to keep away from the bottle.
Oh, I ain't a drinking man regular, Mrs. Brooks. Just take a nip to keep my stomach in condition.
Ma, you reckon I'm going to get the measles, too?
No, son. I reckon you've passed the time for catching them. Here, Margaret, take some of this sassafras tea.
It's so hot. Everything's hot. Get me a cold drink from the well.
Drink this sassafras tea, and in the morning you'll feel better.
Cold water from the well, Ma. Cold water.
Guess Sister Margaret's hit mighty hard.
She'll come through just like the others.
Indians! Get ready for a fight.
I got my gun ready. Here's one for you, Ma.
We'll talk trade first. If that fails, we'll fight.
Give me that strip blanket. Dole out a pint of sugar. Bring me that box of colored beads.
First fever. Now, Indians. The Lord sustain us.
How many papooses you got?
2. Put down your guns, Jim. You too, Elisha. 2 children, 1 squaw, 1 brave.
Give you good pony for brave. 2 good ponies for squaw.
Give you fine blanket. See it? Much money, cost beads. See it? And all of it big pint of sugar. To go away. White squaw no want to trade. Just give presents.
White squaw fool. Ponies much better than little squaws or braves. Give all of presents. Indian, go again on march.
So be it. I have spoken.
So be it. I have spoken.
Jim, fork over them presents to the chief.
Sugar is sweet. Beads bright. Blanket good. Goya, up, Goya.
You all right, Mom?
Steady there, Mrs. Brooks. Better take a nip of this here liquor.
I'm all right. Elisha, you and Jim had better keep a watch right through the night. If Margaret's fever breaks, morning will see us out on the road again.
Don't you think we better turn back, ma'am?
We're never turning back. Elisha's father married a woman who ain't afraid to fight.
Council Bluffs was reached after many weary days. There, Eliza Ann Brooks lost her hired man. But Elisha stepped into his place in the driver's seat, and the journey continued. As they followed the Platte River, they began to see the graves of those who had died from cholera. But on and on they drove, never fearing, always trusting in the providence that was to guide them to California. During the night, while waiting for the ferry to take them across the Platte River...
Ma, sounds like thunder. If it's going to rain, we'd better get some of this canvas tacked down.
It ain't thunder in the heavens we're hearing, son.
Mama, what's that funny noise?
I don't know, Margaret. Elisha, stick your head out and see if the sky's clear. It might be rain thunder at that.
Sky's clear, Ma, but there's a powerful lot of dust rolling in from off the west.
Margaret, you watch over the children. Elisha, bring your gun. I think I know what that noise is.
Think it's Indians, Ma?
No, son. Looks to me like a buffalo stampede, and us right in the path of it.
Ma, what are we going to do?
Stand our ground. Trust in the Lord to show us a way to divide that herd, so no harm will come to any of us.
I can see them now, Ma. Hundreds of them are coming.
All right, Elisha. Let's start walking toward that herd.
Ma, what if...
There's no ifs now, son. We're going to pick off the leaders of that herd just as soon as we can sight them. All right, son. And remember, every bullet's got to count.
Ma, they're separating. They're running every which way now. Some of them turning back. They're running, Ma. Lickety-split. Ma, we run out.
We run out, son, for tonight. But let's not crow too soon. We've got a good 2,000 miles to go yet, and the way's going to be mighty hard.
Storms, wolves, thunder. The cattle waxed lean and grew weak because the land was picked bare of grass with the hungry stock of the thousands ahead of them. A plague of grasshoppers dimmed the light of the sun. The brackish water was hardly fit to drink, and one day under a scorching August sun, the 2 cows died. 50 dust-choking, tortuous miles, and 2 of the 4 oxen dropped in their tracks, dead of starvation. There remained but one thing for Mrs. Brooks to do.
Mama, don't throw all those pretty things away.
Everything's got to go that ain't of some use.
You gonna throw out that good mahogany chair Grandma gave us?
Everything that's of no use. Just our clothes, drinking water, bedding, and pots and pans is all we're keeping.
Mom, what are we gonna do when the food we've got left is gone and there ain't no more water?
Elisha, that food we got left, and the water, too, is manna from the hand of man. What comes now has got to be manna from heaven.
More weary weeks, while the little party crept along over the sands of the desert. On every side now were freshly dug graves, grim reminders of those who had lost their fight with the desert. Then, one day after crossing the Humboldt River, young Elisha called to his mother.
Ma, there's a rider coming toward our camp. He's on a horse and leading 2 or 3 other pack mules.
Can't you make out his face yet?
I'll run ahead a piece and see if he might spare us a little food.
All right, Elisha.
Hi, mister. Mister. Hi. Ma, it's our father. It's Father come to meet us.
Oh, God be thanked. God be thanked.
Elijah! Elijah!
Father!
Don't know how good it is to see you all.
Oh,
Dear
Elisha.
wife, are you all well? Are the children all right?
Yes, Elisha. We're all right. Praise heaven for that. How did you ever find us, Elisha?
I don't know, I'm sure. Something just seemed to be guiding me along this route.
Yes. Yes, I know.
You know?
My prayers guided you to us, Elisha.
Ma, maybe Father's that manna from heaven you prayed for.
Yes. Yes, my son. I know he is.
Elisha Brooks Sr. arrived just in the nick of time, as his pitiful little family eked out the last portions of food and water. And with this last-minute rescue, he provided a thrilling and historically true climax to our story. The Brooks family had little trouble in crossing the Sierras, and in a few days reached Butte County, California, where they made their new home. It has been our privilege to salute a courageous, spiritual pioneer mother, Eliza Ann Brooks, one of the truest of all frontier fighters. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters, the daring and courage of a handful of brave pioneers who made the West safe for the generation of today. In 1890, 2 years after South Dakota was admitted into the Union, an event loomed on the horizon that threatened to completely stop migration into the state. A Paiute Indian with the name of Wavoka had been raised in the home of a white man who was very religious. One night, Wavoka had a wonderful dream. The next morning, he related it to another Paiute.
I stood in the presence of God, tall chief, and God said to me, "Go teach the Indians in all the lands the better ways of living. Tell them to be more peaceful, to live without stealing or lying or murdering. Tell them to dance away their sins."
Dance away their sins, Wavoka?
Yes, so it has been told me in the dream.
Is it to be the rain dance or corn dance or buffalo dance?
No. God said to Wavoka, "Go into all the lands and teach the red man the ghost dance."
In Wavoka's dream, there was a mixture of old Indian customs and the new religious ideas of Christianity. Everywhere this new teacher went, he was welcomed. Soon the teaching spread, and each tribe changed them just a little, until Wavoka could hardly recognize them by the time they reached South Dakota. One of the disgruntled chiefs of the South Dakota Indians was Shortbow. For years, he had been looking for something that would appeal to the Indians so he could lead them in a general uprising against the whites. He recognized the teachings of Wavoka as the way. Returning to the Pine Ridge Agency, he immediately set himself up as a messiah. He would not teach the ways of peace, but war. His message would be death to the whites.
Have not the agents on the reservations worked bad medicine against the red man? Has he not placed around our necks a yoke? Has he not robbed the Indian of his birthright and heritage, taken his land, stolen his food, lied to him and deceived and tricked him? If you will throw off the white man's yoke, follow me. I will teach you the ritual of the ghost dance. I will place upon each one of you a magical holy shirt. I will teach you the sacred chants of this new religion. And then, when each of you has become a messiah, all who try to harm you will fall dead in their tracks. When we have learned the ghost dance and wear the holy shirt, we will move off the cursed reservations and once again hunt the buffalo in the Badlands. And every pale face who lifts his hand against the red men must die.
The message of the ghost dance spread all over the Dakotas. Before many weeks had passed, over 3,000 Indians had secretly left the reservations. The bloodthirsty braves, fired with the Messiah craze, began lying in wait for the immigrant trains.
Kid, I've got the strangest feeling. If we weren't so close to the Black Hills, I'd say turn back.
Oh, that's just a woman's foolish fears. If you females ain't a fretting about one thing, it's another.
Jed, what's that a-coming? Off there to the east?
More folks heading for South Dakota.
What's they doing off the trail?
Oh, I don't know.
Indians!
Indians?
Get the wagons in his cargo!
I told you I had a feeling.
Don't go screaming. We're all well armed, and there's 50 of us. We'll be more than a match for them.
There's hundreds of redskins are coming lickety-split. All of them shot rifles. Must be an Indian uprising.
We'll be massacring all of us.
Get the women and children under the wagon.
Get them in a wagon and let them make a run for it. There's 500 of those Redskins coming for us.
Outrage followed outrage. By threats, intimidation, and massacre, the Red Men stopped the flow of immigration into South Dakota. The situation took a sudden turn from serious to critical, with the news that...
Mr. Governor, Sitting Bull has just joined forces with Short Bull. Bigfoot is being implored to take up the tomahawk. In another month, every Indian in the Dakotas will be on the warpath.
We must act at once. This Messiah craze has gotten out of hand. There's only one man who has ever put the fear of God into these Redskins, General Nelson A. Miles, and I'm going to ask the government at Washington to send him to South Dakota.
General Miles. Hold the troops in readiness, Sergeant. Quickly after my conference with the governor, we take up the march.
Yes, sir.
The governor expects you, General Miles. You're very welcome, sir.
Thank you.
General Miles, Governor.
Oh, yes, come in.
Your Excellency.
General Miles, I don't believe I have to apprise you of this critical situation. Unless we can get these Indians back on their reservations, this state has no future. We look to the migration of farmers, miners, and cattlemen to build up our population. But the overland routes must be kept open.
I believe I know the temper of the Red Men. Let me have one decisive battle, and their leaders will be ready for a powwow.
And I leave the entire affair in your hands. But one thing is certain. This Messiah outbreak, this maniacal uprising, must be put down.
I give you my word it shall. And, Mr. Governor, South Dakota has a future.
Our scouts assure us that the chiefs, Yellowbird and Bigfoot, are leading their braves and moving against us.
At the rate we're both traveling then, we should meet at Wounded Knee Creek.
Sitting Bull has not yet taken up the march.
Good. Take a detachment of 50 men. Get to Pine Ridge Reservation and arrest him and his leader.
Yes, sir.
If your information is correct, before sundown tomorrow, there should be a pitched battle at Wounded Knee Creek.
Hide in your hair of the Redskins yet, General Miles?
Yeah, they'll be here.
Do you suppose they believe all this poppycock about the holy shirt protecting them from bullets?
Major, my experience has taught me that an Indian believes in good medicine or bad medicine. The Indian's medicine is all powerful for good. The white man's for evil.
A bullet is no respecter of shirts, sir.
Well, I hope we get the leaders in the first few minutes of fighting. I don't want to exterminate the Indians. I just want to get them back to the reservations and bring peace to South Dakota. Hey, who's that coming there?
One of the scouts, sir.
About 1,000 Indians under Yellowbird and Bigfoot approaching Wounded Knee Creek.
Are they armed with rifles?
About 1/3 are, sir. The others with bow and arrows and tomahawks. A few have carbines.
Very good. Give the order to attack. We'll cross Wounded Knee Creek first and take the fight into their ranks.
Yes, sir.
Ready for attack! Ready for attack! Charge!
Hold your fire, men, until we cross the creek. Signal to fire will be when I take my sword out of its scabbard and point it straight at the enemy.
We're getting pretty close to them, General. They'll have our range in another 200 or 300 yards.
Fire!
Go!
Yes, I guess the holy shirt has lost its powers of protection. Poor devils. Sergeant,
Give the order to stop firing. My General, you've got 1,000 redskins right in the palm of your hand.
I've not come to South Dakota to destroy the red men. Safeguard and preserve them. Save them from themselves. You must never forget, Major, that while these Indians may be troublesome at times, they are wards of the government, children of the great White Father in Washington.
A rider to see you, General Miles.
Oh, what is it, Corporal?
General, I've just come back from Grand River. Sitting Bull is dead.
Who killed him?
The soldiers you sent to arrest him were fired upon by Sitting Bull's followers. In the fight that followed, Sitting Bull was killed.
That's too bad. It makes it all the harder for the government forces when we set down the powwow. The Indians will think I sent the soldiers to kill the great chief.
That's all I have to report, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Well, powwow we must have. Sergeant, sir. Send Indian scouts under a flag of truce to all the redskins in the Badlands. Tell them that General Miles wants to sit down with them and smoke the pipe of peace. In the name of the great White Father in Washington, I say go back to the reservations. Go back to your agency homes. I give my word, which has never been broken with my Indian brothers, that you will have good food, kind treatment, and forever live in peace and plenty. This is my word. I have spoken.
Sitting Bull is with his fathers in the happy hunting grounds. Bigfoot, he is there too. Yellow Bird has joined him. The chiefs are dead. The holy shirt was bad medicine. From rising sun to rising sun, through all the years to come, we will be at peace with our white brothers. This is my word. It shall never be broken.
Thus ended the last armed Indian trouble in the state of South Dakota. The Messiah craze had burned itself out, and prosperity returned to the Badlands, thanks to the courage and daring of another great frontier fighter, General Nelson Appleton Miles. Frontier Fighters. Frontier Fighters. Memorable moments from the lives of those who gave us our frontiers. One of the most intensely interesting and thrilling chapters in the annals of American history is that of Alaska, the land of the midnight sun. And to those men who gave to the United States that new land, we pay tribute in this episode. Our story opens in the year 1867. In a rather dimly lighted room in Sitka, a certain transaction is being brought to a close. In the room are several Russians and several Americans. The scratching of a pen is the only sound for a moment, and then...
There, gentlemen. The United States has purchased Alaska.
For $7,200,000. A heavy price?
Yes. But the deal is finished. There is no longer any need for us to stay here. Good day, gentlemen. We hope that your government will not regret the purchase.
So do I. Goodbye. Well, that's that. $7,200,000 for this. Snow and ice. I don't know what Seward was thinking of. What will the American people say when they learn of this?
The American people heard of the purchase of Alaska. With incredulous stares, they read their newspapers. And one day in the lobby of Congress...
What sort of nonsense did Seward do now? Over $7 million for what?
I'll tell you for what. For a country of ice and snow. Why, do you know that there are only 30,000 people up there, and 2/3 of them are Eskimos and other nations?
It's outrageous. I'm going to fight this thing.
No use fighting something that's already gone through, Congressman. It seems that the United States will have to put up with Seward's folly.
Seward's folly? Why, I believe you hit on the name for this, Senator. Seward's folly.
Seward's ice box. Maybe we can get our money back by selling ice. That's the only way we can possibly even things up. I imagine the Russians must be laughing up their sleeves at the stupidity of any nation willing to buy a barren waste such as Alaska.
$7 million. Well, I guess we just better forget about Alaska and try to hush the thing up and... Oh, here comes Seward now.
He doesn't seem put out about it.
Wouldn't do for him to admit a mistake. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Fine day, isn't it?
Very fine. Warm, not too warm, and not too cold.
Cold? Why should it be cold in October?
It's always cold in some countries, Mr. Seward.
Oh, I see. Alaska, for instance.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. We can't keep quiet about it any longer. Our constituents won't let us.
No. But what's wrong with Alaska, gentlemen?
What's good about it? That'd take a shorter time to tell.
You gentlemen seem to forget that we bought the Louisiana Territory against opposition.
No comparison, sir, no comparison. Louisiana was rich in natural resources. Heaven only knows what's in Alaska.
Ice and snow and Eskimos. Perhaps, Mr. Secretary, you plan to do something with them.
Gentlemen, I've argued, slept, fought, and bought Alaska. I think, Congressman, that you hit the nail on the head when you said, heaven only knows what's in Alaska. Well, we're going to find out.
Find out that you spent over $7 million of your taxpayers' money for a worthless, barren piece of land that Russia was only too glad to get rid of. Mr. Seward, the purchase of that iceberg will go down in history as Seward's folly.
Newspaper cartoons of the day reviled the purchase. President Johnson and Seward were openly laughed at. Even foreign countries were laughing at the gullibility of a young nation so foolish as to take a white elephant off the hands of Russia. Then, in the office of the president, Secretary Seward speaks to President Johnson.
But I tell you, Mr. President, it's not folly.
William, I've had the utmost faith in you. I've sanctioned that purchase and sanctioned the spending of over $7 million. $7 million, Seward. That's a tremendous amount of money to spend for a pig in a poke, especially so shortly after a disastrous war. We've made a mistake, William. A ghastly mistake.
Even you think that?
How can I help but think it, William? What's in Alaska? What could possibly be in a country of ice and snow?
We'll never know until we investigate.
Investigate. How are we going to do that?
Mr. President, the pioneer spirit of the citizens of this country sent them out to California, into the Northwest, the Southwest. What's to prevent them from going into Alaska?
Lack of incentive. To go into a country like that, well, they just won't do it.
We can try.
All right, William, we'll try. And I pray that someday time may vindicate our judgment. And perhaps Alaska will be our last frontier.
But the passing years saw neither President Johnson nor his Secretary of State esteemed for having bought a worthless territory. More and more was the name Seward's folly on the tongues of the people. The $7 million spent seemed greater and greater. Few settlers went to Alaska, but suddenly in the year 1896 in Alaska, a placer miner on the Klondike was panning for gold.
It's no use, Angie. If there's gold here, it must be 50 miles down. We're going back to California.
But, Jed, we can't.
You don't want to stick out another winter here, do you?
It's the only thing we can do. We can't go back.
And we can't stay here in this godforsaken country. I should have known better than to come up here. Seward's folly. Seward's icebox. Everybody's right. The United States took a good skinning on this deal, and
Jed, what's the matter?
Nothing. I guess the sun was just getting in my eyes for a minute. But I thought...
Well, you thought what?
Hand me that pan.
Jed, did you see something?
I don't know. I thought I did. Maybe again I didn't. Anyhow, give me the pen. Thanks. Now.
Jed, is it...
Auntie, look. Is it...
Pieces of yellow metal.
Quick, the pig pan. I'm going out in the middle of the creek.
Well, you can't wait out there. It's cold. Now
You, Auntie, this is gold. Give me the big pan. I'm going out there. Now, look out. Angie, look. It is gold.
Oh.
Hands of it. I can reach down and pick up handfuls. Gold, Angie, gold. Thousands of dollars worth.
Jed, I'm going out there to help. Oh, we're red.
On June 17th, the Seattle Post-Intelligencer received the startling information that the steamer Portland was arriving with a ton of gold. The news plunged the nation into wild speculation. A new El Dorado was spoken of. From all parts of the country came men, women, even children. Alaska was their goal. The words Seward's folly were forgotten in the mad scramble to get to this new land of fabulous wealth. On every corner could be heard words similar to these.
I'm going to Alaska. They say the gold's just floating down the river.
Tim and I are leaving this afternoon for Seattle. We're taking the boat from there to Alaska.
Sure. Every bit of it's true. One miner took out $8,000 worth of gold in a half a day. Alaska's the place to go.
Seward's dream of settlers for Alaska came true. Each person who went dreamed of wealth, untold fortunes hidden in the bountiful earth of the new El Dorado. But before they got there were hardships. Hardships such as they never knew existed. And along the trail...
How much farther, Ed? I don't know. But look up ahead. I can't. The snow's blinding me. My feet are worn to ribbons. Why? What's up there? The biggest killer of them all. Chilcoot Pass. Chilcoot Pass. Remember what they said about it? Yeah. Old Mother Nature sure got her gold protected up here. Well, we going on or stopping? Look. They're digging another grave over there. Some other poor devil's got his. Yeah, and it ain't gold. Well, I ain't stopping here. I come this far, and no pile of snow and ice is going to stop me from getting my steak and taking it easy for the rest of my life. Come on.
The Chilcoot Pass took a terrible toll of human lives. Daily, the long line of gold rushers became thinner. Those unable to stand the rigors and heartbreaking trials fell. But those unnamed heroes went on. Not all of them went for gold. Some sought a land where they could start anew. Some, noticing the abundance of fish, decided to give Alaska a new industry other than gold mining. Others did. Their courage will always be remembered. They fought desperados who sought to rule the territory by guns and killings. But law came to Alaska. The bad men of the Klondike were driven out or killed. The territory prospered, and then, just a few months before the year 1906, scenes such as this were taking place in the principal cities of Alaska.
Friends, in just a couple of weeks, we're going to be off to Washington, to the capital of the United States. We're going on an important mission, and I guess you know what it is. We're going down there to make them give us representation in Congress. It's about time that Alaska was recognized as part of the United States. It's about time we had something to say in the governmental affairs of this country. For we're Americans, citizens of the United States, every one of us. We may be way up here in the North Country, but we haven't forgotten the days of '96 when we made Alaska over into a territory to be proud of. when we made it a part of the United States.
And in the year 1906, Alaska's dream came true. She was given representation in Congress by a duly elected representative. In 1912, an act was passed giving Alaska limited territorial government. The first territorial legislature convened March 3, 1913, and the first law passed gave franchise to women voters. For $7 million and the faith of a few men, the United States bought $107 million worth of valuable fur.
A fish industry whose value up to 1924 was $1,619,443.
And mineral resources totaling in value up to the year 1927, $586 million.
So for those $7,200,000, the United States had realized thus far a profit of $687,419,443. But more than that, we have on record the glorious faith, courage, and vision of those men and women of Alaska who were true frontier fighters.